Today we're going to find out just how far a map filled with every 0-0 tower can go in BTD5, and to make things interesting, each tower is going to be getting a 0-3 MIB village with enhanced range in the center of the map, so that way they'll at least be able to pop camo and lead balloons. The first tower we're going to be starting off with is the Dart Monkey, and you can already see that getting them all placed down is probably the biggest challenge of this whole video, and something that's important to note with this tower is that it gets a huge boost from its specialist building, as the Dart Monkey is now equipped with explosive darts, which should have a decent amount of extra pierce compared to their regular projectile. Now I just want to say, this video was obviously inspired by the Neo God, shout out to all the effort he puts into his videos. And coming into this video, I was honestly expecting the Dart Monkeys to already start struggling with something basic like the first Moab, but that assumption could not have been further from true. As round 46 passed by so quickly, I hardly even noticed it. And you can tell the Bloons aren't making it that far yet by looking at just how many of the Dart Monkeys that still remain in their default position. Round 60 marks the first BFB in this game, and that too didn't really present any challenge for our 0-0 army. Now if you've seen Neo God's video, you might expect round 63 to be nearly unbeatable, with it having 3 dense rushes of ceramic balloons. But with their explosive darts, the 0-0 Dart Monkeys really had no issue here either, nor did they with the packed regrow ceramics on round 76. So now, there are really just a few rounds left before we have to face the first ZOMG on round 85. And after that, we'll be entering true free play mode, which consists of random waves of ceramics, Moabs, BFBs, and ZOMGs. That's why I'm establishing a 3-strike rule when it comes to failing past round 85, because the tower can easily fail once because it got unlucky RNG, but once it has failed a total of 3 times during free play, the tower will officially be out. I wasn't sure what to expect on round 85, but the Dart Monkeys still have no real issue taking down an entire ZOMG. So now the question is whether they can handle multiple. Free play always starts out with a relatively low RBE compared to what's coming past round 100, so you often don't have to face ZOMGs, at least on the first couple rounds of it, but there were 3 on round 87, and that still went down pretty easily, along with another 5 on round 89, but soon after, the Dart Monkeys were facing 2 different waves of ZOMGs at once, in addition to all the other Bloons, and they were still putting up a great fight with all things considered, but 0-0 Dart Monkeys ended up suffering their first loss on round 94. So I tried it again, and they got lucky enough to beat it this time, along with round 95, but then the Dart Monkeys lost twice in a row on round 96, marking their second and third strike, which means that they're officially out at this point. Next up we have the tack shooter, which was quite a pain to set up, because this tower's hitbox is smaller than it looks, so you have to place them pixel perfectly in order to fit the most possible in certain areas. And when I got to the bottom of the map, I thought you could only fit 4 of them vertically, so I moved the bottom 2 rows to be closer to the bottom of the track so more of their shots will hit, but then I realized there is literally 1 pixel of space to fit a 5th one, so I repositioned certain tack shooters and got as many jammed in there as I could. All in all, it took me 47 minutes just to get the entire map filled. And was it worth spending so much time trying to get it perfect? Well, if you like and subscribe, it definitely will be. Now I'm going to toss my theory for this tower out there right now. I think the tack shooter is going to struggle more against ceramic balloons because it doesn't get anything like explosive darts, but if it can actually get to free play, I do think that it's going to do a lot better against the actual Moab class balloons because it can fire 8 tacks at once, which means it does 8 damage per shot as a 0-0 tower. And I think that's the highest of any in the entire game. It took me a little while to realize though, I actually hadn't activated the tack shooter specialist building yet, so I took care of that and also filled up this little area on the right that I had neglected to before. And pretty soon, they were taking care of the BFB without any issues. But like I had suspected, the round 63 ceramics were a lot tougher for the tack shooter, but nevertheless, they were still able to take out all of the ceramics, so they're not going to be losing to round 63 at least. And it didn't take too long after that before they were facing the round 85 ZOMG, and with how quickly they were able to dispatch it, I think it's fair to say I was right about this tower being better against the Moab class balloons. But in free play mode is where the theory is going to truly get tested. I feel like the tack shooters were getting a bit unlucky compared to the Dart Monkeys, as they already had to face 2 waves of ZOMGs on round 91, but this is where they proved their value by taking it down quite confidently. And on round 93, they had to face 12 ZOMGs at once, and here you can really see just how strong the tack shooter is, even as a 0-0 tower. But surprisingly, they would end up failing for the first time on round 96, which is where the Dart Monkey ultimately got to as well. So hopefully the tack shooter does something with its next 2 tries, and that it definitely will, managing to get all the way to round 100 before failing twice here, probably because of how much the RBE has increased by this point. Now it's time to see what the Sniper Monkey can do, and this should be an interesting tower because it has global range, so every sniper will be constantly able to damage the balloons at once. It also does an extra damage point per shot thanks to the sniper's specialist building, which effectively increases the damage output of a 0-0 by 1.5 times. So I'm curious to see what this tower can actually do. It's hard to see the full power of the sniper in these early rounds though, because there aren't that many balloons coming out yet for them to shoot, but let me show you guys what happens when a Moab tries to get on screen. Did you see it? Well, here, I'll slow it down for you. Yeah, that's actually kind of insane when every sniper gets to damage the same target at once. So as you would imagine, the BFB on round 60 didn't pose any threat either, but of course the real question is, how will this tower handle the round 63 ceramic balloons? Well, I thought it was going to struggle a lot more, but with so many of them firing at once, all the ceramics went down without any issues at all. And not even the ZOMG could survive for more than like a second with every sniper hitting it at once. So now I'm really curious, just how well can this tower do in free play? But there is just one issue with the sniper, which is that it really starts to struggle when it has to face a huge amount of balloons at once. During the regular rounds, this never became an issue, but in free play, that's quickly changing, with them experiencing their first loss on round 92. On their second try, they were able to eke out a couple more rounds, but ended up failing twice on 95, putting the Sniper Monkey in a surprising last place out of our first 3 towers. Now the Boomerang might be a little stronger than you expect, because this tower's specialist building allows it to throw 2 rangs at once, which makes it the only specialist building that literally doubles the popping power of its respective tower. So if we fit 200 boomerangs for example, it's really going to be like having 400. Now I just wanted to point this out, but I know it looks like I missed a couple spots. However, for some reason, this map has something that blocks you from placing a tower even though it doesn't look like anything should be in the way and a couple random spots on it, so you have to work around those, and also, I cannot fit 4 of them vertically at the bottom no matter how hard I try. And since the Boomerang has a larger hitbox than the first 3 towers, it also can't fit any extras over here on the right either. Now I have to say, this tower is looking quite powerful so far, not allowing pretty much any of the early balloons to even make it on screen, and the first Moab was taken down quite quickly as well. The same thing goes for round 60 with the first BFB, and the pack ceramics on round 63 also aren't looking to be much of an issue. I'm not exactly sure how the Boomerang is going to hold up during free play, but I think it might have a decent chance of becoming our new record holder. Pretty soon it was time to face the first ZOMG on round 85, and that also went down without any issues, although I think it's fair to say the Boomerang is getting kind of unlucky with it already having to face a few more ZOMGs on the first round of free play, but they were able to survive here as well. However, just 2 rounds later, that would no longer be the case. On their second try, the Boomerangs beat 1 more round before failing again, which is also what happened with the third try. So, I was wrong. Round 90 is quite opposite of being the best tower so far. In fact, it's actually the worst now, and I think it's mainly because the Boomerang just can't keep up once there are so many ceramics to deal with. Next up is the Ninja Monkey, which actually gains a pretty interesting activated ability from its specialist building. And this is the ability to create a 0-0 clone of itself, which in this case just means a regular clone. Now it's important to note, this clone does not last super long, so it won't double the ninja's popping power, but we'll see just how far they can make it without abilities, and then I'll begin using them once it's actually necessary. Just like the Boomerang, the ninja is doing really well against the early game, but I don't want to jinx it, so I won't venture any guesses here. I do just want to say really quick though, I don't normally push my own stuff very often, but I do have channel memberships if you're ever interested in joining, and I also want to shout out Smooth and Shurkenlord, who have both been members for several months now. I also have a creator code, which is code Phenom in the BTD5 and Bloons Card Storm shops, so if you're ever making a purchase in one of those games, you can use that code to help support the channel further. Of course, I want to make it clear, I also greatly appreciate if you just engage with the video, so maybe leave a comment to let me know what you think of it so far. But for everyone who's just listening, the ninjas did a good job of tearing through all the normal benchmark rounds, and even in the early free play rounds, they were still holding up pretty solidly. But on round 95, the balloons became a bit too much for them to handle, and this doesn't count as one of their strikes since I wasn't using the abilities yet. Although when I tried, they actually got really unlucky with how high the round's RBE was, and ended up failing again to 95, even with all the extra 0-0 ninjas being spawned. But thankfully, with their second attempt, they were able to clear this round and ended up reaching all the way to 99, just 1 round short of the tack shooter. So this is it. 1 shot for 1 round to tie, or 2 rounds to take the lead. and they are going to take out 99, but I'm not too confident with the RBE of round 100 being so huge, and yeah, the Ninja and Tac Shooter are going to have to settle for a tie. Now we're going to find out just how strong the 0-0 Bomb Tower is. This one also gets an activated ability from its specialist building, but if you're in the know about BTD5, this ability is sort of notorious because by doubling the bomb tower's range, you actually make the tower more prone to missing shots if it doesn't have the missile launcher upgrade, since the regular bomb is a pretty slow projectile. However, I'm still going to test out whether or not it can help us during free play. The first Moab and BFB weren't too bad, and something I quickly noticed is just how well the bomb tower actually does against round 63, since it's aiming for a much larger target in the form of a whole row of ceramic balloons. The bombs can now take advantage of their superior peers compared to pretty much every other 0-0 in the game. I was curious what was going to happen on round 84, but they also handled that fairly well, and the reason I say this is because this round does have 50 Moabs and 10 BFBs, so it's actually a pretty decent test for a lot of towers. And with that being said, the ZOMG definitely survived for a very long time, since the bombs have a low overall DPS thanks to their slow rate of fire, but they did succeed in taking it down, and free play is where things really began to get more interesting. Because the bomb tower has so much pierce, each shot it takes is damaging several of the Moab class balloons at once, so they ended up making it all the way to round 96, which is tied with how far the Tac Shooter made it without failing. So now let's see if their activated ability actually helps, because I think the bomb tower is a lot less likely to miss a ZOMG than it would be with regular balloons. And yeah, sure enough, this is helping them to actually survive even longer, all the way to round 100 in fact. So now I really want this tower to finally break past that mark, as it still has 2 more tries left. Unfortunately, on our second attempt, that's just not going to be possible. So now it all comes down to this last try, and I think the bombs are getting lucky with only 1 wave of ZOMGs, so yes, finally, round 100 has been taken down by a group of 0-0 towers. Round 101 was also a lot closer than I expected, all things being considered, but this is ultimately where the bomb tower will have to end up failing for good. Now, both the Ice Monkey and Glue Gunner cannot damage balloons as a 0-0 tower, even with an MIB village, so I hope you can understand I'm gonna save myself some time by not filling the map with them, as they'd both fail by round 10 regardless. The Buccaneers are first of 2 water-based towers, so I'm playing on the map Flooded Lane, as this should allow us to place the most water towers of any map in the game. Now I just want to point out, with its specialist building enabled, the Buccaneer is the only 0-0 tower in the game that can actually pop camo lead balloons, as level 3 grants all towers camo detection, and level 4 turns the main dart projectile into a flaming cannonball. However, I am still placing a village in the center of this map, since every other tower is getting one, it would feel unfair if this one didn't, but if I wasn't allowing the village for this challenge at all, the Buccaneer would be absolutely goated. But unfortunately, this tower is instead being nerfed by the fact that it has to be played on a different map, which of course has a shorter track length, so if anything, it probably won't get as far as our other towers. But to be fair, they are handling the ceramics really well, and the first Moab also didn't give any trouble, neither did the first BFB, and thanks to all the pierce of their projectiles, round 63 was also solid. But pretty soon, my theory was going to be proven right, as on just round 86, they already failed for the first time. Then, something kind of funny happened. When the Buccaneer got literally the best RNG ever on its second try, with round 86 now only having an RBE of just 29,000, which is less than half of what round 84 has. So naturally, all they had to face were ceramics and Moabs, which they had no issue at all against, but then on round 87, they did actually face a proper round with a few ZOMGs, and managed to actually just barely take it down. But that would prove to be their limit, as round 88 would cause the Buccaneer to fail 2 more times, marking its final point. The Monkey Ace is also going to be a bit limited, not by having to play on a different map, but rather the fact that you really can't fit that many of them because they have such a large hitbox. However, without their specialist building, this tower would probably be really bad. But thankfully, each Monkey Ace now has a machine gun that can fire at nearby balloons, in addition to its main attack. And I gotta say, that machine gun is definitely quite powerful in the early game at least, as none of the balloons are even getting a chance to make it on screen. The Moab got destroyed more quickly than I've seen by anything other than the Sniper Monkey, which is pretty great because the Ace shouldn't have that same weakness to group balloons that the Sniper does either. And round 63 is a perfect test for that, which they passed with flying colors. So now I'm starting to get excited about the potential of the Monkey Ace to really do something big here. And sure enough, the round 85 ZOMG was also no match for this tower. During free play, they continued handling things really well, making it all the way to 98 before suffering their first fail. So now, the Ace is poised to potentially set a new record, and that it would indeed pull off, making it to round 102 before failing for the second time, and then managing to get to 103 for its final mark. So not a huge jump, but still a new record nonetheless. Now I'm really curious what the Super Monkey is going to be able to do. Considering this tower also has a high rate of fire, along with you being able to fit way more of them on the map than what was possible with the Monkey Ace. And sure enough, they are absolutely tearing through these early rounds as well, once again making it impossible to even see the balloons on screen before they have already been destroyed. In fact, I think the Super Monkeys took down the Moab even faster than the Monkey Ace did, so, as you could probably guess, the same went for the first BFB, and round 63 was also destroyed in record time. And with the way they're handling the first ZOMG, I'm pretty excited to see what the Super Monkey can do coming into free play. You can always tell after the first few rounds of it whether or not a tower is actually going to go the distance, and I'd say this one definitely is, as the first free play ZOMGs are still being handled quite well. In fact, it wasn't until all the way on round 110 that the Super Monkey suffered its first loss, then managing to get to 112 and then to 114 with its final attempt, putting this tower into a pretty clear first place so far. The Monkey Apprentice, which I'll always call the Wizard Monkey, is a tower that I'm a lot less confident in though. But to be fair, its specialist building does add a Seeking Bolt attack that significantly increases the damage output of a 0-0, so I do think that should make a pretty huge difference at least. Now, I think in the early game, the Wizard Monkey was actually doing better than average as they destroyed the first Moab pretty quickly, but definitely not as fast as like the Super Monkey or Ace did. Although I know that doesn't mean anything, considering the Sniper could nearly instantly destroy an entire ZOMG, and it still didn't go as far as the Ace or the Super Monkey. But with that being said, the Wizard Monkey continued performing well against the standard rounds that I use as benchmarks, but you can already kind of tell where it's gonna fail. Or at least I can, after watching so many 0-0 towers go before it. Like, this tower definitely isn't going to fail before free play, but it also isn't going to make it very far once it gets there either. But I've been proven wrong a couple times in this video, so let's hope that's the case here and the Wizard somehow gets to round 110 or something. Okay, well, that's not really possible when it's already losing on 93, but to be fair, a second try got the Wizards to 96, and then on their third, 98. So I think getting to nearly round 100 is actually quite respectable in this challenge. Of course, just like with the Ice Monkey and Glue Gunner, the Monkey Village and Banana Farm both don't have a way to damage balloons as a 0-0. In fact, the farm never can deal damage, so these towers would also fail on round 10. Now the Mortar I'm pretty curious about though, because its ability to damage Moab class balloons, especially as a 0-0, isn't going to be very significant. However, with its specialist building enabled, this tower actually has targeting options now. This means that every mortar can attack the incoming balloons at once without any micro required on my end. So that's going to give them a chance to actually do something decent here at the very least. Now I do have to say, the first Moab on round 46 actually completely subverted my expectations, as it was taken down much more quickly by the mortars compared to the resulting ceramics, which ended up being a little bit more difficult. But I think that's because global range towers can all lock onto a Moab class balloon at the same time, but only one can lock onto a regular balloon at a time, which is the same reason why the snipers could basically one-shot ZOMGs, but fail to the ceramics right after. Now thankfully, this tower has a lot of pierce, just like the bomb tower does, so round 63 still went down really fast, and round 76 was actually kind of trippy to watch because a wave of balloons would be regrowing through the rush each time they were hit. Thankfully, that regrowth was slower than the damage output of the mortars, and after that, they were taking down the round 85 ZOMG as well, but this triumph would be quite short-lived, because just one round later, they had already failed, and while retrying did get us through one more round, the mortar would ultimately fail to round 87 twice, making its final defeat here. But the Darling Gunner should be a lot more powerful, although it's up to me to control it, so I hope I don't hold this tower back or anything. Although you really don't get to control the Darling Gunner's aim as much when you don't have the focus firing upgrade available anyways. Now, I think this is looking to be our craziest tower yet. I mean, not only are these early balloons getting instantly destroyed, but even the Moab had basically zero time to appear on screen. And this trend continued through round 60 with the first BFB, round 63 with all those packed ceramics, round 76 with its own rush of regrow packed ceramics, and pretty soon, it continued all the way through the round 85 ZOMG as well. So now, it's time to see what this tower is truly capable of. I guess I should slow down the game now so I can actually make sure none of the balloons escape, and what I'm doing is basically trying to attack the larger balloons for as long as possible, and then I'll flick the dartlings over to catch ceramics that are about to leak. And I ended up reaching round 108 before failing for the first time. And you can see eventually, there are just too many balloons for them to catch everything. But on my second try, I was able to get to round 112, and on my third, 113. And if you saw last week's video, you might remember I ended up using a map that's called Maze for the Dartling Gunner to get further, so I'm also going to try that for this video. I do think this is still the second longest map in the game behind Express Shipping, which is the one I've been using, but it also has the advantage of stacking all the balloons on top of each other, which should really help to keep the Dartling Gunner from having to chase down the ceramics so much. At first I was hopeful, but soon realized that this map is definitely not going to be better for the 0-0s, as they were already starting to struggle on round 95 and had failed for the first time by round 98, a full 10 rounds earlier than on Express Shipping. I think the spike factory is going to be interesting, as the 0-0s are now able to produce some full spike piles due to the fact that their special disbuilding increases every spike pile by 50%, and they also get a 40% chance of having double popping power thanks to my monkey knowledge lab being maxed out. So the way this works is that the full piles actually pop 14 balloons each, because a 0-0 normally produces piles of 5, which get an extra 50% popping power, and then the resulting 7.5 has a 40% chance of being doubled to 14 by the 40% popping power increase in the monkey lab. And thus, I really wonder how far this tower is actually going to be able to make it. But with all these spike piles comes a very common enemy of BTD YouTubers, which is of course lag. Thankfully though, it's nothing compared to last week's video, so I really can't complain honestly. Now, I was wondering how the spike factories would do against the first Moab, but even a small amount of spike piles was able to destroy it pretty easily. And I honestly started to get really confident in this tower after I saw the way it handled the first BFB as well. But pretty soon, Freeplay started to expose the Spike Factory's weakness to large quantities of balloons, with them failing for the first time on round 88, and then twice more on round 90. Now the helicopter is probably my least favorite tower to deal with in a challenge like this, because they love getting in the way when I'm trying to see where to actually place each one down. But one thing that should help them get further is the fact that their special disbuilding makes the helicopter's landing pad have a 20% smaller hitbox, so more of them are able to fit on the map. And I'm not exactly sure how this tower is going to do, but I feel like even as a 0-0, it's going to be somewhat powerful, which is why they're the second most expensive in the game if you don't include the village. So with that in mind, I am hoping for a decent result here at least. Now, it's going to be hard for you to actually tell what's going on, but I will say, the helicopter is looking really strong in the early game, taking down the first ceramics in Moab really quickly, at least I think. I mean, the helicopters are kind of in my way too, but it's a lot easier to tell with the first ZOMG, and yeah, clearly the helicopter has a good bit of firepower. In last week's video, I found that Pursuit was way better than my own control, so this time, I'm going to try controlling the helicopters the same way that it does, by keeping them on top of whatever balloons are first and kind of flicking them back and forth. And from what I can tell, this actually worked really well, as I never lost to something like a few random ceramics leaking, but instead, it took over 1 million RBE on round 106 to make it impossible for the helicopter to defeat all the ZOMGs. On their second try, they got a bit luckier with a lower RBE, but the next round was able to take them out twice, marking their final defeat as round 107. The Engineer is one of the smaller towers in the game, so we can fit quite a few of them down, but it's just a shame that they won't be getting any help from their sentries today. Still though, I think this could be a solid tower, but I'm definitely not expecting any records out of it. Their performance in the early game is solid, well, I just said that didn't I? But if you remember what I was saying about the Wizard Monkey, it's the same thing with the Engineer. You can tell that it's not going to fail before free play, but once it starts and really starts picking up intensity, this tower is not going to be able to survive. Now for everyone who's still with me, I just want to say how much I appreciate the support on last week's video. At the time I'm writing this, it's a bit over 5 days old and is already about to hit 50,000 views, which for me is pretty insane. I think nearly 500 new people have subscribed from that as well, and if you're one of them, let me know in the comments, because I'm really glad to have you with the channel. Now as far as the Engineer goes, they performed like I was anticipating. Of course, they weren't going to fail to the ZOMG, and at first, they even actually looked pretty decent in free play. Since their projectile has a solid amount of pierce, I believe it's 4 as a 0-0 tower, they're able to shoot through 4 Moab class balloons at once. But as soon as the going got tough, they buckled under round 94 and then twice more on 95. A solid result though, nonetheless. The Bloon Shipper is a bit of a sad case though, as it can't damage Moab class balloons as a 0-0 at all. But I am still going to fill the map with them so we can see the chipper against regular balloons. However, it's still going to fail on round 46 with the first Moab regardless. Or at least that's what I thought, until I learned that the Bloon Shipper is the only tower that doesn't gain the ability to pop lead balloons from an MIB village, so it's actually going to fail even earlier on round 37 instead. And finally, the Monkey Sub, which of course is the other water-based tower in this game besides the Buccaneer. Now, I can't pretend like I expect it to do very well either, because this tower is not very good as a 0-0 with a relatively slow firing projectile that I believe only has 2 pierce. The sub also doesn't really gain any value from its specialist building when it doesn't have any upgrades, along with it having to play on a shorter map as well. And while they did handle the really early balloons just fine, even the first ceramics are able to make a little bit of progress on rounds 40 and 43. And while they did handle the first Moab and BFB decently, the packed ceramics on round 63 got as close to leaking as possible, and it really looked like round 76 was going to be too much, but somehow we barely survived with a third of our lives left. And another wave of ceramics on round 78 proved to be way too much for them to handle, making the sub our only tower besides the Bloon Shipper that can deal damage, but cannot make it to free play as a 0-0. And now, let's take a look at our leaderboard. If you've just been listening to the video and want to see every result, now's the time to take a look at your screen. In first place, winning by just 1 round, we have the Super Monkey, which got all the way to round 114 as a 0-0. And right behind it is the Dartling Gunner with its own record of round 113. In third place, getting to round 107, is the Helicopter. And like I was just saying a minute ago, there were only 2 towers that couldn't make it to free play out of every tower that's capable of dealing damage. Those were the Bloon Shipper with just round 37, and the Monkey Sub at round 78. And if you enjoyed this video, you might also be interested to know how I beat BTD5 without any monkeys at all. Today we're going to be testing a full map of every tier 1 tower in Bloons TD5, and as most of you probably remember, I've already done this with 0-0 towers a few months back. So how much further will each of them get when upgraded to a 1-1? Well, for the Dart Monkey, those upgrades give it a range increase from the left path, along with increasing the pierce of its projectile from 1 to 2 with the upgrade on the right path. So I'm honestly not expecting an insane amount of improvement from this particular tower, but hey, maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. And of course, just like in the 0-0 towers video, I'll be making sure to enable each tower specialist building here as well. And if you look on screen, you'll see that for the Dart Monkey, this increases their attack speed along with making their darts explosive. One final note, the map that I'm currently filling with them, Express Shipping, is the longest map in the entire game by a pretty large margin, which will allow each tower to truly reach its full potential. And I just have to say, the actual process of getting each Dart Monkey down was a whole lot less painful than it had been in my previous iteration of this video, because my friend Jort was actually nice enough to create an auto hotkey script that allows me to use my keyboard in order to place each tower precisely. I can move my mouse by 1 pixel at a time with the arrow keys or 20 pixels with WASD. In the past, I had to place every single tower with my mouse, which was quite frustrating and led to many small mistakes. But now, I can simply get each tower perfectly lined up with the last, which allowed me to end up getting a few more Dart Monkeys than I had last time. And before starting the run, I did mix in a single 0-3 MIB village that has enhanced range as well, which I'll be doing for every single tower in order to make sure they don't all just fail by round 59 with the camo lead balloons. And with that, we were off. Now of course, the early rounds were an absolute joke for our army of Dart Monkeys, which is a theme that will continue throughout the video. And since there isn't much to talk about yet, this is where I gotta do the obligatory YouTuber stuff by asking you to drop a like on the video and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely does help the channel grow a lot, more than pretty much anything else you can do. Now, it took all the way until the first ceramic balloons on round 40 for them to even make it onto the screen, and well, the Dart Monkeys tore through them extremely fast as soon as they did. They also made short work of the first Moab on round 46 as well, and pretty soon, the Dart Monkeys had officially beaten easy mode. But that was to be expected, as the 0-0 towers made it pretty far themselves. So, as you would expect, the tier 1 Dart Monkeys had no issue with the first BFB on round 60, nor the packed ceramics on round 63. You can tell they're still doing well by the fact that so many of the Dart Monkeys have yet to even fire a single shot, meaning the balloons still aren't making it very far down the track. And this trend continued, with the balloons getting destroyed before they could even make it out of the first square of the map, all the way until round 78, where you face an even bigger wave of packed ceramics than the waves you had to take down on round 63. And you can see here, even by round 84, the Dart Monkeys were still having no issue, taking down all 50 Moabs and 10 BFBs without letting them make any real progress. So now, it was time to face the first ZOMG on round 85, and yeah, it stood absolutely zero chance. But now, the true test has begun, as we entered a point in which the game continues forward, but every single round, the Moab class balloons will be gaining a bit of extra speed and health, which isn't very noticeable yet on round 86, but the effects quickly add up. The regular balloons are also going to be getting faster as well, so it's only a matter of time before the Dart Monkeys simply cannot keep up. But my question is, how much of a difference will the tier 1 upgrades make? Well, last time, the 0-0 Dart Monkeys got all the way to round 96 before ultimately failing. But interestingly, they failed to just round 94 as tier 1s this time. But there is just one catch. Any tower that makes it past round 85 always gets 3 tries in these challenges, and that's because the amount of balloons you have to face becomes random at this point in addition to them getting stronger. So there is always a chance of getting unlucky and losing earlier than you should, which I think is what happened on our first try, because with our second attempt, the Dart Monkey had no problem cruising all the way to round 100 before failing again, which is ultimately where it failed on its third try as well. So, the tier 1 upgrades officially gave it a 4-round improvement. Now unfortunately, I can't actually use the auto hotkey script to place the tack shooter, since the W key is what you use to select that tower, so I have to go back to using my mouse while placing them down. And the tack shooter should be the exact same size as the Dart Monkey, according to what I was told by the BTD5 modder Nico, so I'm gonna try fitting them the same way. But yeah, I have to say, it didn't take long before I was really starting to miss being able to use my keyboard for this, especially because I didn't even have my wireless mouse with me, so I was placing each of these tack shooters with the trackpad on my laptop. But in any case, I eventually got them all packed in the best that I could, and unfortunately, I did miss like 2 or 3 down here by not getting all the tack shooters pixel perfect, but I don't really think that's going to affect them too much. However, I still had to actually go through and upgrade all the tack shooters to tier 1 towers now, and this was a bit harder than you might expect, simply because the visual cue for the tier 1 upgrades on this tower is extremely subtle, so it would have been easy to accidentally miss one if I didn't go through in a grid-like pattern. But after nearly 50 minutes total, I was finally ready to test out this tower. And if you're curious what the tier 1 upgrades do for the tack shooter, well, on the left path, you get a boost to your attack speed, while the right path gives you a bit more range. So, just like with the Dart Monkey, I'm not expecting to get a ton of extra power compared to the 0-0 tack shooter, but this was one of the stronger towers that we tested in that video, so I do have decent hopes for the tack shooter overall here. I will say though, during the earlier game, it actually looks worse against the ceramic balloons than the Dart Monkey did, and round 63 in particular was quite difficult for the tack shooters to handle. But they did get through it, and as we got into the later rounds, that's where this tower really starts to shine. You see, against the larger Moab class balloons, you'll have multiple tacks hitting them from every single shot, which quickly stacks up the damage and gets them destroyed without much trouble. This included the 50 Moabs and 10 BFBs on round 84, along with the first ZOMG round after that. However, something really weird happened, which was the fact that our tack shooter army failed to just round 89, which you will know makes no sense because the 0-0 towers had got all the way to round 100. And sure enough, I had actually forgot to enable the tack shooter special this building before, which will give it another 10% attack speed buff along with 1 extra pierce. And wouldn't you know it, but this building really makes an absolutely incredible difference, as now the tack shooters were easily tearing through everything without any trouble, including round 96 where they had to face an RBE of 750,000. And after that, they just kept on pushing, with round 100 quickly falling, and it wasn't all the way until round 106, which had nearly 1 million RBE, that the tier 1 tack shooters finally failed, now that I had their specialist building also enabled. Of course, that attempt without it didn't count, so they still have 2 tries left, although the second didn't net us anything at all, with the tack shooters still failing to round 106. However, on the third try, it had a bit of a lower RBE, which did allow us to beat that round, but there was absolutely no way that we could survive the insanity that was round 107 right after. So with the tack shooter, tier 1 upgrades got us an additional 7 rounds compared to the 0-0s. And thankfully, I can go back to using the auto hotkey script that Jort made for me now that we're onto the Sniper Monkey. And honestly, I just have to say, after placing the tack shooters manually, I really appreciate how much more precise this method of placing towers actually is. Not to mention the fact that it doesn't cause a noticeable spike in my blood pressure the way that manually placing towers will tend to do. Now, I am expecting a pretty noticeable difference in the Tier 1 Sniper Monkey, as these upgrades will bring its damage per shot from 3 to 5, along with allowing the sniper to fire faster as well, effectively giving it more than double the damage per second. The reason that its base damage isn't going up from 2 to 4 is because the sniper also gets 1 extra damage per shot from a specialist building being enabled across the board, meaning the 0-0 already starts with 3. This building is also giving them 10% faster attack speed off the bat, so needless to say, the Sniper Monkey is a formidable foe even as a 1-1 tower. Although I do have to say, well, that was a little redundant, but when I was upgrading all the towers, I noticed BTD5 kept lagging behind, which would cause one tower to be upgraded to a 2-1 and the next to be upgraded to a 0-1, which was a little bit annoying. But thankfully, the sniper has a more obvious visual cue than the tack shooter did, so at least I was able to notice it pretty easily. And as you would expect, the army of 1-1 towers absolutely tore through the early game, with the first Moab being one-tapped by all of them hitting it all at once, along with the first BFB as well. Even the dense ceramics on round 63 really got shredded, which is a great sign for the snipers. And sure enough, they turned the 50 Moabs and 10 BFBs on round 84 into an absolute joke as well. And the first UMG afterwards literally got 2-tapped and cleaned up entirely with just a few more shots. So it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that the Tier 1 Sniper Monkeys began tearing through the free play rounds as well. But this is where something really interesting happened. They did make a large amount of progress, surpassing round 100 and eventually getting all the way to round 107, which is a full 12 rounds better than the 0-0 snipers performed. But after the really close call we had on round 107 with our first attempt, we then lost to the same round on the second and didn't even get close this time before literally having the closest attempt I've possibly ever seen in any of these challenges on our third try. I mean, seriously, this was pretty ridiculous. And by the way, this is how long it took me just to do everything for the sniper, so hopefully that's worth a like and sub if you haven't already considered it. And up next we have got the Boomerang Monkey, which is definitely larger than the first 3 towers we've been working with, so not nearly as many were able to fit. And I'm also not exactly sure how much value we're going to be getting from their tier 1 upgrades. The left path does allow each rank to go through 7 balloons, which should be pretty valuable, but the right path just lets them attack frozen balloons, which is not going to change anything at all. And with their hitbox being larger, I had to think about how to fit this tower differently, and noticed that we are so close to being able to get one more row at the bottom here. Beyond that, this tower also doesn't fit on the right side of the map like the first 3 had. So with that all in mind, let's see what our army of boomers can pull off. Oh, and while the early game is going, I should mention that their specialist building is giving them a couple interesting perks as well. The 10% attack speed increase is super standard at this point, but the 3rd level will allow the ranks to fly a second circuit if they haven't used up all their pierce yet, making the 7 pierce they're now getting more valuable than it already was. And then from the 4th level, they also get a second rang, which isn't as powerful as their main one, but still does add some extra overall damage per second to the Boomerang Monkey as well. So of course, they had no problem whatsoever taking down the first Moab on round 46, nor the first BFB on round 60. And this trend continued with the ceramics on round 63, along with the regrow ceramics on round 76, and of course, it goes without saying but I'll say it, they also tore through the densely packed ceramics on round 78 as well. And pretty soon, we were entering free play once again, but this time, our journey wouldn't be quite so impressive. The early rounds were going fine, but once we got to round 93, the Boomerangs actually got overran, which is only a 3-round improvement from the full map of 0-0s. However, that was pretty bad RNG for such an early round, and sure enough, on the second try, they only had to face 280,000 RBE on round 93, but beyond that, the Boomerangs were able to continue surviving through more difficult rounds before getting overwhelmed by ceramics on round 97 this time, and on the 3rd try, they failed to that round once again. So ultimately, that's a 7-round improvement for them. And now it's time to see what the Ninja Monkey is capable of, and this one should definitely be interesting. You see, their specialist building gives the Ninja Monkey not just a generic 10% speed increase, but also the ability to clone a 0-0 version of itself for every ninja you have on the map. But from what I remember, this didn't make as big of a difference as I had expected when I tested the full map of 0-0 Ninja Monkeys, so we'll see what happens here. but I also think the tier 1 upgrades should make a pretty big difference, as the left path gives the Ninja Monkey extra range and attack speed, along with the right path allowing its projectiles to seek out balloons and get the full value from their pierce. So hopefully, the ninja can set a new record here. It's also really cool how their activated ability actually allows me to see that I have a total of 360 ninjas placed, which should also be true for every tower that's been the same size as it. Now, I have to imagine that after a little while, you start to get tired of hearing the same lines over and over about how easily the first Moab and BFB got destroyed, and how the pack ceramics on round 63 were torn through. Trust me, I get tired of saying it as well, but genuinely, I don't know what else to say unless I just start skipping to round 86 or something. And when I test a full map of every tier 2 tower, that's definitely what I'm planning on doing. But needless to say, the Ninja Monkeys had no difficulty reaching into the early free play rounds, and at first, they were handling them well. But then something interesting happened, which I know I've said a lot, but they actually lost to just round 98 when I wasn't using the Shadow Ninja ability. This doesn't count as a strike against them, but the reason this is noteworthy is that with the ability, the 0-0 ninjas had gotten to round 100, and sure enough, once I began using the Shadow Ninja clones, we got past that mark once again, managing to survive round 102 when the RBE got pretty high, although even with the activated ability, our ninja army could not handle the 1.2 million RBE on round 107. The second try was still tough, but this time, round 107 wasn't as bad, allowing us to pull through, but round 108 proved to be too much once again. And on our final attempt, we were getting closer, but the ceramic balloons just barely overwhelmed all the ninja monkeys before they could shred them all. This marks an 8-round improvement for the ninja. Up next we have got the bomb tower, which actually gets an activated ability of its own from its specialist building as well. However, what this does is double the range of the bomb tower while active, and this is notorious for arguably making the tower worse because it has a relatively slow projectile that will often miss when trying to fire at balloons that are too far away. However, the ability did help us when I tested the full map of 0-0 bomb towers, so I will be using it here as well. But I'm not super confident that the tier 1 upgrades will actually make a huge difference, as the left path is a range upgrade itself, while the right path just makes the bomb's explosions a bit larger. But I would love for them to prove me wrong and somehow get an extra 15 rounds or something. And I thought this tower was the same size as the boomerang monkey, but after fitting them all down, I actually think it's the tiniest bit smaller, because I swear I've gotten a few more in spots where I couldn't fit boomerangs before. But in any case, it's also cool being able to see we have 221 of them exactly. And I never really thought of this, but the bomb tower is sort of like the opposite of the sniper monkey, at least as a low tier tower. It only does 1 damage per shot, but has a lot of pierce, which is evident by the fact that the first Moab, and especially the first BFB, actually made it kind of far, while the pack ceramics on round 63 got quickly destroyed. This makes the low tier bombs worse against a single target that's strong, but really good at cleaning up weaker grouped balloons. And on round 85, the first UMG proved that once again with the amount of progress it was able to make. However, once we got into free play, the bombs really started to show their true strength. Groups of Moab class balloons didn't fare any better than they had as single targets, as the pierce of each bomb allows it to hit several of them at once, along with the ceramic balloons passing by underneath. And on round 100, I figured I would start using the activated ability, which you can see is quite powerful at the beginning of the round, where using them all gives nearly every bomb tower on the map the ability to fire at the newly spawned balloons for a bit. And if you run the game in fast forward mode, you have enough time to use every ability right before they begin coming back, allowing you to have a constant stream of them active. This kept us pushing through to round 107, where we had a close call with all the ceramics, but ended up actually surviving. However, despite the crazy fight that the bomb towers put up on round 108, they ultimately got overran. On our second try, they did beat this round, making the bomb tower our new leader over the ninja monkey, but round 109 had a huge wave of ZOMGs that they simply couldn't defeat. And on the third attempt, the game kept sending wave after wave of them, which was more than enough to destroy any hope of the bomb tower reaching the 110 mark. Ultimately, they got an improvement of 8 rounds over their 0-0 counterpart. And our next 2 towers would be thrilled just to improve at all, because even with tier 1 upgrades, both the Ice Monkey and Glue Gunner simply cannot deal damage to the balloons whatsoever. So, if we used fast track mode to skip the first 25 rounds, they would both end up losing to round 27 simply due to running out of lives. Which brings us to the Monkey Buccaneer. And you might notice I'm filling a different map than usual. and that's because this tower of course has to be placed on water, so it makes a lot more sense to play on flooded lane, as it's literally a water-filled version of Monkey Lane and allows you to fit way more Buccaneers than portable legs on express shipping would. Also, I didn't realize how stupid I was being when I manually placed all those tack shooters before, because all I had to do was change the key that you use to move your mouse by editing the auto hotkey script in my notepad app. Now, I do remember that the 0-0 Buccaneers didn't do very well, but I really do believe that this tower has the chance to make the biggest tier 1 improvement we've seen thus far. You see, the left path gives it faster shooting, and from the right, you get the Grape Shot upgrade, which adds another 4 projectiles to the tower as well. You might also notice it's firing flaming cannonballs as opposed to darts, which is a perk from the Buccaneer Specialist building. Now, I was expecting the early rounds to go down without any issue, but I did want to take note of how they did against the first BFB, and it got absolutely shredded. I was mainly curious because, like I said, the 0-0 Buccaneer wasn't very strong, failing pretty early to free play. But based on how the tier 1s are handling the round 85 ZOMG, I'm not expecting the same result here. And sure enough, they began tearing through the early free play rounds, quickly getting past round 88 where the 0-0s had failed. But what I didn't expect was just how much of an improvement we were actually going to see. It didn't take long before round 100 had already fallen, which is a huge improvement on its own, but what happened next truly shocked me, as the Buccaneer went on to become the first tower in this video that could reach round 110, and it not only did so, but kept on going still. I guess the Grape Shot projectiles also have a lot of pierce like the main projectile does, allowing them to shred through everything. Ultimately, it wasn't until round 115 where the Buccaneer finally failed on its first try, although I do have to say that while the second and third seemed easier, this was the round that it ultimately took it out. But still, a 27 round improvement is even more than I had originally expected when I was saying how good the Grape Shot upgrade should be a couple minutes ago. And speaking of good towers, the Monkey Ace already performed pretty well as a 0-0, although that was largely due to its specialist building that adds machine gunners to the airplane. And honestly, I'm thinking this might end up being sort of the opposite of the last tower we just tested, in that the Ace was already really strong as a 0-0, but the tier 1 upgrades might not do all that much for it. The left path allows their main volley of darts to fire more quickly, while the right path gives them the ability to drop pineapples on the track, which I really don't expect to do very much for us, honestly. And I feel like even if the Ace did improve 5 rounds or more, I still won't be very impressed after what we just saw from the Buccaneer. It's actually crazy to think that Monkey Lane is only half as long as express shipping as well. But in any case, you don't need me to tell you that the Ace had no problem reaching free play, where it continued to handle the early rounds well. But that isn't a surprise, considering that the 0-0 Monkey Aces had already gotten all the way up to round 103. And sure enough, we got past round 100 with the tier 1s, and this time, they did beat round 103 as well, which is definitely a good sign, making it up to round 107. And we still have 2 tries left as well, and sure enough, our second one actually got us up to round 111, where the game threw an insane amount of blimps at us that we had no chance of defeating. And while the third attempt was closer, this is where the tier 1 ace ultimately failed. So honestly, an 8 round improvement isn't so bad. But I'm really excited for our next tower, as we're now testing the Super Monkey. Of course, this is by far one of the most expensive towers in the game, so it should be really good at any tier when it gets to fill the entire map. But on top of that, from the left path upgrade, we get laser vision, which doubles both our pierce and our damage as well, effectively giving the Super Monkey 4 times the damage per second. We are also getting more range from the right path, which is letting them cover a good amount of the map when combined with the range boost that we also get from their specialist building. This is also the second largest tower we've placed down so far, obviously after the ace, and as you can see, they only fit in a 3x3 pattern in the upper left corner. But that didn't stop them from costing around $840,000. And yeah, honestly, there isn't anything to even say besides the fact that this defense absolutely obliterated all the early rounds, making it into free play without even beginning to break a sweat. And naturally, the laser vision was tearing through the blimps during these early free play rounds as well. But what I found really interesting was just how dominant they continued being even well past the round 100 mark. It didn't take very long to surpass the record set by the Monkey Buccaneer, and as you can see, a lot of the Super Monkeys haven't even had to do anything yet because they're still in their default position. And thus, the balloon carnage continued onwards, extending well beyond even what I had expected. Keep in mind, the 0-0 Super Monkeys had gotten to round 114, which was really impressive, but with the laser vision, they pushed that all the way to round 142. truly an incredible mark. Just imagine how strong they'll be as tier 3s and 4s. And on the second try, the Super Monkeys were able to push all the way up to around 146, where things got a little too insane for them to actually keep up with. And this is ultimately where they failed on their third attempt as well, marking an insane 32 round improvement from when they were 0-0 towers. And now it's time to see what the Wizard Monkey is capable of. They perform pretty well as a 0-0, and I think the tier 1 upgrade should be pretty decent, with the left path making its main projectile gain more pierce, while the right path adds a fireball, which makes a total of 3 projectiles because the wizard also gains a seeking energy attack from its specialist building as well. But I just have to say, this is where something kinda weird ended up happening. Alright, I guess I shouldn't say weird, but like, I just can't quite wrap my head around this. You see, we're past round 100 now, and take a look at this. Just like with the Super Monkeys, there are still a ton of wizards that have yet to even begin engaging in the battle. And that's because all the balloons are still barely making any real progress down the track. We're already well past the round 98 mark that the 0-0 wizards had failed to now, and somehow, this tower just keeps on going and going. And this is what I found so mind-blowing. Like, how is the addition of those tier 1 upgrades making the wizards so powerful? I mean, their range isn't even nearly as good as the Super Monkeys was. And yet somehow, they didn't fail until all the way on round 129, which is just like, how? And on the second attempt, they got past it as well, sailing all the way up to around 134, where the wizard army ultimately got overwhelmed by an even stronger army of blimps. And then on the third attempt, they failed to the same round. But yeah, that's a 36 round improvement from the tier 1 upgrades. Did Ninja Kiwi like secretly buff this tower in BTD5 for no reason without telling me? What in the world is going on here? But now we must come back down to earth with 2 towers that cannot attack with their tier 1 upgrades at all. Those of course being the village and the farm. I am going to be excited to eventually get to test a full map of energy beacon villages though, because that might actually have some real potential. And that brings us to the mortar, where I actually forgot to press record the first time, so we're running it back now, and this tower would be a total nightmare if its specialist building didn't grant it the ability to automatically target the balloons like a regular tower. Additionally, we're also getting increased accuracy from the tier 1 upgrade on the left path, along with a higher rate of fire from the right path upgrade. Now I remember the 0-0 mortars did about as poorly as the 0-0 Buccaneers, so let's see if we get another Cinderella story from the mortars tier 1 upgrades. Although to be honest, I'm definitely not expecting all that much. I also noticed how slow the gameplay becomes once you start getting close to free play, because the way that the mortars attack is just, well, it's pretty slow. They did take out the first ZOMG pretty well at least, but as soon as we got into the early free play rounds, our pace really slowed to a crawl, with them taking around 3 times longer than usual. So I was a bit thankful when the mortar was already struggling to round 92, and sure enough, it stood no chance to round 94, where they would have still had to defeat a huge wave of ZOMGs that was making it far down the track. On the second attempt, round 94 was easier and the mortars were able to survive, but on 95, they got overwhelmed once again, which is also what happened on their third attempt. So the mortar got a much more modest 8 round improvement from its tier 1 upgrades. But our next tower has the potential to be a lot more interesting, because we have the Dartling Gunner, which was easily the second strongest 0-0 tower, right behind the Super Monkey, although I don't think we will get quite as much value from this tower's tier 1 upgrades, since the left path just makes their stream of darts more accurate, which tends not to matter that much when you're filling the entire map with Dartlings, and on the right path, we do get faster darts and an increase to 3 pierce, which is further brought up to 4 by the Dartling Gunner specialist building. So, just how far can this army get? Also, how did I never realize how cool it looks when you just have a bunch of them all following your mouse like this? But I don't need to tell you that getting to free play was absolutely no problem whatsoever. And even as we approach the round 100 mark, our Dartling army continued to vaporize everything in their path. I had them pointed up to the upper left corner and let them just keep on going. Although I noticed that by around 109, it seemed like the balloons were actually making a lot of progress. So I took control of them after that, but quickly realized that you still want to keep them pointed in the upper left area as long as possible, so that each Dartling is able to take advantage of all 4 pierce that it's getting per shot by shooting across the map. So I just let them keep on going until they failed without my control on round 113, but I had to admit, once I started controlling them, I definitely wasn't doing a perfect job of things, and ended up still getting overwhelmed by all the ceramics on round 113, with just how difficult it ended up being. On my second try, the next couple rounds had a much more favorable RVE, which allowed us to get through them quite easily, but when things got really tough again on 115, I got overwhelmed once more. I ended up taking more than 3 tries total with the Dartling Gunner since it is up to my control, but even so, I ultimately lost to round 117, where I think it would have been really hard to take care of everything. But I'm willing to admit that my own skill issue is definitely a limiting factor when it comes to this tower. And the Dartling Gunner improved by just 4 rounds with its tier 1 upgrades, tying it with the Dart Monkey for the smallest overall improvement. But our next tower really should have a chance to improve quite a lot, and that's because we're working with the Spike Factory, which performed pretty poorly as a 0-0 tower. However, its tier 1 upgrades are kind of insane, with the left path doubling the damage that each spike pile does, while the right path increases that rate at which the Spike Factory produces them. And here's where things get interesting. This tower's specialist building gives every spike pile the ability to pop 50% more balloons, which is already 15 damage per pile. But then, on top of it all, the 40% popping power increase I get from my Monkey Knowledge Laboratory actually functions as a 40% chance for any projectile to deal twice the normal pierce. For most towers, this is helpful, but it doesn't make an insane difference necessarily. However, when it comes to the Spike Factory, this literally means that each pile has a 40% chance of dealing 30 damage instead of just 15. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for the potential improvement here. Although first, we have to endure this. An incredible amount of lag due to the sheer amount of spikes that are constantly on the track. But at least the Spike Factories were handling all the early rounds well, and they continued going strong into free play as well. Pretty soon, they had crawled their way past the round 100 mark, and I mean honestly it's kinda hard to tell what's even going to happen with how ridiculous this gameplay looks, but ultimately, our lag army was able to get up to round 105 before failing for the first time. And when I got back from my walk, I started up its second attempt where the Spike Factory got favorable enough RNG to actually beat 105 before failing to round 106, which is where it ultimately lost on its third attempt as well. So overall, that's a 16 round improvement, not bad at all. But our next tower got further than that, just as a 0-0, because the helicopter is actually quite powerful. And its specialist building literally makes the tower 20% smaller, which should allow us to get a good deal more of them than otherwise possible. But actually getting them placed is a whole different story, as this tower loves to get in your way and make sure you literally cannot see what is going on whatsoever. This wasn't as bad for getting them placed as it was for trying to upgrade them though, which definitely made me want to throw my laptop out the window. But as far as the tier 1 upgrades go, the upgrade on the left path is going to double the amount of darts it can fire, effectively doubling our damage per second, while the right path upgrade allows the helicopter to fly a lot faster, which could be useful when I'm controlling it later on. But as for now, I figured I could let them sit in a decent spot and take care of things for me, which worked well into the early free play rounds. In fact, even past round 90, the helicopters were continuing to prevail. However, they would end up losing to round 96 without my control, so I took over at that point, which allowed the helicopters to continue pushing on past the round 100 mark. When I got to round 106, I had to start slowing things down in order to make sure I could keep up with everything, and after a little while longer, I ended up failing to the insane RBE on round 111. After that, I kept on pushing forward, trying to control the helicopter the best that I could, which allowed me to get up to round 116 before failing on my second try. And despite how well I played on my third attempt, I still couldn't get past that round, which marks an improvement of 9 rounds for the helicopter over its 0-0 counterpart. And now we have the Engineer Monkey, which honestly, I can't even begin to measure the potential of. The reason I say this is because, as a 0-0, it already got to around 95, and the thing is, its tier 1 upgrades are going to allow it to begin producing sentries, which will now be turned into super sentries thanks to its specialist building, along with the right path upgrade giving the engineer's main projectile a pierce of 8 as well. So yeah, I honestly can't wait to see what this tower pulls off. And needless to say, once all the sentries are actually placed down, it really starts to look a bit ridiculous. Beyond that, I can't really tell what's actually going on, but I will say our army of engineers had no problem reaching free play, and beyond that, they were still tearing through everything as well. Even past round 100, the balloons were still barely making any real progress, and thus I sat back and watched as round after round of balloons got taken down, before finally, on round 126, the engineers lost for the first time. On their second try, 126 was really insane and there simply was no chance of beating it, but at least on their final attempt, we were able to get past that round before ultimately failing to round 127. So that's a very impressive 32 round improvement. Now if you did watch the whole video where I tested a full map of each 0-0 tower, you'll probably remember that the balloon shipper couldn't even attack lead balloons despite having an MIB village, which is still true of the tier 1 chipper. And that just leaves us with the monkey sub, which of course I'm using the map flooded lane for. And I gotta say, this tower did absolutely terrible as a 0-0, as it literally failed to just round 76. But I am somewhat optimistic, as the left path upgrade will increase the pierce of each projectile from 2 up to 3, while the right path upgrade doubles the attack speed of each sub. So yeah, I'm not expecting a miracle, but hopefully the submarine can break into the free play rounds this time. Now with most of the towers, I had stopped acknowledging anything before free play, but of course the 0-0 subs didn't even make it that far, so I'll repeat the classic lines. The first Moab went down without much difficulty, along with the first BFB as well. Although you can already tell this tower is not going to be that powerful still. Now thankfully, they did beat round 76 this time, and they did actually push their way up to free play as well. In fact, the first few rounds went alright, but it quickly started getting overwhelmed, failing to just round 93 on its first attempt, which is also where it failed on the second. Now its third try did net the submarine one extra round, and as unimpressive as this performance was, that's still an 18 round improvement at the end of the day. Now the leaderboard is on your screen, but I just have to say, I'm insanely impressed by what the Super Monkey did, even though I expected it to win, because the amount that it improved by 32 rounds is really insane on its own, but to do so when it already had reached round 114 as a 0-0 really shows how insanely powerful the laser vision is, because keep in mind, at that point, the rounds are a lot more difficult than they are at the 85 mark, so if a tower made it to round 90, let's say, So if a tower made it to like round 87 and improved the same amount, I would argue it's less impressive. Beyond that, I mean, what do I even say besides the Wizard Monkey is absolutely insane. Round 134 from tier 1s, I don't know what's going to happen when we have Dragon's Breath, but I remember testing the Wizard Monkey and it barely got further than that when But that seriously was my biggest surprise this video, and definitely an outlier. Of course, in third place, we then had the Engineer, being the only other tower to surpass round 120, and again, the full leaderboard is going to be on screen if you want to check it out, but if you enjoyed this video, I would also recommend you watching the 0-0 video if you haven't already. However, the video on screen is a different one that I think you might also enjoy. Today we're going to find out just how far a full map of every tier 2 tower can get in Bloons Tower Defense 5. And if you've already seen my tier 1 video, I'd like for you to predict which tower you think will end up getting the most from its tier 2 upgrades. Now starting off with the Dart Monkey, I'm honestly not expecting to get all that huge of an improvement, and the reason I say this is because they actually tied for the lowest overall improvement during the tier 1 video, at least out of any tower that could improve, which is really pertinent considering that the Dart Monkey's tier 2 upgrades do the exact same thing as the tier 1s, increasing the range with the left path and bringing the pierce up by 1 with the right path. You probably also noticed that I included all the specialist building perks on the screen, which I'm not going to bother saying since I already went through all of them in the tier 1 video, but they will be there every time I show the tier 2 upgrades in case you want the reminder. But honestly, I don't think this tower is going to really get the shine until we start getting to use tier 3 upgrades, specifically on the right path of triple darts, because I know those are definitely quite powerful. But in any case, here's how I'm going to do things moving forward. If a tower already got past round 85 as a tier 1, that's where I'll begin the full map of tier 2s, because round 86 is where true free play begins, which means that you start facing a random combination of ceramics, Moabs, BFBs, and ZOMGs. Beyond that, the Moab class balloons gain extra speed and health every single round past the 85 point as well, while the non-Moab class balloons simply gain extra speed. So with that in mind, how far into free play can our army of tier 2 Dart Monkeys get? Oh, and one last thing, I debated this with myself for a little bit, but since I did use a 0-3 village with enhanced range for both a full map of each 0-0 and 1-1 tower, it's only fair that I continue using it here, since the tier 1 upgrade does give every tower in the village's range 1 extra pierce, which could have a really huge effect on the Dart Monkey that only has 3 pierce as a tier 2 tower. That is totally my fault for not getting rid of the village once we were past round 82 in the previous videos, since that is the last round where you have to face camo balloons, and that's the whole point of the village, was to make sure that our low tier towers could pop lead and camo balloons, but I really do hope that you can understand. Now honestly, the tier 2 Dart Monkeys were actually doing quite well in the early free play rounds, which was definitely impressive considering that as a tier 1 tower, they only got to round 100 in total. However, this army had no problem getting past that point, and I think that honestly, the extra range is doing them a big favor because it seems like now that a ton of Dart Monkeys are able to consistently attack the balloons around them. and they continued surviving through some really difficult rounds, ultimately not failing for the first time until round 107, where you can see the Dart Monkeys had to face nearly 1.2 million RBE, which included an incredibly huge amount of BFBs mixed with some ZOMGs, which is why the defense simply could not keep up. And if you aren't aware, I actually give every tower that makes it into free play 3 attempts since these rounds are random, that way they won't unfairly lose early to an unlucky try. And sure enough, on our second attempt, round 107 was substantially easier, and then on round 108, the Dart Monkeys actually survived nearly 1 million RBE, which I thought was going to be their limit, until they proved me totally wrong, by also surviving the even more intense waves of balloons on round 109, and then on round 110, the RBE got higher once again. But somehow, our Dart Monkeys kept on pushing through, which was actually quite shocking to me, given how huge this wave of ZOMGs at the end was. But they did nearly lose 300 lives, so it's a real good thing that I have my Monkey Knowledge Laboratory maxed out. And as you can see, round 111 was even crazier than anything that had come before, and it proved to be too much for our Dart Monkey army on their second try. And on our final attempt, we ended up getting lucky that round 111 was actually easy enough to get through, but round 112 ended up proving to be more than enough to crush our Dart Monkeys once and for all. But that marks a 12 round improvement from tier 1 to tier 2, which definitely exceeded my expectations. And up next we have got the Tac Shooter, which I think should also be able to make a pretty solid improvement, especially based on what I just saw with the Dart Monkey, because the Tac Shooter already jumped 7 rounds from a tier 0 to a tier 1, and the thing is, its tier 2 upgrades also do the same thing as the tier 1s, just like with the Dart Monkey. That being, the left path increases the firing speed of the Tac Shooter, while the right path increases its range. Now I just want to quickly say, if you end up enjoying this video, a lot of effort goes into making them possible. I mean, here's what the editing looked like for the tier 1 video I made, so dropping a like and sub really does go a long way to help the content reach more people. But with that being said, let's see what our army of Tac Shooters is going to be capable of. Of course, the early free play rounds were absolutely no problem for them, as the balloons were basically never even making it past the first 2 inner loops of the track as we approached the round 100 mark. And unlike the Dart Monkey, even as we had surpassed it, the Tac Shooters continued to easily tear through all the balloons without any trouble. And pretty soon, they had gotten past round 107, which of course is where the Dart Monkey had failed for the first time, but beyond that, they kept on pushing past round 12, where it ultimately failed on its third try as well. And beyond that, they still weren't struggling, despite the RBE consistently now being over 1 million, and the Moab class balloons being quite fast and strong. And I was pretty amazed when they survived a record 1.4 million RBE on round 117, which is already quite the improvement compared to their tier 1 counterparts. And ultimately, the Tac Shooter didn't end up failing until round 120 for the first time, which was actually quite interesting, considering that this round had a considerably lower RBE than 117 had, which shows that the actual makeup of all the balloons also plays a huge role. Now on the second try, they actually clutched up pretty early during round 120, and only lost 2 lives when the ceramics got super close to the exit, and then they were able to keep pushing forward up until round 123, where the Tac Shooter just barely couldn't keep up with all the ceramic balloons. And now on their final attempt, round 123 was actually a good bit easier, allowing us to get through it pretty easily, but then round 124 brought things back to reality, where the Tac Shooters once again just barely lost to some fleeting ceramics. So that marks a really solid 17 round improvement compared to the tier 1s. The sniper should also have some solid potential as well, as its tier 2 upgrade on the left path will bring its total damage per shot from 5 all the way up to 8, although the right path upgrade will have no effect since it just allows the sniper to attack camo balloons, which you don't face past free play anyways. Now it's also nice how this tower actually has a distinct visual cue for both of its tier 2 upgrades, making it a lot easier for me to make sure every single tower is getting upgraded to exactly a 2-2 tower. And now let's see if 8 damage per shot will actually be enough to set a new record. Of course, the first rounds of free play were an absolute joke, and it's always funny to me watching the ZOMGs just basically disappear one by one when you use this tower, and they continued tearing through the game as we surpassed the round 100 mark. But all of a sudden, it popped into my head that I didn't remember to actually enable this tower's specialist building, and sure enough, when I checked on the game, the snipers were about to lose to just round 109. So I quit out and switched from the Tac Shooters building over to the snipers, which definitely makes a noticeable difference in how well this tower can handle all the balloons. And from there, the snipers kept on pushing. But I could tell that on round 115, when they just barely survived all these ceramics at the end, that this run wasn't going to be lasting much longer. And sure enough, just one round later, they ended up getting overran by the balloons for the first time. Now on their second attempt, the snipers got lucky with a much easier round 116, which they easily handled, but round 117 brought the difficulty back up, and honestly, they were getting really close to surviving, but just a few ceramics ended up escaping during the round. And on their third try, the same thing happened as their second, in that round 117 was now a lot easier than it had been, allowing them to reach 118, where the snipers failed to all the ZOMGs that the game was throwing our way. But as several of you have pointed out, the sniper could really benefit if I tried changing the targeting on some of them. Now I won't pretend to be an expert on this, but my thinking is that by changing some of the snipers over to strong, we will be able to pop the ZOMGs much more quickly, and ideally, if I still leave a good portion of the snipers on first, we won't get overran by all the weaker balloons that result from these ZOMGs getting destroyed. Also, I just noticed that the snipers at the top of the map have tens of thousands of pops, while the snipers at the bottom sometimes have less than 100, so I guess the game has its own hidden targeting system based on the sniper's Y coordinate. But in any case, I started round 118 with all these snipers having been switched, and at first it was going well, with the ZOMGs getting cleared out fast. But keep in mind, the snipers got pretty lucky with an easier round this time than the one that they had failed to before, and yet, by not having every sniper targeted to first, they ended up getting overran towards the end of the round with nothing but BFBs remaining. And this is actually why I didn't bother changing their targeting during the tier 0 and tier 1 videos, because the low tier snipers always lose to getting overran by ceramics, so I figure they need all their firepower to be focused on first. But that's still a pretty respectable 11 round improvement for the tier 2s, and I'm glad that I could try out a popular suggestion from my comments as well, although of course if I didn't do the targeting right, please feel free to let me know. Now I would be lying if I said I was super confident in the boomerang monkey, as they didn't get all that far as tier 1 towers, and the thing is, their right path tier 2 upgrade only allows them to pop leads, which is just as useful as the sniper's camo detection upgrade was, so we're entirely relying on the glaive upgrade you get from the left path to make this tower finally good. Now the game says that the glaives are sharper, faster, and bigger than the regular boomerang, which hopefully means they have a higher pierce and allow the boomerang to launch more attacks per minute. And at first, things were actually looking pretty good. The boomerangs were shredding through the early free play rounds quite easily, and honestly, it seemed like maybe the glaive upgrade would be the difference maker after all. In fact, when we got to round 100, a few boomerangs hadn't even had to start fighting yet, which I thought was a really good sign considering the tier 1 boomerang had failed at just round 97. But then, things quickly changed, like immediately changed, as the Bloons on round 100 began to overwhelm our defenses, and a large group of ceramics ended up taking them out. So yeah, I guess I was right to not be so confident in this tower after all. Now on our second try, the boomerang was able to get past round 100, and at least it did continue surviving for a little while longer as well. In fact, they actually clutched up on round 104 when the ceramics were about to escape, but instead, we only leaked about 70 lives. And then again on round 105, they just barely caught a group of ceramics in time for us to not entirely lose, which allowed them to ultimately reach round 106 on their second attempt, and you can see that it's always a bunch of ceramic balloons that managed to get through. And sure enough on our third try, it was the same story, although you can see quite a few ZOMGs were also still on the map this time. And at least the boomerang saved itself from total embarrassment by ultimately improving by 9 rounds as a tier 2 instead of just 3. But the ninja monkey should have a lot more potential, as its left path upgrade will increase the pierce of its shurikens up to 4, while the right path upgrade gives each shuriken a chance of sending any balloon up to a ceramic back towards the entrance of the map upon hitting it. So this tower should have a much lower chance of getting overwhelmed by ceramics than the others have so far. Now I don't think the Shadow Ninja ability that they get from their specialist building will be very helpful at this point, as it only creates a 0-0 clone of each ninja when you're using them, and the effectiveness of that naturally goes down with each of these videos that I make. But I definitely am excited to see how much we get from the tier 2 upgrades themselves, and sure enough, the early free play rounds stood absolutely no chance. But what I found particularly enjoyable to see was the way that the ceramics basically never even had a chance to progress past the Moab class balloons. As soon as they were spawned, they'd be sent flying back and then destroyed by all the shurikens that they have to pass by. Beyond that, the ninja was already very solid as a tier 1 tower, so I wasn't surprised when they easily cruised past the round 100 mark. But what I did find impressive is that as we continued pushing forward, this entire right area of the map still wasn't having to engage in the battle at all, meaning the balloons are being entirely contained to the first 2 squares of the map, at least for the most part. and at this point, they've made it further than the tier 1 towers did without even breaking a sweat. So I really wasn't shocked when the ninja kept on pushing forward, managing to get all the way up to round 121 when some Moabs made it too far to be destroyed in time. Although I won't count this as their first loss since I wasn't using the Shadow Ninja ability yet. However, once I did, my point about their effectiveness diminishing was very quickly proven, as we still got overran on just round 122. Now on our second try, we did survive round 122, but it was only because the round itself was easier, although we did also survive on round 123 when the RBE ramped back up. However, there was absolutely no chance of getting past the insanity that was round 124. But I was thinking that it might help to slow down the game in case fast forward mode is somehow affecting the ninjas, so that's what I did for round 125 on my third attempt, but we still ended up losing to it regardless. So it would seem that the ninja and tac shooter are tied for our largest improvement thus far, with 17 rounds compared to their tier 1s. And honestly, I think the bomb tower might have a chance to beat that record. I don't want to overestimate it, but the tier 2 upgrade on the left path gives us frag bombs, which allows each bomb to release 8 additional projectiles upon exploding, and I'm thinking this is going to be insanely powerful against the Moab class balloons in particular. Beyond that, the right path upgrade turns said bomb into a missile, which is significantly faster and actually allows the activated ability that the bomb tower gets from its specialist building to be more effective. That's because this ability will briefly double the range of the bomb tower, and the regular bomb can be too slow to take full advantage of that compared to the missile. So yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what our army of bomb towers is going to be capable of. Of course, it goes without saying that they were easily destroying the early rounds of free play, especially considering that the tier 1 bomb towers already got up to round 109. But the really crazy thing is that even as we approached that mark with our tier 2 army, we still had a significant amount of bomb towers that hadn't even engaged in the battle yet, and thus, they continued easily pushing forward. And like I had originally expected, it really seems as though the frag bomb upgrade is making a significant difference here. However, I was wrong to think that the bomb tower would set a new record for improvement, as it ended up getting overwhelmed by an insane amount of balloons on round 122. Now, since I wasn't using their activated ability, I won't count this as one of their fails, but the interesting thing is, when I did use it on our next attempt, we actually had to face a very similar amount of RBE, and the bomb towers ended up still failing despite me using the abilities, which completely throws my idea out of the window from before, where I was saying that this ability would be more powerful since we have a faster projectile now. I guess that the balloons themselves being so much faster at this point really offsets the value that you get from them. And when we got into our second attempt, the round still had an RBE of over 1.4 million, which definitely seems like particularly bad luck, and sure enough, we failed to it once again. Now finally on our third attempt, we only had to face 1.1 million RBE, which the bomb towers were able to defeat. However, on round 123, they ultimately got overwhelmed once more. So the tier 2 bombs ended up with a 14 round improvement, which is still pretty solid for sure. But our next tower is going to make any previous improvements made to look like an absolute joke, as the Ice Monkey failed to round 27 as a tier 1 since it couldn't attack the balloons at all. But wouldn't you know it, their upgrade on the left path, Snap Freeze, finally allows them to do just that. They're also getting the ability to freeze through 2 layers of regular balloons from their right path upgrade as well, so I'm actually filling a map with them for the very first time. And the Ice Monkeys is tied with several other towers for the smallest in the game, so you're able to get around 360 of them based on how many of the ninjas that I fit. Ultimately, it took me about half an hour to get them all down and upgraded, so I am now very excited to see what this tower can pull off, now that it finally has offensive capabilities. And I figured it would make sense to show you guys how they do through all the standard rounds before free play, since we haven't seen that yet, and just like we would all expect, the Ice Monkeys had absolutely no issue tearing through the super early rounds. And I noticed that the first ceramics on round 40 didn't seem to make it any further than the previous balloons had, which was interesting to me. And honestly, even the first Moab didn't last very long either. And things continued going smoothly, but once we had to face the first BFB, that quickly started to change. Since the Ice Monkeys are only doing 1 damage per attack, it takes them a while to destroy stronger targets, and this would become extremely apparent once they had to face the first ZOMG on round 85, with it getting halfway through the second loop before even being popped into BFBs. And when I saw just how far the ZOMGs were getting during the early free play rounds, I thought that there was no chance of the Ice Monkeys getting very far. But somehow, round after round, they kept on fighting, and while it wasn't the cleanest gameplay, our Ice Monkey army actually managed to surpass round 100. This definitely shocked me, and honestly, I'm curious to see what the tier 3 and tier 4 towers will be able to pull off, but with that being said, they ultimately failed around 104 on their first try when some Moabs made it too far to get popped in time. And then on the second try, they literally lost in an identical way, which was definitely a bit funny to see, before ultimately failing to this round once again on their third try, this time leaking a much larger army of Moabs. But yeah, needless to say, going from round 27 to 104, I'm not even sure if we should count it, but that's going to be an improvement that I simply think no other tower even has a reasonable chance of contesting. Now the Glue Gunner is quite funny to me, because it also gains the ability to attack regular Bloons with its tier 2 upgrade on the left path, but its glue cannot affect Moabs. So I hope you can understand me not bothering to fill an entire map with this tower, but as you can see, it fails to the first Moab on round 46, since that takes more than 600 lives, even with me having the Bloons Sabotage Monkey knowledge maxed out. But the funny thing is, going from round 27 to 46 is still the second biggest improvement that we've seen thus far. So I guess basically the trick is to be so bad that you end up being good. And now it's time to see what the Buccaneer can do. Although I have to admit, while this tower did improve an incredible amount from tier 0 to 1, I don't expect nearly as much from the second tier. And that's because, while we are getting a range boost from the left path upgrade, on the right, all you get is camo detection, which doesn't even function the same way as it normally would since their specialist building is already giving them camo detection anyways, as you can see on screen. But the range boost they get is pretty significant, and this tower has projectiles that are fast with a decent amount of pierce, so hopefully that will allow them to push even further than before. Of course, it goes without saying, but I'll say it yet again, the early free play rounds were an absolute joke for the tier 2 Buccaneers. In fact, even as they surpassed round 100, the Bloons still weren't making any significant progress. And this was to be expected, considering the tier 1 Bucks got all the way up to round 115. But I will say, I had to experience quite a significant amount of lag, which I guess is coming from all the projectiles on screen, but I definitely don't remember it being anywhere near this bad before. But in any case, I felt like the Buccaneers were definitely struggling more than I would expect as we got past round 110, but I guess the range upgrade really isn't going to be that helpful like I kind of thought. In fact, on their first try, the Bucks actually failed to just round 114, and I wouldn't say it was very close either. To be fair, the second try did see them get past this round, along with 115 as well, but once we hit 116, the RBE got up to 1.4 million, and there was absolutely zero chance of us getting even close to surviving everything that the game had thrown our way. But on the third try, things were a lot different. Not that I made it much further, although we did beat round 116, but then round 117 was just difficult enough for us to barely lose to it, which is always a little sad to see. But what's even more sad is the fact that the Buccaneer only managed to progress by 2 rounds as a tier 2 tower. And I'm also not sure just how much progress the Monkey Ace will be making, considering its right path upgrade is also just camo detection, while the left path upgrade does give their projectiles 8 pierce. So I'm really hoping that they'll be able to actually take advantage of all that extra pierce and get through some extra rounds here. I just gotta say though, it's really funny how I've been skipping to free play in order to avoid repeating the same lines over and over, just for me to end up saying how easy the early free play rounds were over and over during this video. But yeah, I mean, as we surpassed the round 100 mark, the Bloons were still getting destroyed quite easily, which is to be expected given that the tier 1 ace got to round 111 by itself. But as we continued pushing forward, I could tell our tier 2 aces were already starting to really struggle, and on round 112, I really thought they had no chance when I saw how high that the RBE was and just how many Bloons they were facing. And while some ceramics did get super close to the exit, the aces proved me wrong by actually managing to survive. And the next few rounds ended up being a good bit easier as well, allowing the Monkey Ace army to easily tear through them until we got to 116, where again I questioned their ability and was promptly proven wrong once again. However, round 117 was different, as it sent us basically endless ZOMGs at the start, which ended up being more than enough for the ace to get overwhelmed by ceramics this time. And then on the second try, we got another tough round, but our aces did survive a huge leak at first, however, they could not end up getting through the round in the end. And their third try was more of the same, with the ace getting overran by even more ceramics this time, which marks an ultimate improvement of 6 rounds. But luckily for the ace, it looks a whole lot better after getting to go right after the Buccaneer. And the Super Monkey is also going to be really interesting to see, because it was absolutely broken as a tier 1, but part of the reason for that is the fact that the laser vision upgrade actually counts as 2 projectiles in this game, along with it increasing the pierce of the Super Monkey from 1 to 2. so the upgrade effectively 4 times the damage per second of an already strong tower. However, as someone pointed out in my comments, the plasma vision actually only counts as 1 projectile, so is there any chance this tower actually does worse as a tier 2? Well, probably not, considering the right path will significantly increase its already huge range, and the plasma still does have 1 extra pierce along with a higher rate of fire, so with that in mind, let's see what this army of super monkeys can do. Of course, they had no issue with absolutely obliterating the early rounds of free play, and I mean honestly, the early rounds for this tower are the same rounds where other tier 2s would already be failing. But I can honestly say, the plasma really is worse than the laser vision upgrade. You see, the super monkeys were tearing through some really difficult rounds, but keep in mind, a full map of 1-1 super monkeys already got to round 146, and sure enough, the plasma vision only got them 1 single round further as they got totally overwhelmed by an insane amount of balloons on round 147. And while their second try had 500,000 less RBE on that round, once the super monkeys had beaten it, they had to face another 1.5 million RBE on round 148, which promptly took them out once again. And on the third try, I really thought they had a chance of progressing at least 1 more round, as the balloons were a good bit easier, and the super monkeys did get closer, but ultimately ended up getting overran here as well. So that means they only improved by 2 rounds as a tier 2 tower, tying it with the Buccaneer for the worst improvement of this whole video so far. And in this case, it's especially terrible considering how expensive the plasma vision upgrade is. I mean seriously, if you're ever going for a sun god, just get a 1-2 super monkey and don't bother even touching the plasma vision upgrade in between. Now at this point in the game, I didn't realize I was about to be biting off a whole lot more than I was ready to chew. And I know that sounds weird, but let me explain. You see, when I was upgrading our wizard army from tier 1 to 2, I had already just spent 5 hours dealing with the spike factory, which I'll explain when I get to that tower. But because of that setback, it was already midnight at this point, and I was really looking forward to finally moving, well, forward. I figured that the wizard would make some progress with its tier 2 upgrades, as it is getting a lightning bolt attack from its left path, although the right path just gives it camera detection, and beyond that, this tower already made an insane amount of progress from tier 0 to 1, so I figured it probably wouldn't be jumping all that much further. But what I didn't anticipate is that after easily tearing through the early free play rounds, just like any other solid tower, our wizard army was going to begin crashing the game. In fact, it happened for the first time on round 101, so I started the game back up, hoping that was a fluke, but sure enough, it crashed again on just round 109. And normally I wouldn't be so impatient, but with how late it was getting, and the fact that I really wanted to get this video out by the next day for you guys, I figured it made sense to skip to round 130, given that the tier 1s had gotten to round 134 on their own. But then the game started crashing every 2 rounds, first on 131, and then again on 133. So I figured I should finally update my graphics driver, and I know I might sound dumb for not doing that sooner, but the thing is, it's needed to be upgraded for a couple days, and the spike factory, despite running so slowly, never crashed once. But 30 minutes and 1 graphics driver later, I finally loaded back into the game, just for it to crash around 135 this time regardless. So yeah, all I can guess is that having the lightning upgrade on every wizard is what causes the game to crash, and if you have any ideas, please let me know in the comments, but I'm honestly just going to come back to the wizard later at this point. And thankfully, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that both the village and farm, even with their tier 2 upgrades, cannot attack the balloons whatsoever, meaning that they would both fail to just round 27 if I use fast track mode to skip the first 25 rounds. Now I remember the mortar being a laggy tower, so I'm really hoping that it won't also crash the game, because honestly, now it's already 1:30 AM. But the mortar's upgrade on the left path does give the tower a larger blast radius, which definitely could make a decent impact, especially considering this tower has a ton of pierce, but the upgrade on the right just sets regular balloons on fire, which could help to clean up the ceramics, but without it being able to affect Moab class balloons, I really don't expect a ton from that. So let's see what our tier 2 mortars can do. Now honestly, I can say for the first time that they weren't really destroying the early free play rounds. I mean, the mortars were surviving, but any ZOMGs that came out looked really difficult to beat. And beyond that, they actually lost to just round 94 for the first time, when the mortars had to face a few large groups of them. And this is pretty crazy considering that the tier 1 mortars had actually gotten to round 95 themselves. And on their second try, they once again got overwhelmed by just round 94. So I honestly thought this tower might do the funniest thing ever and actually perform worse as a tier 2, but alas, on their third try, they did get through round 94 when it was easier, and beyond that, despite what I was expecting, the mortars ended up surviving round 95 as well. But ultimately, as soon as things got a bit more difficult on round 96 again, they got overwhelmed once more, which means that the mortar only managed to improve by a single round. But I would be lying if I said I wasn't expecting a whole lot more from the Dartling Gunner, because not only did this tower do quite well as a tier 1, but its left path upgrade is giving a nice boost to the Dartling Gunner's already high rate of fire as well. Although to be fair, just like with many towers prior to this one, the right path simply allows it to pop lead balloons. But still, I think we could see a pretty solid improvement from the tier 2 Dartling Gunners overall here. And I don't know why, but it's pretty funny to me watching them follow my mouse as I upgrade each tower. Hopefully that's like not just me, but anyways, let's see what the Dartling Gunners can pull off. And just like when they were a tier 1, I'm starting off by pointing them all up to the upper left corner, and I'll just let them get as far as possible, probably while laying down at this point, before I start taking over the control myself. You might also remember that ultimately, pointing them up to this area is by far the best thing you can do with the Dartling Gunner anyways, as they shoot across the entire map and get to use their whole pierce, while also having all the darts converge in this area where Bloons spend the most time as well. And of course, our Dartling Gunner army had no issue getting past the round 100 mark, where it continued pushing forward quite easily. In fact, as we approached the point where they had failed as tier 1 towers, the ZOMGs still weren't surviving all that long. But it didn't take very long for things to start changing, as the Bloons continued getting stronger and faster, and very soon, the Dartling Gunners lost without my control to round 125. And when I took over, I did my best to focus on destroying the Bloons in front, while also damaging the ZOMGs behind them, which was allowing me to actually survive the next several rounds. But on 129, I actually bled some lives from messing up a bit, before ultimately getting overran by the Moabs on round 131. And with my second attempt, I felt like I was actually playing pretty well, but the insane amount of Bloons that the game threw at us was simply too much to handle. However, our third attempt would see round 131 be a good bit easier, along with a few of the following rounds as well, before something quite annoying happened. I sped up the game for literally 1 second on round 134, and wouldn't you know it, right then, a few ceramics shot out the exit. Of course, I couldn't count that as their third attempt, so I tried once more. However, this time, round 134 was simply too difficult to keep up with, which means that the Dartling Gunner will have to settle for a very solid 17 round improvement, along with our tack shooter and ninja monkey from earlier. Now you'll probably remember this from the last video, but the Spike Factory is a pretty weird tower. However, the tier 2 upgrades are quite straightforward. Unfortunately, the left path simply allows their spike piles to pop lead balloons, but the right path will further increase the rate at which it can produce those spikes. Now I wish the game would give you a specific number as to how much it increases that rate by, but I'm honestly not expecting this tower to have a huge jump compared to when it was a tier 1. And before we can find out, first we have to deal with, well, this. An incredible amount of lag due to the amount of spikes that are constantly on the track once a round has been going on long enough. And I made a pretty big mistake as well. You see, I figured I would take a walk while this tower was going, knowing it was going to take forever, but I totally forgot about the fact that on round 50, this little window pops up. So for like an hour and a half, the game sat like this, which was a real shame because when I finally did get back and fix things, it ended up taking an incredible amount of time for the Spike Factory to progress through free play. In fact, this is not an exaggeration at all. They literally took 2 hours just to go from round 86 up to 105. And this is exactly how I ended up starting on the wizard at midnight. And it always feels worse when your own silly mistake is what cost you. Like, at least when the game was crashing with the wizard, that was kind of inevitable and I didn't feel so bad about it, but this was just ridiculous. And if you're still watching the video without dropping a like and sub, I mean seriously, I don't know what else I can do to earn it. But by the time this tower finally failed for the first time on round 113, it had now been nearly 3 hours, and needless to say, I was honestly preying on its downfall at this point. And I didn't even notice this until looking at the footage, but apparently their second and third try took another half an hour on their own. Absolutely ridiculous. And this is especially funny because on their second try, round 113 looked quite difficult as the game sent out a bunch of ZOMGs our way, and sure enough, the Spike Factories were not able to survive here. But on their third attempt, despite my best wishes, the Spike Factories did manage to push through on round 113 before getting really lucky with a lower RB on 114, but finally, they lost around 115 on their third and final attempt, marking a 9-round improvement. And normally I would consider that decent, but honestly, after what this tower has put me through, I'm genuinely grateful that it didn't improve any further. But this next tower is one that I've been looking forward to a lot more, as the helicopter doesn't actually gain any sort of boost to its attack or range or anything like that, but instead, the left path tier 2 upgrade unlocks pursuit mode targeting. while the right path simply allows them to pop camo balloons. So this will be a really interesting chance to see if pursuit mode itself is actually better or worse than having a person control the helicopters with their mouse. But getting them all switched over was easier said than done, with the helicopters constantly following my every move and blocking me from seeing exactly which tower I was clicking on. But pretty soon, I had them all switched over, so let's see just how the tier 2 helicopters perform. Of course, the early rounds of free play were going down with absolutely no issues, which is to be expected given that the tier 1 helicopters had gotten all the way up to round 116 when I was in control of them. And as we surpassed round 100, the helis were still doing a good job of keeping all the balloons contained to the upper left corner of the map. But naturally, as we pushed our way closer and closer to where they had failed before, the AI that controls pursuit began to struggle, not always knowing when to go for the ceramics that were about to leak versus the larger balloons behind them. This actually led to it leaking a couple balloons on round 108, but thankfully, the helis had a nice save before totally losing. However, it was clear that they weren't going to be getting all that much further, and sure enough, the helicopter ended up failing for the first time on just round 111, where they could have easily stopped the ceramics from escaping. Now on their second try, the helicopter seemed to play better, and were able to get through round 111 this time, along with 112 as well. However, when they got up to round 113, the ceramics ended up overwhelming the heli's firepower, which I think was a more respectable way for them to lose at least. And on the third attempt, once again the helicopters were able to get through 2 more rounds, however 115 had them facing just under 1.5 million RBE, and honestly I wasn't expecting them to beat it, but again the way that they lost was just so embarrassing. And this means that pursuit mode actually made the helicopter get 1 round lower as a tier 2, although I'm going to count it as a 0 round improvement since I could have easily still controlled them myself and this wouldn't have happened. And it feels good to say that we're really in the home stretch now. But with the engineer, I'm honestly not sure if we should expect to see it improve much, because the left path upgrade, which is supposed to allow it to produce more sentries, actually gets overridden by the fact that their specialist building gives them super sentries, so they actually will not be producing any more sentries as a tier 2 than they did as a tier 1. Now the right path upgrade does make the engineer's range substantially larger, but as we've seen with some previous towers, a range upgrade alone isn't enough to necessarily make the difference. But in any case, I am definitely curious to see what ends up happening here. Although, seeing it might be wishful thinking, because with all the sentries that our engineers are producing, I really can't tell all that much of what is actually going on the map. But it is pretty clear that as we pass round 100, the engineers still really aren't breaking a sweat. Of course, I had expected this though, with them actually being the 3rd best performing tier 1 tower during our last video. And naturally, as we continued pushing deeper into free play, the Bloons still were struggling to make any real progress. But in this game, no matter how much defense you have, the Bloons will eventually win. And sure enough, on round 127, the engineers just barely lost to this cluster of them. And the interesting thing is that round 127 is exactly how far this tower got as a tier 1 as well. But at least on their second try, the tier 2 NGs were able to push a little further. And on round 130, they really did fight their hearts out to fend off all the ceramics that kept on trying to escape, but in the end, the Bloons were simply too much to handle. And I thought on our final attempt, the exact same thing was about to happen, but this time around, the engineers actually clutched up and only lost about 100 lives. And this ended up being the difference maker that allowed them to actually beat 130 now. But when I saw how high the RBE was on 131, I thought surely this is it, until I was proven wrong, as the engineers managed to fight their way through it. I also found a couple engineers that hadn't been upgraded from tier 1 to 2, so I took care of those while round 132 was playing out, but ultimately, our defense ended up getting overran here, which means the engineer improved by just 5 rounds. Once again proving that range upgrades on their own really aren't all that valuable. Unless we're talking about the submarine, of course. You see, its left path upgrade is a bit more than just some extra range, as advanced intel actually allows the submarine to attack balloons that are within the range of any tower on the map. And when you're talking about an entire map filled with towers, that's the same as every submarine having global range. But somehow, that might not even be the best of it, as the right path upgrade allows the sub's main projectile to split into 3 darts, which then gets turned into 4 because of its specialist building. Now keep in mind that the tier 1 submarine had only gotten to round 94 as well, so I can only really begin to imagine how big this improvement is actually going to be. But as you can see, this tower is similar to the Buccaneer, not just because they both have to be placed on water, but also in the sheer amount of lag that all their projectiles create. And the submarine might even be worse because every single tower is constantly firing no matter what. but it's definitely worth dealing with, as the submarines easily cruised past the round 100 mark, which I normally say is to be expected, but like I mentioned a second ago, the tier 1 sub only got to round 94 in the first place. So, as the tier 2s kept on pushing further and further, every additional round they get is really just gravy at this point. And I just gotta say, what a crazy ride this has been so far. Starting with the 0-0 towers back in December, and it really means so much to me that there are so many people out there who have followed the journey with me. Now ultimately, the submarine army got up to around 124 on their first try, where the RBE had an astounding 1.74 million, and the Bloons simply crushed our defense. But this was a bit of a fluke, which was proven by the fact that the subs then went on to improve by a full 5 rounds with their second attempt, and when they did lose to 129, it was a little bit closer at least. And on their third attempt, the submarines fought really vigilantly, doing their best to survive the onslaught that the game was throwing at us on round 131. However, the Bloons ultimately ended up prevailing and pushing through to the exit. But this marks an incredible 37 round improvement, which only the Ice Monkey can beat on a technicality. Oh, and as far as the balloon chipper goes, this tower's tier 2 upgrades finally allow it to attack lead balloons for the first time. However, they still cannot affect Moabs. So this tower would have failed the same way that the glue gunner did on round 46, but the difference is, it only gets a 9 round improvement. Now, I bet you thought I forgot about these guys, and honestly, I wish that I had. But we're just gonna pick up where we left off with the Wizard Monkey before, and if the game is still crashing every 2 rounds, I guess that's just something I'll have to live with. Now at first, I did have a bit of hope when it seemed like that things were actually going alright, but then the Wizard quickly proceeded to crash to just round 138, and I honestly wonder if it was getting close to losing there as well. And wouldn't you know it, without fail, they crashed again exactly 2 rounds later, and then of course, exactly 2 rounds after that. But I can definitely tell that the Wizard is getting close to losing now, at least for sure. Although it was very concerning to me when our next attempt saw the game crashing after just 1 round this time, because like, if we got much further, the game would literally crash before the Wizards could even get through a single round. So I was pretty thankful when they actually ended up getting overran by the Moabs on round 143 once I had tried again. And I'm sorry, but this tower is not getting 3 attempts, cause like, it already cheated by crashing the game and getting extra attempts that way. And here are the final results. The number in parentheses is how much the tower improved from its tier 1 to 2. And as you can see, our Super Monkey did so well in the last video that despite only improving 2 rounds here, it's still at the top. Although the Wizard got quite close, and this time we have a few other towers that snuck their way past the round 130 mark as well. And our award for the most improved tower has to be shared by the Ice Monkey and the Submarine, I'd say, with the Helicopter being the only tower that can technically perform worse by using a more upgraded version of it. And if you enjoyed this video, you might also want to know which towers can beat Mastery and Poppable all by themselves as well. It's hard to believe that we are now on the 4th installment of the full map series, starting with 0-0 towers all the way back in December, and today I have for you a full map of each tier 3 tower in BTD5. And let me just say now, this is where things really start to get pretty insane. Now as always, we have the Dart Monkey up first, but now that we're working with 3rd tier upgrades, we'll have to test the left path first, and then do the same with the right path. And in this case, I'm actually curious if the Spike-A-Pult will even get any further than the tier 2 Dart Monkeys did. With it firing a lot more slowly, all the extra pierce their projectile gets is really going to have to make up for that if they actually want to have a chance. And because I was pretty unsure about how far they'd actually make it, I decided not to skip to round 100. Also, I just wanted to point out how funny they all look while they're firing at the balloons together here. But then, I made the mistake of thinking that I didn't need this MIB village, as the Spike-A-Pults actually cannot pop lead balloons. And thus, after losing to round 59, I ran it back with the MIB present until we wouldn't need it anymore, which allowed these Dart Monkeys to get much further. In fact, as you'd probably imagine, everything before true free play, which begins on round 86 in this game, went by without a hitch. And soon after, I did get rid of that MIB village for good, as there are no lead balloons this far into the game. But of course, what you do have a ton of are Moab class balloons that get stronger and faster every round, and once again, I'm not very sure at how good the Spike-A-Pults will be at actually dealing damage to all of them. But we did get past round 100 pretty easily at least, and I honestly forgot just how long each round takes when you're playing on express shipping. But eventually we did make it up to round 110, where they ultimately lost for the first time. And if you're new to this series, I give every tower that makes it into true free play 3 tries to get as far as possible, since the rounds are randomized at this point, and on their second attempt, we were able to get through 110 before ultimately succumbing to 112 this time. And then on the third try, the Spike Up Bolts actually had a crazy clutch where they just barely survived with 11 lives remaining before then being defeated on round 113, marking a very modest 1 round improvement from the tier 2 Dart Monkeys. But I am expecting a lot more from the triple dart upgrade, as it should literally triple their overall damage per second, and beyond that, since the Dart Monkey Specialist building gives them explosive darts, I really can get rid of the MIB village immediately. And when it comes to their popping power, I definitely wasn't wrong to expect more out of this upgrade than the tier 3 we got from the left path, as the triple dart monkeys easily tore through around 110 without much trouble at all. And they kept on going from there, breaking through 120 and almost making it to 125 before getting overwhelmed just 1 round before. However, this was only their first try of course, and with the second, the triple dart monkeys got up to round 127, where they also lost on their final attempt as well. And this marks a far more impressive 15 round improvement from their tier 2 counterpart. And another upgrade that I'm expecting quite a lot from is the tax barrier that we get on the left path of our tax shooters here, as this is actually pretty well known as a cheap way to shred through Moab class balloons, and the tier 2 tax shooters already got up to round 124 as well. And with that in mind, I am going to be skipping to round 100 this time to get us started here as well, and I'll also take a moment with each tower to show what it's gaining from its specialist building being enabled, along with having the tier 3 upgrades on screen as well, just like I have for the last 15 seconds or so. And it really is a good thing that these free play rounds don't have camo or lead balloons, considering the tax shooter would be losing to both of those. Now if you're wondering why I gave the towers an MIB village before, when I first did the 0-0 video, every single tower, besides the Monkey Buccaneer, would have literally failed to round 59 with the camo lead balloons because none of them have a way to pop both those balloon types without any upgrades on them, and I just didn't think that'd be a very interesting video. But with that being said, the tax barrier really did make a solid difference for our tax shooters, allowing them to surpass round 130 for the first time. Things got pretty interesting when the balloons made a big push to the exit on round 134, resulting in just 8 lives being lost. But then, 136 would prove to be too strong, overwhelming the tax barriers for the first time. And on their second try, the tax shooters couldn't get any luckier with the balloons being sent their way, as 136 would take them out once again. However, the third try would be a little different, as they first defeated 136, and then the tax shooters really clutched up here on round 137, which allowed them to push onwards and not lose until reaching round 139. This marks a 15 round improvement compared to the tier 2 tax shooters. And now it's time to see what the blade shooter upgrade that we get from the right path is going to be capable of as well. Now, while the tax barrier doubled the amount of projectiles that our tax shooter fires, the blade shooter fires more quickly and doubles the pierce of their projectile from 1 to 2, if I'm not mistaken. They should also have a larger hitbox and therefore miss the balloons less often as well, and thus, this is one of the tests that I'm personally interested in, because I've always assumed that the tax barrier is better overall, but now I can finally get to see it in action. And, as you can tell, getting past round 120 still wasn't difficult for our blade shooters at all. But, just like with the tax sprayers, we did have a moment where the balloons made a big push, and this time only took out 2 lives from us total. But unfortunately, it would be just 1 round after that happened, on 128, that we'd actually lose for the first time. But then, things got pretty crazy, as our second try netted us an extra 4 rounds for the blade shooter army, while our third try did the same, bumping us all the way up to round 136, giving them a total improvement of 12 rounds over the tier 2 tax shooters themselves, and thus settling the debate finally, although I have to say, both these towers did extremely well considering how cheap that they are. Also, that was like literally the closest loss I've ever seen for a tower in this entire series, I think. Now, the Sniper Monkey is always an interesting tower in these challenges, and with their specialist building enabled, the 3rd tier upgrade on the left path allows them to do a total of 19 damage per shot. And of course, this tower has global range as well, so as soon as we get started here, they can all work together to instantly destroy each balloon that gets hit. Of course, people always point out during these videos that leaving the snipers all targeted to first is a mistake, and I did try to change the targeting during the tier 2 video, but unfortunately, it actually didn't help us there. But I will try to do the same thing today, with the plan being that once these snipers have failed 3 times with all their targeting on first, I then will change half of their targeting to close in order to allow us to deal damage to more of the balloons at once. But with that said, our sniper army was already doing a good job of tearing through these rounds, allowing them to hit the 130 mark before ultimately getting overwhelmed by balloons just one round after that. Then on their second try, the snipers got exactly one round further, which is also what happened on their third as well, ultimately bringing them up to round 133. But now it's time to see, if I set about half of our snipers to close, while following a grid-like pattern, will this be enough to get us further? And the reason for leaving so many of the snipers still targeted to first as well, is simply because we'll get overwhelmed by ceramics most likely otherwise. But as much as I'd wanted this to actually work, we unfortunately still lost on round 133, marking a 15 round improvement compared to the tier 2, which is a number I feel like I've been saying a lot so far. And now it's time to see whether the deadly precision or the semi-automatic upgrade is actually better, and my money is on the latter, given that it allows the sniper to attack 3 times faster than normal, while deadly precision doesn't give it a 3 times extra damage per shot. And I just gotta say, if you've been enjoying the video so far, it's taken me around 6 real life hours just to get this far in, which doesn't include the time to edit, nor the time to write the script either, so dropping a like and sub seriously does go a long way to helping it reach more people in the algorithm. And I know that some of the snipers are tier 4 as well, but I promise you that doesn't make any difference. Literally all it does is give you that supply crate. It doesn't make them any stronger in any way like some tier 4 upgrades do, so that's the only reason why I didn't worry about it. And with that being said, the semi-automatic snipers were also doing a good job here, eventually reaching the round 130 mark for themselves, and sure enough, this isn't where they would end up failing either, eventually getting up to round 135, before ultimately losing for the first time, which I'll admit is a bit less of an improvement than I'd been hoping for. And on the second try, our semi-auto army would actually lose to the same round once again, before pushing to 136 on their third try, where the snipers were so close to surviving before just barely getting overran at the end of it. So I did the same thing again with their targeting, and wouldn't you know it, this actually seemed to be working for us, well, at least for a single round, where the RBE was now 400,000 lower than it had been on their last attempt. And sure enough, just one round later, the snipers would lose again, despite me trying the different targeting option. And this gives the semi-automatic an improvement of 19 rounds over the tier 2 snipers. And when it comes to the boomerang, I'm really not sure what to expect. I tend to not use this tower very often in the first place, and when I do, it's always the other third tier upgrade as opposed to the glaive ricochet that I'm buying on them all currently. But I am very curious about what they can pull off though, as I've heard before that the second boomerang that you get from their specialist building being enabled is actually weaker than the first, with the exception of this upgrade. So, just how far can a full map of glaive ricochet boomers actually get? Well, it certainly didn't take long for them to surpass the tier 2 boomerangs, as those had failed to just round 106. But what surprised me is just how powerful that the tier 3s were actually looking here. I honestly expected that the glaive ricochet upgrade simply wouldn't make that big of a difference, but to say this assumption was incorrect would honestly be an understatement. It wasn't very long before they joined our last 2 towers in surpassing round 130, and this far into the game, you can see that things also tend to get really laggy as well. I'm guessing this has to do with all the calculations that have to be done for each glaive as it ricochets between the balloons. But thankfully, this wasn't going to lead to us crashing, and instead, we actually continued pushing forward as this tower became our first tier 3 to surpass the round 140 mark. But I guess that wasn't impressive enough for them, as 150 would go on to fall as well, which is genuinely insane to me. I'm now really starting to think this upgrade might perform better than the other tier 3 boomerang, which I expected a lot from already. And sure enough, the glaive ricochet also surpassed round 160 as well, while only having lost 4 lives total. And what I found extra amazing is how on round 162, they only lost another 104 lives, and again at the end of 163, just 5 lives this time. So this upgrade also has an amazing ability to clutch up as well, and I can only imagine how well it would perform if we had like a million extra lives. And when it was all said and done, they continued pushing forwards all the way until we reached round 168, where we had just 166 lives remaining, all of which just barely got wiped out at the very end of the round. But unfortunately, on both their second and third try, The Glaive Ricochet was not able to defeat this round either, but that still marks an absolutely insane 62 round improvement compared to the tier 2 boomerangs. And when it comes to the Bionic Boomer, the game says that it attacks twice as fast, but I swear that has to be an understatement when I watch a 2-2 and 2-3 attack together, which is why I was honestly expecting this to be the upgrade that surprised people first. And the last tower alone took 90 minutes despite me skipping to round 100, so I hope you can understand me skipping to 120 with this one. Which was definitely the right call, as sure enough, the Bionic Boomerang also tore through these rounds like nothing without causing the same kind of lag either. And pretty soon, they also broke past their round 140 mark, which really makes the tier 3 Boomerang a very strong leader overall so far. But sadly, this upgrade ended up failing for the first time right before they could get to the round 150 mark. But thankfully on our second attempt, the Bionic Boomerang pushed another 5 rounds, not failing until 154 this time, before ultimately getting 1 round further on their third. And this still marks a very impressive 49 round improvement over the tier 2 boomerangs. And I'm also expecting a decent amount from the double shot ninjas, given that, as their name would suggest, they'll now be able to fire 2 shurikens instead of just 1, which should effectively double the Ninja Monkey's overall damage per second. And considering that they already got up to round 125 as tier 2 towers, I really think that the ninjas should have a solid performance here. You might also notice these activated abilities that appear in the bottom left corner, and for those unaware, that's actually one of the perks that we get from their specialist building being enabled, as each ninja we have placed can now spawn a 0-0 clone of itself, which honestly won't be all that helpful at this point. Now, as I had been expecting, our army of double shot ninja monkeys started off doing pretty well. They were holding back the balloons quite easily as we surpassed the round 110 mark, but honestly, getting past that point started to look like more and more of a chore for these ninjas. By round 120, the balloons are already pushing quite far against them, and while I knew we wouldn't lose before beating the tier 2 ninja monkeys, I still had been expecting more out of this upgrade. Of course, round 125 did fall for them at least, and we were able to keep pushing for a bit after that, but ultimately, the double shot ninjas ended up losing for the first time on just round 130. And on the second attempt, while they did defeat that round, the ninjas then failed just 1 round later, which is where they would also fail in their third try as well. So now, I am going to do an attempt where I use all the shadow clones, which actually is working out here on round 131, but to be fair, that RBE is a good bit lower than it had been before, and sure enough, despite me slowing down the game and making sure to stay on top of activating all the shadow ninjas, we still lost to 132 regardless, marking a pretty disappointing 7 round improvement compared to the tier 2s. Now, when I was upgrading them all into flash bombs to test the other third tier path, I actually ran out of money despite giving myself 1 million cash already, so hopefully that means this upgrade is also going to be more powerful as well. The flash bombs definitely seem to be doing a good job of containing all the smaller balloons at least, and honestly overall, I'd say the ninja does look better here as well. And sure enough, they ended up pushing past round 130, albeit not that much further, but first, my laptop battery actually got low and ended up dying. However, somehow, OBS never stopped actually recording, so I was able to bring the game back up before we ultimately failed to round 136 for the first time. And on the second attempt, this is where the Ninja Monkey would fail as well. However, their third try saw them get a relatively easy RBE to deal with, allowing them to beat 136 before getting an even easier round 137, which of course they'd also conquer. Then I realized their specialist building was no longer enabled due to something I actually had to test, so I fixed that, and they also survived 138 before also surprising me by beating 139 as well. It wouldn't be until round 141 this time that they lost on their third attempt, so now it was time to try the shadow clones. And I can't say I was surprised when they made no difference at all. But at least that marks a 16 round improvement for the Flash Bomb Ninja Monkeys over their tier 2 counterpart. And from one bomb to the next, it's now time to see what the cluster bomb upgrade on our bomb tower will be capable of. And normally, this would be one of the very few towers that actually needs an MIB to survive even during free play, but thankfully, its specialist building does allow the tower to pop black balloons and zebra balloons without needing to rely on shrapnel, which of course, we lose when upgrading to the cluster bomb. I also really hate when I have to sell a tower after accidentally upgrading to tier 4, cause in certain cases like this one right here, it's painfully difficult to replace that tower afterwards. But I am definitely interested to see what this upgrade will actually be capable of. It could really go either way, but with the cluster bomb having such a huge hitbox that can damage so many balloons at once, I think it might end up doing better than you'd expect. You probably also know that this tower gets an activated ability of its own from the specialist building being enabled, which will briefly double the bomb tower's range. And of course, I'll try it out once we have failed, but that ended up taking a pretty long time, as the cluster bombs joined the club of towers that could surpass round 140, and they didn't stop there either, eventually making their way through round 150 before ultimately failing to round 154 for the first time. And on their second try, the cluster bombs got through this round, but they couldn't push any further, with them also failing to round 155 on their third attempt. So then it was time to try their activated ability, which did allow us to beat round 155 this time. However, the hope was short-lived, with us failing just one round after that. But 156 is still an improvement of 33 rounds over the tier 2 bomb tower. And I'm expecting even more from the other third tier bomb, given that its name is literally Moab Mauler. And with that in mind, I started us off on round 135 this time to save a bit of time, which was definitely the right call, as they were still easily tearing through the rounds ahead of them. And thus, it was no surprise when they beat round 150 before surpassing the cluster bombs as well, pushing us up to round 160, and finally dethroning the glaive ricochet boomerangs by surpassing their record as well. But you can see this was nearing the end of the Moab Maulers, and sure enough, they ended up losing for the first time to round 172. Our second attempt did allow the Maulers to push their way up to round 173, however this really became their true limit, as they not only failed there on their third attempt, but also the bomb towers couldn't beat 173 when I used their activated abilities either. But that still marks an improvement of 50 rounds compared to the tier 2 bombs. Now, the ice monkeys only just became relevant in the last video when they gained the ability to attack, and I'm definitely curious about their third tier upgrades as well. I'm sure the Arctic Wind's ability to slow down regular balloons within their range will definitely help against those, but also, with the fact that the range becomes so much larger, we should also survive a bit longer against the Moab class as well. But ultimately, this tower still only does 1 damage per attack, so we shouldn't expect anything too insane. And thus, I actually started it off on just round 86, where you can see the game is all nice and laggy for us now. Which of course, wasn't going away, but luckily for you all, I can just speed things up and you don't gotta worry about it. I will say though, I could barely even click on towers when I tried to check some pop counts on round 101, and by the time we pushed up to 107, it seriously looked like the game was about to crash. But thankfully, this isn't Bloons Monkey City, so we kept on pushing until they just barely ended up losing at the end of round 109, and no joke, it took 85 minutes to get here from round 86. Now, the Arctic Wind was able to beat round 109 when we tried the second time, but 110 would prove to be too difficult for it here, which remained true in the third attempt as well. This means an improvement of 6 rounds compared to the tier 2 ice monkeys. But surely the ice shard upgrade will allow them to do more, right? I mean, the shards can't attack Moab class balloons normally, but if there are regular balloons underneath them, they will attack those and deal massive damage to the blimps as well, which you can see happening with these Moabs getting shredded super fast. And I really thought this would be super effective in getting us way further with the ice, but somehow, I kid you not, this tower failed for the first time on just round 105. I actually don't understand this, and they couldn't get any further on their second or third attempts either, so I guess that marks an improvement of just 1 round, but they shouldn't feel too bad, because the glue gunner is guaranteed to make no progress from when it gained the ability to pop balloons as a tier 2, since they simply cannot do anything against Moab class balloons at all. As you can see here, both tier 3 glues will ignore the first Moab on round 46, and thus hard capping them to this round no matter how many that you get. And now we've switched over to Flooded Lane in order to test our first water-based tower, which is the Buccaneer. And I definitely think it could perform quite well here with the Destroyer upgrade, given that it makes the main fireball projectile fire extremely quickly now. Although I don't think it has any effect on the grape shot, which is probably what made the Buccaneers jump from round 88 up to 115 when they went from 0-0 to 1-1 towers in the first 2 videos. And for those wondering, I'm pretty certain that the new map that they added to BTD5 recently wouldn't be better for water-based towers, since some of the map is still taken up by land at the top, and I also don't think it's any longer than Flooded Lane either. Now, as you can see here, they really should start calling this tower the CPU Destroyer, given the amount of lag that it comes with, but at least we were getting through these rounds pretty well, and I honestly can't complain too much since this map does go more quickly than express shipping. I can only imagine how far the Buccaneers could get there if I knew how to modify the game and place them on land. But with that being said, they were still able to push past round 120, which is the furthest that this tower has ever made it, but honestly, I was a little bit disappointed when they failed for the first time on just round 126. I really thought that the destroyer would make a bigger difference, and the second try didn't get us any further either, but on the third, we were able to push our way up to round 128 for an 11 round improvement over the tier 2 bucks. And now I really don't think that turning our fireball into a bomb will make much difference, which definitely became evident as we pushed forward, and it's clear to me now that the grape shot definitely carries this tower super hard. And thus, they actually failed just one round after the tier 2s did for the first time, before increasing that to 2 rounds on their second try, which they couldn't improve with the third. And coming back to express shipping with the monkey ace, I'm definitely curious how the never miss targeting will affect things. Which I say because the monkey aces already get machine gunners from their specialist building, which have the ability to target balloons and also fire quite quickly. So I'm not sure how much difference that this upgrade can actually make for them. But with that said, they started off performing well, which I'd expect given that the tier 2 ace was able to make it up to round 117, but as we started to get closer to that mark with the never miss targeting, I definitely began to realize this upgrade really isn't going to be making much difference. On round 117 specifically, you can see that the balloons are already pushing quite far against our defenses, and while we did survive here, it would be just 2 rounds later that we failed for the first time. And I don't think this has actually happened yet either, but on both the second and the third try, the monkey ace literally made no progress past that point either, giving it the same 2 round improvement that the cannon ship had right before. But I think that the Operation Darkstorm is going to be a little different, and well, this definitely is. The game has now been reduced to a snail's pace with the sheer amount of projectiles that are constantly on screen. And while I thought that skipping to round 110 would be enough, in hindsight, I honestly regret not skipping even further, because I was underestimating just how insane that this upgrade was really going to be, not with just how laggy it made things, but how far that it would actually push the ace as well. Getting past round 120 was absolutely no problem for them, and things only continued from there. 130 also fell with no problem, and soon after, well, maybe not soon, but eventually, they got past round 140 as well. And ultimately, the ODS Monkey Ace was able to get all the way up to round 154 before finally failing for the first time. And unlike their tier 3 brethren, the ODS would then get another 6 rounds out of their second try, making them one of the few that have actually reached the 160 mark. However, the third try could not get them any further, but 43 rounds is quite the improvement over the tier 2 ace. And now we have a tower that I'm sure many of you have been waiting to see in its third tier, which is of course the Super Monkey. And for everyone who's still watching, I'd really like for you to try and guess what round you think the Sun Gods and Robo Monkeys will get to in the comments, or at the very least, which one you think will get further. But needless to say, this is going to be insane. And it's also kind of funny how the Sun God is the only tower that's not possible to accidentally upgrade into a 4th tier since the game gives you this warning first. And to get us started, I immediately skipped around 150 because I already know anything before that would simply be trivial. And sure enough, our Sun God army was easily ripping through everything without even letting the balloons make much progress. And considering how large that the range is on these towers, you know it's insane when a good portion of the map hasn't even had to engage in the battle yet, as we're already surpassing the bomb tower's record. And it wasn't too long after that before we were nearing round 200, although at this point, you can see a lot more Sun Gods are having to work, and the map gets completely filled with sunbeams as well, which it looks pretty cool, I really can't lie. And with them having infinite pierce, it was still going to be a long time before this tower would actually fail, so let's just take a second to appreciate this time lapse of the balloons slowly inching their way closer and closer to the exit. And I also want to give a huge thank you to everyone who's still watching the video. As you all know, a ton of time and effort really goes into making these possible, and it really does mean the world to me that we have a community who's invested in each project the same way that I am as well. And with that being said, after about 3 hours of intense gameplay, the Sun Gods would surpass the round 250 mark, but you can see that they truly were nearing their end now. And sure enough, round 254 would finally serve them their first loss, but our second try did net an extra 3 rounds before they push an extra round up to 258 with their third try, marking a 110 round improvement over the tier 2 Super Monkeys, which doesn't even feel right to say. And with that in mind, I started the Robo Monkeys on round 200 to save a bit of time, which might sound a little ambitious, however as you can see, they were still handling these rounds quite well. And the only reason I knew this would be fine is because I already did the Super Monkeys a month ago and accidentally deleted the footage. But it definitely surprised me at the time that the Robo Monkey could be somewhat competitive with the Sun Gods, and they have a much higher pierce than I initially realized. And thus, they wouldn't end up failing for the first time until round 232. And pretty similarly to the Sun God, our second try allowed them to get an extra 4 rounds before squeezing one more round out on their third. round 237 is still an improvement of 89 rounds over the regular plasma vision. And if you guys saw the last video, you'll probably know I'm not looking forward to the Wizard Monkey since its lightning upgrade crashes the game. But with the tornado that we're adding from its 3rd tier upgrade here, and the extra attack we get from its specialist building, our wizards are going to be firing 5 unique projectiles at once now, which I believe is the most of any tower in the game if you don't include the temple with its sacrifices. But I started us off on round 111, and it didn't take long until the game had already crashed here on round 115 for the first time. Then it happened again on round 118, and I won't make you guys sit and watch every crash, but something else very important happened as well, which is that the Tornado Wizard Monkeys ended up failing for the first time to just round 138, which doesn't make any sense given that the tier 2s made it 3 rounds further than that in the last video. And I'm pretty certain of what happened, but I wanted to give them their other 2 tries, with the first one netting us no progress at all. However, the 3rd try did allow the wizards to push up to round 140. And the reason that this happened is because during the tier 2 video, I had an MIB village in the center of our wizards, which I recently learned actually glitches out their fireball projectile and essentially doubles it. Well, the MIB doesn't, but the extra pierce you get from the Monkey Fort upgrade before it does, so naturally, I retested the tier 2 wizards once again, this time making sure not to have an MIB village, and of course it kept on crashing, but eventually, I found that they only got to round 133 this time on their first try, which they couldn't beat with their second either. And on the 3rd, they did push 1 round further, but the MIB village had clearly made a bit of a difference before. And now we know that the tornado upgrade doesn't make the wizard worse or something at least as well. But even without any glitches, I knew that the dragon's breath upgrade was going to be pretty insane here, so I started them off on round 136, and now we get the added bonus of tons of lag on top of the fact that the game is going to be crashing. But you can see just how easily they're tearing through the ZOMGs. So I skipped up to 157 to save some time, and even here the wizards really aren't struggling yet, so then I went up to 171, and this was definitely closer to their limit, so I let the game run from here. But it was definitely frustrating to have it running so slowly and still crashing on me now, especially as I got past round 180. In fact, something quite interesting happened here on round 181 when we literally ran out of lives and had the game crash at the exact same time, leading to this weird state where it couldn't actually show us the game over screen despite our life count being 0. And that definitely counts as their first attempt, with the Wizard Monkeys also losing to 181 on their second, but here you can see as I try to test them again, the Wizards could beat a single round, get pretty far into the second one, and then the game would crash. So it took a while, but eventually, they ultimately failed to round 184 with their 3rd try, marking an improvement of 50 rounds over what the tier 2 was able to accomplish today. And it's pretty funny how the village can do so much for other towers, but it certainly cannot help itself, as neither tier 3 village can attack the Bloons at all, meaning that the furthest they could get is round 27 if you use fast track mode to skip the first 25. And normally I would have also lumped the farm in with this part, but you guys have been wanting me to try the Healthy Bananas Premium upgrade, which allows you to earn 1 extra life per farm and upgrade, meaning that each tier 3 farm I can fit on the map would net us 6 extra lives per round. And express shipping actually isn't the best map for this, because ironically enough, I believe the map that allows you to fit the most farms in the game is literally Cash Money, with all this open space on both sides being perfect to line them up. And in total, I got down 46 if I counted them right, which should be 276 extra lives per round. And obviously what's going to happen is that for the first several rounds, we'll actually gain lives from this, but very quickly, the RP is going to start to catch up with us. At first though, we really were building up a decent life surplus, and I was surprised when the banana farms ended up getting all the way to around 40 with their Healthy Bananas Premium. Now getting back to the more serious stuff, we have the Mortar Monkey, which of course will now be able to target Bloons like a regular tower, thanks to its specialist building. And I know this tower hasn't been very strong in the past. Oh, that was some thunder there. So I started them off on round 91, and something I've always noticed about this tower is that it likes to create lag spikes occasionally when a bunch of smaller Bloons get destroyed at once. But also, it just takes forever to get through each round with this tower in general. And I also have to say, the Bloon Buster mortars were looking even weaker than I had originally expected, because the tier 2s were able to get to round 96 before, so I already knew we had an issue when these mortars had already failed on just round 93. The second try did allow them to reach 96, before ultimately failing to round 97 on their 3rd, which would certainly make a lot of sense if the tier 2 mortars were also being glitched out by the Monkey Fort village before. And here's the perfect way to test it. You see, the 2-3 mortar literally only gains the ability to remove camo from balloons, so it won't be any stronger and therefore will actually show us how the tier 2 mortar would have performed without a village last time as well. And yeah, sure enough, they ended up failing to just round 90, which could not be surpassed with their second or third tries either. But I am really excited to test out the tier 3 Dartling Gunners. Just like with the Mortar Monkey, this tower is going to have global range, but also, the Dartling Gunner of course has a super high rate of fire and is actually quite strong overall as well. And I'm also really curious to see whether the laser cannon or hydropods end up being able to perform better here. And I just gotta say, these laser cannons look absolutely insane when they're all firing together, and with such high pierce as well, they're super powerful, allowing us to absolutely obliterate the balloons round after round. But this is about the point in the video where I feel like I really start running out of things to say, cause like you can only repeat yourself about the round milestones and all that so many times before it really feels repetitive, which I'm sure is especially true for all you guys, considering that you're watching all of this footage condensed into a video that's probably around 40 minutes long. But yeah, I mean, the laser cannon Dartling Gunners were going absolutely insane even past the round 150 mark, which means they should be joining some pretty exclusive territory soon. I also gotta wonder, like, how many people have tried random things like this in BTD5, but they just never recorded it back when the game was still new. I'm sure someone else out there has had ideas like this before, but sorry, I'm rambling. However, we were able to get past round 170, with the laser cannons finally succumbing to round 173 for the first time. So I tried taking control of them, but still lost the same round, and honestly I think with such a high pierce, it's better to just keep this tower pointed at the upper left corner where balloons spend the most time overall. And on our second try, they got one round further, which had a really high RBE, and that remained true on the third as well, leaving us with round 174 for a 40 round improvement. So how do you think the Hydra rocket pods will stack up? Well, they certainly look different, but this explosive effect they produce actually looks really cool with so many rockets firing at once. And this tower was also doing extremely well, with it still looking quite comfortable as we approach round 170, and sure enough, they were able to ultimately surpass the laser cannons as well. But it was going to be pretty close, and the Hydra rocket pods lost around 183 on their first try. Then on their second, they were able to push another 2 rounds forward before barely clutching up here on round 186 during the final attempt, which allowed them to ultimately settle on round 187 for a really impressive 53 round improvement. And now we're going to go from one of the least laggy towers to easily the most, which is of course the Spike Factory here, although those ODS monkey aces were giving them a run for their money earlier. But hey, at least they do get an extra 50% damage to all spike piles and spiked balls from their specialist building. Wait, is that really a good thing if that'll just make it take even longer? Well, regardless, you can see just how quickly they fill up the map and immediately start lagging out the game, and once I skipped around 100, I knew that things were going to be looking like this for a long time. And of course, it took a while to progress, but on round 109, I tried to check the pop count of one of our spiked ball factories, and had to literally wait until round 110 began just for the game to finally react. Pretty soon I realized I should have skipped further than round 100 when I had the chance, but now we're at a point in which I don't want to risk going too far. So I simply waited it out until more than 3 hours since we had began, where they failed for the first time to round 132. And I guess the Spike Factories wanted to prove they're good at counting, as the second attempt got to 133 and the third up to 134, for a solid 19 round improvement over the tier 2s. And with the Moab Shredder spikes, I skipped around 116 knowing that they should be a good deal stronger, given that their name is literally Moab Shredder, and I have some 4th tiers mixed in, but I didn't bother worrying about those since they aren't any stronger without using the activated ability. And all in all, they got up to exactly around 150 before failing for the first time, which is also where they lost on the second, but our third attempt would see the biggest jump from a single try ever, getting all the way up to round 157. And it took over 7 hours just to get through this one tower, so I was certainly glad to move on. But that does mark a rather impressive improvement, which, dang, that was like a tongue twister to say, of 42 rounds. And now we have arguably the most broken tower in all of Bloons Tower Defense 5, but unfortunately that doesn't apply here. However, I am curious to see if the Razor Rotors can really make much of a difference for the helicopter, given that most of this tower's damage is generally coming from the 4 darts that they fire with every shot. I also had to be pretty careful to make sure I actually upgraded all of them, since the Razor Rotor doesn't really have a unique look compared to the tier 2 helicopters. And I gotta say, it's also pretty funny to watch the helicopters try to make their way towards the balloons during these early rounds when they don't have enough targets to focus on. but of course, that sorted itself out as soon as I skipped to round 100, and in my experience, pursuit mode is an effective way to get the helicopters pretty far, but once they lose, I will also try switching them over to follow mouse as well. But in the meantime, the helis were doing pretty well. However, it wouldn't be too long before the pursuit AI made a small mistake on round 114 and accidentally allowed ceramics to blast through the exit. And on the second try, the same thing actually happened. However, our third attempt would allow us to reach round 116, where the helicopters simply got overrun by Moabs that they couldn't have really done anything about. So then I switched them all over to follow mouse, but I'm not gonna lie, when I was trying to follow the balloons myself, I ended up doing the same thing that pursuit mode had by allowing a bunch of ceramics to pass through the exit. But I was also curious if putting all the helicopters in the upper left corner might actually allow them to get further, and sure enough, that did actually make it up to round 118, where I then lost again while trying to control the helicopters myself as well. And that marks an improvement of just 3 rounds over the tier 2s, but I wonder if the downdraft helicopters will be better since they should be able to keep ceramic balloons from reaching the exit. But this really makes no sense to me because somehow they actually did worse than the tier 1 and 2 helicopters had, failing on just round 106 with their first try, before making it to 108 on the second and third. And I also never noticed how the helicopters will keep trying to follow the balloons even after you've already lost, but I did move them into the upper left corner again, which allowed the downdraft helicopters to get up to round 109. And now I was sure the MIB village must have made the difference here, but when I tested it out, a full map of tier 2 helicopters placed in the upper left corner got to round 97 with no MIB village. And I used the bigger beacons premium upgrade in order to make it so that this MIB could cover basically every helicopter on the map, and still, we only got 1 round further, which, keep in mind, usually we do get a round further when I do a second try anyways, so basically none of the difference can be attributed to that village, and I'm really confused as to what happened now. But I'm sure the engineer is going to be a lot more straightforward, although upgrading it certainly isn't, because there are like a million sentry turrets in our way. And you'll notice they look different than normal as well, which is thanks to the engineer's specialist building turning them into red super sentries. And after some rummaging, I eventually found them all, but I know there's also going to be a good bit of lag from the cleansing foam upgrade that we're buying right now, so I started us off on round 116 in order to save some time, knowing that the tier 2s had already gotten pretty far. And at first, the engineers were tearing through things quite well, and honestly I can't even complain about this frame rate after some of the other towers I've had to deal with up to this point. And with that said, I was also pretty surprised when the cleansing foam engineers first failed to just round 132, which I say because that's actually how far the tier 2s had made it themselves. However, on their second try, the engineers did push their way up to round 136 before ultimately getting to 138 on their third, so I guess this upgrade ended up being less impactful than I had expected. And of course you know that would be a 6 round improvement because I just told you how far the tier 2s had got. But the sprockets could do more for us, given that they will make the sentries fire faster than before, which are honestly the main horsepower behind this tower. And beyond that, they also don't cause any extra lag either, which is definitely nice, and sure enough, it wasn't too long before they pushed their way past round 130, and soon after that, the sprocket engineers had surpassed the cleansing foam as well, ultimately reaching round 143 on their first try. And they weren't done here, as the engineers then pushed that up to round 148, however they couldn't get further with their third try, but that's an improvement of 16 rounds for them at least. Now of course the balloon chipper is limited in the same way as our glue gunner was, with neither of its tier 3 upgrades being able to attack the Moab class balloons, meaning it would also lose to round 46. Although the 4th tier is going to be super interesting to watch in the next video. And that finally brings us to the monkey sub, which has a left path upgrade that actually allows the tower to submerge itself. Only problem is that it doesn't actually do any damage in that mode, and when not submerged, it acts exactly the same as the tier 2 sub, so I'm skipping over that to the right path upgrade with the ballistic missile. And their airburst darts will be splitting into 4 instead of just 3, thanks to the submarine specialist building, so with the addition of another projectile, I definitely think they can get quite far. However, that also means more lag than ever as well, with the submarine's advanced intel upgrade that you get at tier 2, allowing all of them to fire at once. But of course, I was plenty used to it at this point, so I just sat back and let the submarines do their thing, which was going quite well for a while. But honestly, I was kind of surprised when they lost to round 137 for the first time, given that the tier 2s had made it to round 131. I guess I thought the missile would make a bigger difference. I also just noticed how the lag gets way better whenever the balloons are making a bigger push and destroying a lot of the projectiles more quickly. And with that said, they ended up getting to round 138 on their second try before just barely breaking the 140 mark on their third, for an overall improvement of 9 rounds compared to the tier 2. And here's the final leaderboard for you guys. I figured what I would do is first show how the left path upgrades did, and of course the Super Monkey was far and away first place, but we also had some really good competition below that, with the Dartling Gunner getting just past the Boomerang, and then the Bomb Tower was a pretty clear fourth, but then also it gets really close after that. And you guys can take a second to check out the leaderboard if you want, but I'm going to take a few seconds to leave it on screen, and then I'm going to go over to the right side here, where you can see again, the Super Monkey was far and away the best tower, with the Dartling Gunner also taking second place. But this time, we actually had the Wizard in third, thanks to the really strong performance from the Dragon's Breath. The Bomb was in fourth place now, also doing really well, and the Ace actually managed to sneak its way into fifth with that super laggy ODS performance. But again, if you want to take a second to pause and check out all the results, I really appreciate all you guys watching. Thank you so much for being part of this journey, and here's another video that YouTube thinks you might like as well. Today we're going to find out just how far every special agent can go in BTD5, which are actually exclusive to this game, so it really should be interesting. And in order to do this, we're going to be playing on the longest map in the game, Express Shipping, along with choosing Easy Mode. It's important to note, I also have the Pro version of every special agent unlocked, which gives each of them an additional buff. However, even as a Pro, the Banana Farmer actually cannot deal damage to the balloons at all. Instead, it gains the ability to drop banana peels that send the balloons backwards, which doesn't even work until it's actually collected at least one bunch of bananas. So, our real first special agent is going to be the Ninja Kiwi. Like, literally, the Ninja Kiwi logo is actually a deployable special agent in this game. Now, actually filling the map with special agents is going to be quite a pain, because there is no hotkey to select them, so you have to bring your mouse down to the agent you want, and then of course, you're trying to place them precisely, so you have to completely realign your cursor to place the agent in just the right spot. All in all, it took me over 30 minutes to fill the entire map with Ninja Kiwis, so hopefully I've earned a like and sub for placing them all down without any mods to help make it easier. Now I just want to make sure I point this out. I will be placing one MIB village with enhanced range in the center of the map for every special agent, so none of them fail super early to camo or lead balloons. In all fairness, the Ninja Kiwi gets the ability to pop leads along with faster attacks as a Pro version, but I'm giving the MIB to every agent because the village also gives extra pierce, so I don't want certain agents like this one to be unfairly nerfed by not getting an MIB village. Now of course, you wouldn't expect the early balloons to be any sort of issue for an entire map filled with special agents, and you'd be right. In fact, I actually forgot about this, but the Ninja Kiwis can even send balloons backwards with their kicks. So the first ceramics on round 40 and 43 got trapped by the entrance and were easily destroyed. Of course, Moab class balloons are not affected by this, and the first one is about to come now, and I mean, they didn't do terribly against it, but honestly I was hoping it would get destroyed a lot faster. But to be fair, I guess I should have considered the fact that each Ninja Kiwi is only doing 1 damage with its attack, so I mean this is sort of just like a better version of a 0-0 tower. With that said, they did take out the round 60 BFB without any problems, and round 63, which is normally a good challenge with its 3 waves of densely packed ceramic balloons, ended up just getting trapped at the entrance instead, giving the Ninja Kiwis all the time they need to shred every balloon. It's also pretty fun to watch them actually destroying Moabs and BFBs, as all the resulting ceramics just get blasted back to the entrance by all the knockback kicks they're taking. But I am really wondering how this agent is going to do against the first ZOMG on round 85. Since they're only dealing 1 damage per attack, it's going to take tons of hits just to break the outer layer. However, the ZOMG is so big and slow, getting those hits isn't really too difficult, and now that the Ninja Kiwis have defeated it, we are officially entering the point where true free play begins, which means that each round from here on out will now have a random RBE, although it does start pretty low on round 86, and this RBE is comprised entirely of ceramics, Moabs, BFBs, and ZOMGs, which also come at you randomly. So I'll be giving each agent 3 strikes before it's officially out, that way at least RNG will play less of a factor. The Ninja Kiwi actually did a really good job at handling the early free play rounds though, and I think it's because despite only doing 1 damage to each balloon it hits, their attacks can pierce through many balloons at once. The Ninja Kiwis are able to hit a bunch of them at the same time. It also doesn't hurt that ceramics aren't getting any chance to escape either, and pretty soon, they had surpassed the round 100 mark. However, the RBE is ramping up quite a good bit at this point, which allows multiple waves of ZOMGs to be spawned in addition to a ton of BFBs. It's important to note that the balloons are also gaining speed and health every round past 85 as well, and on 111, the Ninja Kiwi failed for the first time. But at least they have 2 more tries to get a little bit further. Well, at least that's what I thought, until they actually failed 2 more times to the very same round. So I guess this is where the Ninja Kiwi Special Agent is officially out. Up next we have the Ratadactyl, which I think I'm saying right because it's supposed to be like a pterodactyl, but this is how it's spelled in comparison. So I don't think you'd pronounce it like Raridactyl because when they have made the first A and E, well, regardless though, this agent has a really interesting mechanic where each round, one of the eggs in its nest will hatch a bird, or, well, I guess a ratadactyl, that can pop a large amount of balloons before having to return to the nest. I couldn't find what the exact number of balloons is on the wiki, but I do know the pro version allows them to pop a lot more than normal, so that should definitely help them get further. But for some reason, I thought this agent was way bigger than it actually is, so I'm gonna have to buy a lot more of them than I initially realized. Now you might also notice, each nest is emitting these musical notes from a boombox, which is a bit annoying because all the particles get in my way, but more importantly, I'm worried this is going to potentially contribute to lag, especially with all the ratadactyls flying around as well. Now on round 1, they actually have to leak the first balloons because an egg cannot hatch from each nest until they've gone through a whole round. However, once the ratadactyls started spawning, it looks absolutely ridiculous. And honestly, super trippy, almost like one of those optical illusion videos you'd see on YouTube back in 2010. But yeah, I mean, there isn't much to see here gameplay wise, because all the ratadactyls are kind of in the way, but for the early game, it's going to destroy every balloon before they can make any progress, which means almost none of the ratadactyls are getting sent back to their nest yet. Now I was actually kind of worried that they might not be able to attack Moab class balloons, but thankfully, this is not the case, and it wasn't long before the first BFB was also taken down, just like the first Moab, without really even getting to make any progress whatsoever. Which also happened to the round 63 ceramics. In fact, not even the ZOMG was enough to really send many of the ratadactyls back to their nest, so I'm really wondering what they'll actually be able to do in free play. And at first, they were keeping all the balloons really far back because every nest had the maximum of 5 ratadactyls spawned. However, as the balloons chipped away at them, only 1 new ratadactyl was going to spawn on the next round, so basically, it was a matter of the balloons just carving their way down the track bit by bit until round 117, where they finally broke through for the first time. Thankfully though, the ratadactyl was able to actually survive round 117 on its second try, as it had a low enough RBE for the newly spawned ones to take care of everything. Since there are some ratadactyls left at the end of the track as well, I thought maybe we could survive another round, but 118 took them out once again, and then they did manage to beat both round 118 and round 119 before ultimately failing to round 120. Now it's time for the Tribal Turtle, which is much more like a traditional tower, as it throws 2 different projectiles in the form of spears and coconuts, the latter of which does extra damage to ceramics. And with the Pro version, you get double the rate of fire, as being a Pro allows the turtle to throw a projectile from each hand at the same time, instead of alternating between them with one hand. This agent is also a lot smaller than it looks, which allows you to fit quite a few more of them than you might really expect, and this includes the ability to actually fit them on the left side of express shipping, which no tower in the game can do. So I think I have over 400 of them in total, which should definitely be a big advantage in of itself. And sure enough, they absolutely shredded through the first Moab, especially compared to the Ninja Kiwi. And the turtles also took down the first BFB with great ease as well. Thanks to their coconut projectile, the round 63 ceramics never really stood a chance either. And eventually, I realized they can fit below the track at the bottom of the map as well, which is another spot that no tower can fit into. So that's even more firepower for the turtle, which was also able to destroy the round 85 ZOMG without breaking a sweat. So I'm really thinking this agent won't disappoint in free play either. And would you look at that? They can also fit above the top of the track, so let me get that filled in as well. I think this might be the first ever green border of a map in BTD as opposed to a black border. And from just how easily the Tribal Turtle is still destroying everything past round 100, I really do believe it has a chance to take the record now. So, I went for a walk while on a call with my boy Subchub and let the turtles keep doing their thing until I got back. And it wasn't long before they were surpassing the record set by both the Ninja Kiwi and the Ratadactyl, and at this point, every round is going to have a really high RBE, along with the speed and health ramping on Moab class balloons getting quite noticeable as well. But the turtles did push through the round 130 mark and even past 140, like right past it, as they ended up failing for the first time on round 141. However, they were able to make it to round 145 on their second try, but unfortunately, could not get any further with their third. The Bloons Tower device works by giving you an activated ability, which produces a super powerful beam of energy for a short time, and with enough of them, you can space out your use of each ability to keep multiple beams active at all times. Now, this is the biggest special agent in the entire game, so we're not going to be able to fit that many of them, but it will definitely be enough for our purposes at least. Each beam of energy will follow wherever your mouse is positioned, so I'm just going to keep it in the upper left corner and let the balloons get instantly destroyed. You might also notice that each beam is leaving behind this trail of plasma, which also pops the balloons, and that's what the Bloons Tower device gains as a pro agent. And the thing about this particular special agent is that it really doesn't play any games when it comes to popping the balloons. Did you see the first ceramics on round 40? No, you didn't, because they were instantly vaporized, and the first Moab disintegrated, while the first BFB obliterated. And as for the first ZOMG, well, it might as well have been the first ceramics because it got vaporized the same way they did. So, based off its performance so far, you'd really expect the Bloons Tower device to go insanely far, or at least I did. Especially because the beam doesn't have to be directly on top of balloons to destroy them, instead dealing damage to a pretty wide area around it. So wide in fact, that it covers the entire upper left corner of track where balloons have to wrap around if you place your mouse towards the center of the square. So, I think this is probably the best spot to keep the beam positioned in order to make it as far as possible. But just how much further that is, I'm not really sure because you can see the rounds are already becoming quite difficult for the Bloons Tower device now. And somehow, some way, they failed on exactly the same round as the Tribal Turtle, round 141. Now, I am going to try following the balloons around the track with the beams and seeing if that ends up being better than leaving it in place, although the first time I tried this, I didn't have any abilities immediately ready, so ceramics ended up escaping. What I had to do then is sell one of the Bloons Tower devices and rebuy it so I would already have one ability ready, which allowed me to get my first beam out quickly enough to then keep the ceramics from leaking. However, I quickly found that the beam follows your mouse way too slowly to actually be effective this way, so I do think leaving it in that spot is indeed the best move. Thus, its failure on round 141 does count as a strike, but these other two fails do not, as I was trying to test something else out. And with the cursor in the upper left corner, they ended up getting to round 143 on their second try, which is also where they ultimately failed after their third. Now it's time for the Meerkat Spy, which normally would be a waste of our time, as all it can do is grant camera detection to towers or other agents within its range. However, as a pro agent, the Meerkat Spy now has a laser attack that, get this, can one-shot any balloon, along with being able to quote-unquote put the hurt on Moab class balloons. But unlike the Tribal Turtle, this agent can't fit on the left or even on the right side of express shipping, as it has a larger hitbox, so I think only around 250 or so are able to fit on the map. And hey, wait a minute, they're definitely not one-shotting the balloons at all. No, the leads and zebras got turned into reds, which means they're actually doing 6 damage per shot, so I don't know why the description acts like they can one-shot regular balloons. I mean, that's what it says. But still, 6 damage is a solid amount, and it was enough to tear through the first Moab, along with the first BFB, and the ceramics on round 63 weren't an issue, but they definitely were making a bit of progress, especially compared to our last few agents. So I don't think the Meerkat is going to be as strong as I was hoping, since it can't actually one-shot the ceramics, but they did take down the round 85 ZOMG quite well, and survived through several free play rounds as well. However, you can probably tell how much more quickly they're already beginning to get overwhelmed, and sure enough, the Meerkat Spy had already failed for the first time on just round 96, the earliest of any special agent that's capable of dealing damage so far. On their second try, they were able to make it another 2 rounds to 98, and thankfully, the Spies did at least break the 100 mark on their third attempt, ultimately failing to round 101. Now, here is where things start to get a little weird. The Bloonberry bush acts the same way that road items do in this game, meaning you can essentially place an infinite number of them directly on the track, which of course would deal infinite damage per round. So I'm kind of torn on what to actually do here, because I want to see the true limit of this agent obviously, but I have to stop somewhere as well, and I've settled on placing 1,000 of them. Each bush generates 10 thorns per round and can hold up to 200, with each thorn being worth 1 damage. So, with 1,000 Bloonberry bushes, we can store up to 200,000 damage at a time, and additionally, as a pro agent, each bush is going to create an extra creeper, which I'm assuming is some sort of plant term, every 3 rounds. And each of these creepers is able to store up to 15 extra damage as well. Of course, having thousands of creepers on the track in addition to the main bushes is going to start causing a great deal of lag. Every time 1,000 of them have to be produced at once, a pretty nice lag spike comes along with it, and as more and more were getting added to the track, the game quickly started to run quite poorly, leading to easy mode taking like 3 or 4 times longer than it normally should. And then, it wouldn't even let me click on the free play button, and the game proceeded to crash. When I went back into BTD5 and tried to load the game with all the Bloonsberry bushes in it, it really struggled just to do so, and the game wouldn't even register me clicking the button that starts the next round. So I guess the true limit with this agent is just how much your PC can actually handle. And keep in mind, this game is coded in a way where it can only use 1 core of your CPU, so yeah, it's not ideal. But I'm gonna try 100 of these and see just how well that can do. Eventually, the creepers can end up dealing more damage than the Bloonberry bush itself because the bush is capped to 200, but I don't think there's actually a limit to how many creepers it can create. At first, the Bloons didn't have nearly a high enough RB to actually make any significant progress. However, as we began facing rainbows and ceramics, the Bloons were able to destroy all the creepers and use up the thorns of the Bloonsberry bushes in the upper left corner. And after that, they continued carving their way further down the track, at first quite slowly, but as BFBs and huge ceramic rushes began entering the equation, the Bloons' progress towards the exit sped up quite a bit. And by round 82, 100 Bloonberry bushes ended up failing. Of course, trying a second time wouldn't help here, as they didn't make it to free play, and for some reason, there's also a weird visual bug where creepers appear to be on the track but aren't actually doing anything. The next special agent we're testing is the Beekeeper, which, true to its name, attacks the Bloons by attaching bees to them that I guess are stinging the Bloons over and over until they're popped. And thankfully, this damage is actually pretty quick, allowing the bees to easily take care of the early Bloons. However, they have a pretty major issue. An MIB village doesn't actually allow the Beekeeper to attack lead balloons, so this tower is going to fail on round— Wait, what just happened? How did they just pop those lead balloons? Oh, I get it now. The MIB doesn't allow the Beekeeper to send bees out at lead balloons, but it gives the actual bees themselves the ability to pop lead balloons still. So at the end of round 45, I'll just use the Bee Swarm activated ability, which the Beekeeper gains as a pro agent, as this allows it to send 100 bees out of the hive at once. However, the bees cannot actually attach to Moab class balloons, but the weird thing is that it looks like they can actually damage them if I swarm all of the bees at once. However, I tried this 3 times, and they could never actually pop the Moab quickly enough to also have time for the ceramic balloons. But if we're being fair, if I had known about the lead balloon thing before, I still would have had 600 lives on round 46, which actually is enough to survive the ceramic balloons leaking, thus allowing the Beekeeper to not fail until the next 2 Moabs come out on round 50. And now it's time to see just what the Angry Squirrel can do. This special agent is quite small. I mean, not like fitting on the left side of express shipping type of small, but they can fit on the right side, and I think I got around 400 of them on the map in total. Now, as a pro agent, each squirrel will temporarily go berserk after throwing 50 acorns, which gives it bigger range and allows it to attack faster. If the Angry Squirrel wasn't a pro, the only way for it to become berserk would actually be to leak lives, which did happen at first because I forgot to put down the MIB village, but thankfully, they only leaked a total of 18 lives, so it doesn't actually really matter. The Angry Squirrels easily took down the first BFB on round 60, especially with all their berserk modes activating, but on round 63, they had a lot more trouble, which tells me their attack must not have very good pierce, and it's just kind of disappointing because that means I already know the squirrel probably isn't going to make it very far in free play. Still though, they handled things well leading up to that point, including the first ZOMG, and the Angry Squirrels were also able to make some progress once they had entered free play, but it was almost identical to that of the Meerkat Spy, with them failing on round 98, and then twice more on 100. Honestly, this is probably my biggest letdown personally, because I thought the Berserk mode was going to make this agent actually really good. But I don't think anyone will be disappointed with the sheer potential of the next special agent, as we're now onto the Super Monkey Storm. Of course, in the early game, it's going to be absolutely overkill, but I don't have any choice other than to use them. If you don't know, the Super Monkey Storm does 500 damage to every single balloon on screen, and as a pro, you actually get a second storm of them after a brief delay as well. For the early game, I would just wait until the balloons stopped coming from the entrance, so that way, one Super Monkey Storm could take them all out. And pretty soon, the rounds were beginning to last long enough where I actually had to use 2 abilities to avoid leaking, but also, something kind of strange happened. The Moabs on round 46 and 50 were one-shotted like I expected, but after round 50, they began leaving behind rainbows. This makes no sense because the Moabs don't begin gaining health until round 86. However, after round 50 on easy mode, ceramic balloons do stop spawning 2 rainbows, instead producing just 1, so I think it's an oversight with that part of the code. Thankfully though, a BFB does get taken down to 4 damaged Moabs by a single storm, which does require 500 damage, so this agent should be working normally otherwise. And even now that we're past round 100, the Super Monkey Storm is obviously not going to struggle at all because I can always just spam as many of them at a time as I want. So what I'm going to do is set up a defense that can survive for a really long time, and that way we can test the Super Monkey Storm on something insane like round 400. Well, I ran out of money to upgrade the rest of my balloon shippers, but I think this will certainly do. Alright, now we're all the way up to round 335, so let's see just how many Super Monkey Storms that it takes just to defeat one round here. And I'm starting with 694 of them just for reference. Look at how fast the ceramics are now without me even having fast forward mode enabled. This is kind of insane. Not to mention, the ZOMGs are taking an insane amount of ability spam, but they are still going down with enough of them, and get this, just to make it through round 335, I had to use 618 of the Super Monkey Storms. So to get to round 1000, I think you'd need several million of these agents. But still, I mean, if you had an endless amount of them and click fast enough, the limit could be almost infinite. And now, it's time for the last special agent of the video, the Portable Lake. But wait, there's still another agent to the right of it, I imagine someone commenting. And you're right, but the pontoon actually has no way to deal damage at all, even as a pro agent. However, the Portable Lake actually does, as it gains an activated ability which awakens a kraken inside the lake that will strike the balloons and deal 5 damage. And I guess I was wrong when I said the Bloons Tower Defense is the biggest special agent, because it appears bigger, but the lake actually has an even larger hitbox. Oh, and apparently the kraken only does 1 damage to balloons? I don't even understand why I bother trusting the descriptions in this game anymore. But yeah, the Portable Lake absolutely sucks, because it attacks slow, it only does 1 damage, you have no control over which lake you're activating, so you kind of have to use all the abilities at once, and they don't last very long compared to their cooldown time. So I already lost to Regrow Zebras on round 31. Yeah, they don't even have enough firepower to stop 2 Regrow Zebra balloons from becoming a farm. So I restarted the run, and starting on round 26, I would quit out of the game if I was losing lives, load back in, and replace all the lakes so I would have all 16 abilities immediately available again. And then I would try to mitigate the amount of lives I lost. And on round 31, I did manage to get by with only a few weak balloons leaking through, leaving me with nearly 500 lives in total, but as soon as the rounds began lasting a bit longer and had stronger balloons, I just couldn't find a way to win. I tried selling and rebuying some lakes in the middle of the round, but the main problem is I'm not quick enough to be effective while doing that, so I cannot even get past round 39 with them. But I want to see if the Portable Lake is able to attack Moab class balloons, so I'm going to use the Super Monkey to get to round 46. Alright, let's see, and oh, not only can they attack Moabs, but it appears they actually do the proper amount of damage to them as well. So that's just great. I mean, I still want to say the limit of this agent is somewhere before the first Moab, based on how terribly it does against regular balloons, but if you're able to pull something off, please do let me know. I want to give a shout out to Massive Power, who actually managed to beat round 85 with nothing but balloon chippers when I had thought that was impossible 2 weeks ago. But now, let's take a look at our leaderboard. Technically speaking, the Super Monkey Storm and the Bloonberry Bush both had the potential to be infinite, but let's be real. The Bloonberry Bush is going to lag out anyone's PC eventually, so I really think the Super Monkey Storm is the true winner of this challenge. Now, as for the measurable towers, the Tribal Turtle made it the furthest with around 145, closely followed by the Bloons Tower Defense at 143. Then you have a pretty big fall off with the Ratadactyl at 120, the Ninja Kiwi at 111, and then the Meerkat Spy and Angry Squirrel were quite close at around 101 and 100 respectively. Finally, you have the Beekeeper at round 50, the Portable Lake, which is kind of a question mark, but like probably fails by round 40ish I think, and finally, the Pontoon and Banana Farmer both max out at round 10 since they cannot deal damage. And if you enjoyed this video, you might also be interested to know how far every tower can go in BTD5. Today we're going to find out just how far every single tower can go in BTD5, and to make things interesting, each tower will be allowed 1 radar scanner village if they have no way to pop camo balloons otherwise. Now in order to make this a true test of each tower's limit, we're going to be playing on the longest map in the game, express shipping, and choosing easy difficulty. Additionally, I'll be playing with a maxed out monkey knowledge lab, and I'll be using each tower's special this building as well. First off, we have the Dart Monkey, which is easily one of the best towers in all of BTD5, so I have very high hopes for it here. Once I had down 3 triple darts, I knew I wouldn't have to worry for a while, because it's already enough defense to handle the first ceramics on round 40, and even the first Moab on round 46. And since I had so much money saved up at this point, I figured I would set up a defense that can last for a whole lot longer. So I got 2 Super Monkey fan clubs, which, combined with the reduced ability cooldown I get from my Monkey Lab, should be enough to have the ability constantly active. I also set up several 4-2 juggernauts on the end of straight paths where they can be the most effective. This allowed the Dart Monkeys to absolutely crush the first BFB, along with the notorious packed ceramics on round 63. Juggernauts are known for being especially good at dealing with ceramics, although the Super Monkey fan club was handling everything pretty easily by itself, which even includes the dense layer of regrowth ceramics on round 76. It didn't take long before the Dart Monkeys had to face the first ZOMG on round 85, and it was no problem for them either. Now that we're past that round, the Bloons from here on out will all be a random combination of ceramics, Moabs, BFBs, and ZOMGs. And as we keep getting further, the Bloons are going to gain more speed and health as well, but my current defense is already struggling with these first few rounds past 85, so I'm going to fill the map with as many 2-3 Dart Monkeys as I can afford. This took longer to do than I'd like to admit, but now I can finally move forward. All this extra defense was making a huge difference at first, but by round 95, it already seemed to be struggling again. So I filled the rest of the map with triple darts now that I could afford to, and I even sold some that I had placed down poorly towards the beginning of the game in order to make sure I didn't waste any space. Unfortunately though, for whatever reason, the Super Monkey fan club will always convert whatever monkeys are closest to the top of your map first, so every time I use it now, all the monkeys up here on the right are getting converted because they're the highest ones on the map, and I find that a bit annoying because the extra firepower would be a lot more useful over here on the left where the Bloons spend most of their time. So in order to sort of get around this, I started buying a bunch of fan club abilities on monkeys that are in this area, and if I use all of them at once, each monkey with the ability also gets converted, so I get a bunch of extra super monkeys as well. And all there is left to do now is see how far the Dart Monkey can actually get. And it's important to note that since the Bloons are random past round 85, it's always possible to retry a round you lost on, and then get lucky enough to beat it the second time because the Bloons will be different. So I'm setting a rule now. Once a tower has failed 3 times in a row to the same round, it officially is done. And this rule, I would quickly come to regret, as the Dart Monkey decided to psych me out quite a few times. First, it failed on round 125 twice, but then managed to get lucky enough to survive on the 3rd try, and then it failed again on round 126, twice more on 127, and finally, one more time on round 128, just for good measure. Surprisingly though, the Dart Monkeys then went on to survive round 129 and 130 without any more fails, but round 131 was finally enough for the Dart Monkey to officially be done. And was it worth taking an extra 20 minutes to get 6 more rounds? Well, if you like and subscribe, it certainly will be. Next up we have the Tack Shooter, which is the first of several towers that is going to need a radar scanner village just to pop camo balloons. But I am really curious how far it can actually go, because honestly I think this tower is kind of underrated in BTD5. It does a lot of total damage for a cheap price, and I'm pretty sure it has the cheapest 4th tier upgrades in the entire game as well. With that said, I actually let the round 24, 33, and 37 camos leak because it's really not worth trying to get a village yet, so I just kept on spamming down 3-2 tack shooters along with the single ring of fire that I had for lead balloons, and a lot of people will use 2-3 tack shooters in this game instead of 3-2s because they are better for regular balloons, but for the late game, the former is going to be better because it fires 16 projectiles per shot instead of just 8, which means it's going to be doing double the amount of damage to all of the Moab class balloons. And on round 40, I finally got my radar scanner village up because I know round 42 is going to have more camo balloons, and I do want to have some lives left. The tack shooters had an easy time taking down the first Moab and the first BFB, along with round 63 as well. Round 76 was also not an issue for the tack squares whatsoever, so now I'm starting to really get excited for this tower. Once I got past round 82, I actually sold the village since there's no longer going to be any camo balloons and I don't want the tack shooters to continue getting any advantage from it. Now I also think that just like with the Dart Monkey, the best way to go really far with a tack shooter is going to be spamming down the 3rd tier towers on the entire map and then slowly replacing them with 2 4s as I can afford to do so. Normally, the Blade Maelstrom ability is quite powerful against regular balloons while having much less effect on the bigger ones. However, when you have enough of them, this starts to change. The ability also comes back incredibly quickly, so I think that this is going to get the tech shooter even further than what I had originally expected. Before long, they made it all the way to round 125, which is where the dart monkeys had failed for the first time, and just as quickly, they left it in the dust. 131 also doesn't seem to be their limit, so at this point, I can honestly say that the tack shooter has managed to even outperform my high expectations for it. Eventually I reached the point where it wasn't possible to run out of abilities no matter how quickly I use them, and this is because unfortunately, as you use abilities and as you get into the late game, the game is going to lag more and more, which actually limits the amount of abilities that you can use per second and keeps you from using all of them at once. So I stopped replacing tack sprayers with blade maelstroms and just kept on holding down the 1 key, which activates their special ability, waiting to see how far the tech shooter can actually make it. Finally, it lost for the first time on round 155, but I'm actually thankful for my 3-strike rule now, because I started playing without recording and realized the game is less laggy without OBS running, which allows for more of the maelstrom abilities to activate. So I restarted my laptop and closed anything unnecessary with Task Manager to make the game run as optimally as possible, and I even used slow mode to reduce lag further, but round 159 ended up being the ultimate limit for the tack shooter. Now I know everyone in the comments is going to mention it if I don't try upgrading my tack sprayers into Rings of Fire, so I did, and they still failed on the same round, but man, 159 is actually insane. That game alone took over 2 hours though, so I'm really hoping not every tower is going to be so crazy. Up next we have the sniper, which tends to struggle against group balloons more than anything else, so I started off by getting a few 0-1 snipers, which have faster firing, before saving up for a 0-3 semi-automatic sniper. Having a higher rate of fire will help it deal with larger groups of balloons, and I also have to get the 4th tier supply crate upgrade as soon as possible. That way, I can begin sniper farming, which involves buying a 0-4 sniper, using its supply crate ability, and immediately selling and rebuying it to do the same thing. This way you get around the ability cooldown, and with my monkey lab giving me back 99% of the tower's original price when I sell it, I'm only sacrificing around $140 to get a crate that's worth between $500 and $1,500. Once I could afford the supply crate upgrade, I began using it to buy 2 4 snipers, which act both as my defense and sources of extra income. I know I said the sniper can struggle with grouped balloons, but since I was getting up so much defense, the packed ceramics on round 63 went down without any fight whatsoever. Eventually I got to the point where I had so many supply crate snipers, it didn't really make sense to bother sniper farming anymore, so I just focused on continuing to get 2 4 snipers up, and this is what it looks like when you activate all 322 abilities at once, which I believe is the most snipers you can fit on the map, or very close to it, because I spent quite a lot of time getting them into this grid-like formation. They also cause some lag though, so when I switch the game to fast forward, I can actually hold down the 1 key to get an endless supply of the supply crates. Well, I guess that's kind of redundant, and I'm actually missing some of them because the game is literally bugging out and lagging so much that it won't even register my mouse being near the supply crate until it's already disappeared. But like, I already have more money than I could ever need anyways, because the only thing I'm really planning to do now is start replacing 2 4 snipers with 4 2s, which are a lot more powerful against Moab class balloons, but I don't think there's even a significant price difference between the 2 towers. Just for fun though, I spent a few minutes holding down the 1 key, and I kid you not, once I let it go, it took a full 75 seconds for the planes to finally stop coming, and during that time you can't do anything else in the game either, so it's not like technically lagging, but I guess it is? I don't know, it's kind of interesting though, to say the least. Regardless of that though, I had over 7 million saved up at this point, so I figured I would just sit back and let the snipers keep doing their thing for a little bit, and that's what I should have kept on doing, but I really had it in my head that a 4-2 sniper is going to be better than a 2-4 in the long run, so I started replacing them, and this ended up actually making my snipers do worse, which I can especially tell when I look back at the footage, but I got really frustrated because I wasted over an hour just switching the towers back and forth, and it's already hard enough to fit them in the grid once, but doing it 3 or 4 times is quite the chore, so yeah, I wasn't exactly having fun at this point, but the sniper did get up to around 132, and now I'm just gonna bite the bullet and finally switch all of the 4-2s back to 2-4s and see if that can make it any further. If it doesn't, then I really am all out of ideas, and I believe that would be the true limit of the sniper. Replacing all of them this time around took me over 30 minutes to do on its own, and that's partially my fault because it took me so long to realize that you can actually make it a lot easier to place the snipers by just lining up the barrel of the sniper that you're currently placing with the one that's above it. And apparently this really helped me out because I actually have an extra 10 abilities now as well, and sure enough, this did in fact get through around 132. So I certainly wasted a lot of time on that whole side quest, but at least I now know that the 2-4 sniper is simply better than the 4-2. Well, maybe not that much better, because they still failed on round 135. But despite my wrist being sore from placing and upgrading 1,000 towers unnecessarily, I am really happy that I didn't give in to the desire I had to quit before I had actually reached the true limit of the sniper. Now it's time for the boomerang to take its shot, and this tower might have one of the best specialist buildings in the game, as it allows the boomerang to fire 2 rangs at once, which literally doubles its popping power. This makes the 2-3 bionic boomer extremely powerful, although I am going to have to save up for the Glaive Lord as well, because that's the only way for the boomerang to pop camo balloons. And I did have to leak them on both round 24 and 33, but once I was able to afford this upgrade, I knew I wouldn't have to worry for a bit, because the Glaive Lord is also extremely good at handling non-Moab class balloons in general. So I'm thinking it would make the most sense to have a couple of them in the top left corner, while spamming down 2-3 boomerangs on the rest of the map to deal the maximum DPS to the Moab class balloons. This worked extremely well, as they were able to easily handle the classic round 63 and 76 ceramics, along with tearing through the ZOMG on round 85. So I guess this is yet another tower that's going well past round 100, yay me. But at least by this point, I was smart enough to set up all the 0-0 towers preemptively while the early free play rounds were going on. That way I can at least save time by not having to set up defense between rounds, which can already take like 20 minutes on its own. As I was upgrading my boomerangs, I realized I had already accidentally bought a bunch of the turbocharged abilities, so I guess my muscle memory is still active from all the 2-4 snipers I had to create before, whereas this tower is only supposed to be a 2-3. But that doesn't really matter anyways, because I was still able to fill the entire map with 2-3 towers, and now I have a bunch of 2-4 towers right near the entrance where I already would have wanted them to be. I honestly thought this tower was going to be pretty weak, but as you can see, the boomerang is already passing through the round 125 mark, and it wasn't long before it was also surpassing the mark set by both the Dart Monkey and the Sniper Monkey. So now, it's still a pretty long road to reach the tack shooter's mark, but the boomerang might actually pull it off based on how things are going right now. Speaking of the tack shooter, the boomerang eventually started experiencing the same issue where the special ability was causing too much lag to be fully used on fast forward mode. So I went through the painful task of slowing down the game to activate all of them at once, but eventually even this was causing a good bit of lag as well. Still though, we're already on round 155 now, and as the boomerang managed to surpass a round that even the tack shooter had fallen to, the weight of this video really started sinking in on me. I was thinking that I could have reasonably finished this video in 4 days, but I've already spent 15 hours on the video today, and I'm not even done with the 4th tower yet. So, this is my last chance to either back out and cut my losses, or fully commit 50 plus hours to a game that most people consider to be irrelevant. Well, considering you're watching the video, I think you already know which option I chose. Despite my existential crisis, the boomerang finally lost on round 165, which completely blew away any expectation that I had for it. I made the mistake of starting this run around 12 AM and got forced to play until nearly 2:30 in the morning because of it. Alright you guys, I promise I've gotten all my complaining out of the way now, and next up we have the Ninja Monkey, which is one of the few towers that can actually pop camo balloons as a 0-0, so I don't have to worry about leaking any of those for once. But to deal with lead balloons, I did have to get the Flash Bomb Ninja, which is also pretty effective against the other balloons as well, since it can temporarily stun them. Although the Bloon Jitsu definitely is going to be able to do the highest damage per second to the Moab class balloons later on, so that's the main one I'll be focusing on. I started getting down the 0-0 super early this time, and honestly I'm kinda surprised at how powerful they already are. Like the Moab got tore through pretty quickly, and even the BFB wasn't much of a match for my army of mainly 0-0 towers, but I did start upgrading them before round 63 had arrived, and the Bloon Jitsus absolutely destroyed all the ceramic balloons there, along with round 76 as well. In fact, it went by so quick, I hardly even had time to notice the balloons on screen, and pretty soon, the ZOMG was also taken down. As you can see, I had already preemptively been filling the map with 0-0 towers, which I'm planning to upgrade into Bloon Jitsus. But amongst the sea of them, you might actually notice I have a few Bloon Sabotage Ninjas, which have a special ability that can slow down all newly spawned balloons, even ZOMGs, by 50% for 15 seconds. Unlike in BTD battles, the ability can only slow down the balloons a single time though, so it won't be as effective here, but it should still make a huge difference. And on round 132, the ninjas actually lost for the first time because I wasn't using the ability, so let's see how much of a difference it actually makes. I really have to say though, I'm surprised by just how many towers are doing better than the Dart Monkey so far. I guess I've really been underestimating a lot of the other towers in this game. The Ninja Specialist building also gives each ninja you have placed the ability to spawn a 0/0 clone of itself, so I started using that as well, although I'm really not sure how much that's going to help, but every bit makes a difference of course. And using 200 plus special abilities means that you're going to have to start slowing down the game in order to get all of them activated. So that's what I started doing, just like with the last few towers, and this allowed me to continue filling the map with Bloon Jutsu ninjas, although I think that since they're more expensive than the boomerangs were, this might actually be the first time I don't get to fill the entire map with a tower at once. Now on round 168, I decided to see what would happen if I didn't use the Shadow Ninja abilities, and was surprised to see that they immediately proceeded to actually lose. So I guess those 0/0 towers really are making some difference after all. And ultimately, with me using them, along with the sabotage abilities of course, the ninja ended up making it to round 175, surpassing the previous record holder of the boomerang by 10 full rounds, the same way it did to the tack shooter. But the bomb tower has a chance to humble everything that's come before it, as it literally has multiple upgrades that are dedicated to damaging Moab class balloons. But in the early game, it isn't so hot, as this is the second tower that can't pop camo balloons on its own. Well, for the sake of full transparency, the Moab Assassin ability can actually pop camo balloons, but it only does 2 damage to them, and on round 82, there are 400 camo regrow rainbow balloons, which would constantly be, well, regrowing, along with requiring you to use hundreds, if not thousands of abilities just to take them all down, which would not be possible. So I got a radar scanner village on round 38, and I also have a 4/2 balloon impact, which is easily the best way the bomb tower has to deal with non-Moab class balloons, as it has a ton of stunning capability. But of course, with the first Moab quickly approaching, it was also time to get a couple of Moab maulers. Now, I am buying the frag bomb upgrade because it gives the tower a bit of extra range, and I also really think that those frags are actually going to help us deal with the thousands of ceramics that we're facing in the free play rounds as well. And now I have 2 balloon impacts near the entrance to also help us catch them. This worked incredibly well against both round 63 and 76, so I have a good amount of confidence in this plan moving forward. And as always, the ZOMG was next to fall, so now it's time to see just how far the tower that's literally dedicated to Moab molding can actually get in BTD5. I quickly noticed how effective they are against grouped Moab class balloons, which makes sense because this tower has a projectile with a blast radius that can damage several of them at once, whereas the ninjas, for example, had to focus on only a couple at a time. This allowed me to rely on a relatively small amount of Moab maulers while I filled the entire map with 0/0 towers, and the balloons still aren't even getting anywhere close to being a threat yet, and we're already past round 100 at this point. So I continued getting up more and more Moab maulers now, and eventually every single bomb tower had been upgraded. From that point, I figured I would let them handle things for a while before I worried about getting the Moab Assassin abilities, and I was actually able to walk away from my computer to eat something in the time that it actually took for the bomb towers to really begin struggling. And at that point, I had enough money to buy a ridiculous amount of the Moab Assassin abilities, which also don't cause too much lag, meaning I could actually use them without turning off fast forward. It didn't take too long before every bomb tower was now a Moab Assassin, but then something rather tragic happened. Okay, well, that's an exaggeration, but it really sucked, alright? Because I was using something to hold down the 1 key on my keyboard for the special abilities, and when the bomb tower failed on round 172, I lifted it up, which caused the game to return to the main menu, thus deleting the game I had just played. And clearly, the reason I lost was because a few ceramics slipped by, which means this tower can still go further. So I had to spend 2 hours replaying the entire game to finally get back to the point where I was before, and this time I mixed in a few balloon impacts and had all my Moab Assassins near the end targeted to first instead of strong. Seriously, if you haven't liked the video yet, surely I must have earned one by now. But this allowed them to set a new record with round 182, but still it was just a few balloons that were slipping by. So I set even more of the Moab Assassins to first and got a bunch of balloon impacts to line the end of the track, but this only got us through 1 extra round. So then I began slowing down the game and also activating the bomb's double range activated ability that it gets from its specialist building, along with still using the assassin abilities of course, but this still ended up actually failing. So I believe we have truly hit the limit of the bomb tower now. The next tower up is the Ice Monkey, which is now able to pop white and zebra balloons thanks to its specialist building. Additionally, it can also remove the camo from balloons now as well, so they're not going to be an issue either. In fact, the Ice Monkey is quite powerful against all regular balloons. However, it's not really equipped to handle Moab class balloons, at least not in a traditional sense. So I've been spamming down 2 0 Ice Monkeys since they actually have the Snap Freeze upgrade, which can each do a single damage to the Moab as it passes by. But as you can see, this already was barely enough to actually even pop it. And you might be thinking I should have just gotten the ice shards before, but this is why I said the ice monkey isn't equipped for Moabs in a traditional sense, because the ice shards will only try to attack regular Bloons. However, if something like a Moab happens to be on top of one of those Bloons, then the ice shards can also damage that as well. So my plan was to start mixing ice shards in with all the 2 zeros that will be attacking ceramics, and then also damaging the bigger Bloons, at least ideally. And this was sort of working out, but it definitely wasn't as effective as I'd been hoping for. Before the ZOMG came on round 85, I bought the Absolute Zero upgrade so that I could slow it down, and this actually was enough to just barely take it out. However, just a few rounds later, the Ice Monkeys already lost to the first free play ZOMGs that they had to face. But I did have some money saved up, so I got as many 2-0 ice towers as I could for extra damage, and as you can see, I also do have several ice shards mixed into areas where I'm hoping that they'll be attacking ceramics, but this still wasn't enough to beat the round. So I tried selling some of my 2-0 ice towers to get more ice shards near the entrance, hoping that this might make the difference, and I did beat a few more rounds, but it was only because the game decided not to send any ZOMGs on those rounds, and as soon as it did, the ice failed once again. So from everything I can tell, the ice towers are first that can't even get past the ZOMGs in free play mode. But our next tower probably wishes it could even make it that far, because the glue gunner not only needs a radar scanner village to deal with camo Bloons, but it also has absolutely no way to attack Moab class Bloons in this game. As you can see, neither one of this tower's 4th tier upgrades have any effect on the first Moab on round 46, so this is where the glue gunner loses. The Buccaneer is the first of 2 towers that I'll be playing on a different map. Since it has to be placed in water, it actually makes sense to use Flooded Lane, which has the most water placements available of any map in the game. If I played on express shipping, I'd have to use portable lakes, and you can't fit that many of them, plus you can only fit 4 Buccaneers into each lake, which you can see is a real pain just to even pull off. Now, since this map is just a flooded version of Monkey Lane, it still has a decent amount of track length as well, and I'm able to place the Buccaneers much more ideally. The Destroyer is already quite powerful for its price, so with the Buccaneer special disc building turning its dart into a fireball, it's even more insane. This also prevents lead Bloons from ever being an issue, and pretty soon, the first Moab was easily taken down on round 46. After that, I continued setting up more of the 0-0 towers, while also making sure to upgrade the ones closer to the entrance into more Destroyers. A 3-1 Buccaneer should be the most efficient way to deal damage, at least for now. And sure enough, they had no issue with the first BFB, nor with the round 63 or 76 ceramics. And after that, it was time to face the ZOMG, which also went down without much issue. And at this point, you can really see how much better Flooded Lane actually is for this tower, with just how many Buccaneers that I'm actually able to fit. My plan is to have the entire map filled with 3-1 Destroyers, and then let them go as far as possible. And once they fail, I'll use whatever money I've saved up from popping Bloons to start upgrading the Destroyers into aircraft carriers, and we'll see how much further that gets us. And it looks like the Destroyers got to round 121 by themselves. Now, I'm not even sure if the carriers are going to actually make that much of a difference, but I have enough money to get a decent amount of them, so let's see what they can do. Well, I should have known all these extra projectiles were going to lag the game, but it does look like the round is getting taken care of, and sure enough, this upgrade is actually a lot more powerful than the Destroyer, so I'll keep using the money I earn to upgrade them as I go on, until I lose again, at which point I'll sell some of the Destroyers to get more aircraft carriers, and we'll see if that was actually worth doing. The reason I say if, is that an aircraft carrier upgrade costs as much as 4 entire Destroyers. So yeah, it's an improvement when you're just upgrading a ship from 2-3 to 2-4, but if you have to sell several Destroyers to get one carrier, that's a little bit different. Regardless though, I ended up getting to round 143, so then I replaced some of the Destroyers with aircraft carriers, which did get us through 2 more rounds, but as soon as there was a huge rush of ZOMGs on round 145, they still couldn't keep up. So then I tried having nothing but the carriers, which also failed on the same round, so this should be just about the true limit of the Buccaneer. Now the Monkey Ace, or if you're like me, the Airplane Monkey, would probably be really bad without any 3rd tier upgrades, but its special disc building adds its machine gun, which absolutely tears through nearby Bloons. However, until you can afford one of the 4th tier upgrades, the Ace actually has no reliable way to pop lead Bloons. All it can do is randomly drop these pineapples, which of course have a really good chance of missing. But if you have enough 0-1 aces, you'll end up catching every lead Bloon regardless, and pretty soon, I sold my 1-0s to get a 4-2 Spectre, which should have no issue catching everything that the game sends at us for a while. This includes the first Moab and BFB, along with round 63 and 76. Since this tower has such a large base though, I definitely won't be able to fit nearly as many of them as I have been able to with previous towers, which might affect how far it can ultimately go. But pretty soon, the first ZOMG was also taken down, and my plan now is to actually try filling the map with 2 foreground zeros, since their special ability does 350 damage to every single Bloon on screen at once. And I actually just discovered something amazing. When you destroy balloons with the ground zero, you get 100% of their pop value, whereas normally, pops are worth less and less as you get past round 50. So this allowed me to very quickly fill the entire map with this expensive tower, but there is just one issue: lag. And I mean a lot of lag. So I'm going to stop recording for a while and just have BTD5 running on my laptop in hopes of improving the gameplay quality a little bit. But don't worry, I'll begin recording again as soon as anything important is happening. Surprisingly, the Monkey Aces got to round 155 without me even using any special abilities, but I also realized something while this was happening, which is that I kind of did this whole thing backwards. If I replace all the ground zeros with Spectres, the Ace should be able to survive for a lot longer without me having to use abilities, and once those fail, then I can start getting the ground zeros again and using the ability to get the true max from this tower. And I definitely should have used the Spectres first, because not only are they making it further, but they also lag the game a lot less as well, since there aren't a million projectiles on screen at once. So now I'm going to start off by getting 10 ground zeros since they just failed, and go from there. Alright, well that was actually 13, but you get the point. And from here on out, I started trying to make sure I was evenly spacing out the use of these abilities so that ceramics wouldn't slip by, while also not allowing any to build up in the queue so that I wasn't wasting them. But let me tell you, this has been absolutely crazy. I was able to watch 4 episodes of the show George Lopez while doing nothing besides pressing the 1 key on my keyboard to keep on activating these abilities, and eventually, on round 216, the game started lagging so badly, even without me having fast forward mode on, that it literally stopped me from being able to use abilities anymore, which caused me to lose. But I knew that the ace was not done yet, so I kept giving myself carpal tunnel syndrome, and finally, it failed on round 227, making the Monkey Ace far and away our new record holder. The next tower we're using is so expensive that I'm actually going to select fast track mode to start on round 25 with 5,400 cash, so that way I can afford a 0-0 Super Monkey. But this tower also can't pop lead balloons until you can afford the Plasma Vision upgrade, so I had to leak them on round 28, 30, and 32, but not the camos on round 33, as the Super Monkey special this building allows this tower to pop camos as a 0-0 now. After that, I got the Plasma Vision, and my plan is to save up for the Sun God upgrade, which should be extremely effective for a while. Now you've all heard this part before, the Moab on round 46 went down without any issues. But to be fair, I did notice that the Plasma Monkey really struggles to actually catch the faster balloons a little bit, but no matter, as it wasn't long before I could afford the Sun God, and for once, I don't think it actually makes sense to start filling the map with 0-0 towers, because the Super Monkey is too expensive to do that with. So instead, I'll just take it one Sun God at a time. All of our standard benchmark rounds went down without any issues, and once free play had begun, I wanted to test something out. Since the Monkey Ace's ground zero ability allowed me to earn more money than normal, I wonder if the Technological Terror's ability can do the same. So I got a few of them in the upper left corner, but alas, they unfortunately do not. Otherwise, I might have actually had the chance to fill this entire map with Sun Gods and set a really insane record. So for now, I'm just going to let the Sun Gods go as far as possible, and then I will get Tech Terrors in the upper left corner again and start using their special abilities once the Super Monkey fails. Although I'm not going to replace all the Sun Gods, because keep in mind, a Tech Terror only has 5 pierce from its actual projectiles, which means it can only damage 5 balloons at once per arm. Whereas the Sun God has enough pierce to shoot across the entire map, meaning it's damaging dozens of balloons at once with its own projectile. Now, they ended up failing on round 163, so it's time to see just how much further we can get with some Technological Terror abilities in this upper left corner where the balloons have to loop by several times. And keep in mind, this ability does 1000 damage to as many as 100 Moab class balloons within the radius of the tower activating it. Well, apparently the Sun God is so much better than the Tech Terror that this actually didn't help at all because we failed on the same round. So now, it's time for my final idea, which is to start creating temples. Obviously, I can't sacrifice other towers to it, but I can still sack a $31,000 04 Tech Tower to each temple, which will give the main projectile its max strength, along with adding a volley of attacks. Now, I don't think this would have actually been able to get any further if the temple didn't get a new activated ability from the special it is building. This allows it to briefly attack with double speed and fire 2 beams at once, which has been enough to get us substantially further. And as we make more money from the balloons, what I've been doing is getting a new Sun God and a Tech Terror next to it, then I'll get a few more Sun Gods towards the center of the map, and once I know I'll have 80k, I sell those Sun Gods and turn the other one into a new temple. and ultimately, this got us all the way to round 210, so if the Aces Ground Zero hadn't been so ridiculously overpowered, this would have been a really impressive new first place. And now, it's time to see what the Wizard Monkey can do, which I guess is really called the Monkey Apprentice, but yeah, I'm sticking with Wizard Monkey. Now of course, this tower has zero issue with camo or lead balloons, and in my previous testing, I found that the Dragon's Breath is a better value than the Phoenix, so I'll be filling the map with 1-3 wizards first. But I will still be testing out the Phoenixes once these wizards fail, and the reason I'm skipping over the Lightning is because I can save a good amount of money by not getting it, and I don't think the Lightning actually does much of anything against the Moab class balloons. Now the Dragon's Breath did a good job at handling everything up to round 85, but for a brief moment, I actually thought this game was tossing me a lifeline when it looked like the wizard was struggling with the early free play rounds. But as I kept on getting up more Dragon's Breath, that quickly started to change, and of course, they also make the game lag a ton, so once again, I am going to stop recording for a little bit to hopefully have the game run faster. The Dragon's Breath wizards officially failed on round 134, so I replaced a bunch of them with Phoenixes, and this actually is more powerful, but it's so laggy now that there are times when the game won't let me use the abilities for several seconds despite me constantly spamming down the 1 key and not being in fast forward mode. So I'm going to have to continue not recording and probably restart my laptop again to optimize the game somewhat. And I was able to get things running more smoothly, but honestly, the wizard didn't go as much further as I'd expected, with the Phoenixes ultimately failing on round 138. Now this should go without saying, but the village and farm both cannot do anything. To be fair, the village does have one upgrade that can attack, but even if you use fast track mode, it's completely impossible to save up for it. The mortar should be pretty interesting though. And the first thing you should notice is that it actually now has targeting options thanks to the mortar's specialist building, which is going to make this tower so much better than it would have been otherwise. Every balloon that's hit also gets briefly stunned now, which is just an extra cherry on top. And I don't expect any of the balloons to really be an issue, although it's important to note that since the mortar can't pop black or zebra balloons, I have to make sure to get the burning stuff upgrade so that they can set them on fire and damage them that way. I'm also really curious how the mortar will actually fare against Moab class balloons, especially once we get to free play. Based on my experience beating in poppable mode with this tower, the 4-2 big one is better against them than the 2-4 artillery battery is. However, the battery comes with a special ability that can stun every balloon on screen temporarily, and it's a really temporary thing, it's like a second. But I will be buying and selling the tower over and over to keep stunning the balloons as much as possible once it becomes necessary to do so. You can already tell though, the mortar is struggling a little bit with the first Moab, but with ceramics, it's the complete opposite. And this has to be the first time that you literally can't even see round 63 making it onto screen basically. And for some reason, the big one says it only does 3 damage per shot, but in reality, it actually does 5, just like on the Flash version. So yeah, these balloons never really stood a chance. But honestly, I really do think the mortar would have failed pretty early during free play if it hadn't been for one thing. I quickly noticed I was getting my defense up suspiciously quickly, and as it turns out, the mortar appears to have the same income generation glitch as the ground zero. So it didn't take long to get my entire map filled with big ones, and now it's time to see just how far they can make it on their own. I'm definitely really curious about it myself, because honestly, I wasn't expecting to get this chance to fill the entire map up with them, so yeah, this could be pretty cool. But can you imagine if I had to try doing all of this micro myself? Like, it would literally be impossible for the mortar to do anything. But with that being said, for a while here, they were handling things really well, but eventually, the mortars would end up failing on round 140. But before I started using the artillery battery, I wanted to see if switching some of the big ones over to strong would actually make a difference, so I switched about half of them, but instead, this just caused some really weird lag, and they definitely did not make it any further. So then I began trying to micro the artillery battery ability, and this did get me through a round, but my micro was already pretty bad, and the lag was making it worse, so I figured I would try selling several of the big ones to replace with batteries, and that way I can have the balloons stun for longer. But this wasn't enough to survive, so then I had the horrible idea to replace every big one that remained, which led to me spending 15 minutes on a single round as the balloons moved 1 pixel per second since they kept getting stunned, and this ended up failing anyways. So I have to admit, with this tower, if you had better micro than me, you could definitely get a little bit further using all big ones in a single artillery battery, but this is definitely close to the tower's limit, I believe. And now it's time for the Dartling Gunner, which I'm placing in the bottom right corner so it can shoot across the entire map, while also aimed at the upper left corner, where balloons spend the most time. This tower can actually see camos as a 0-0 in the game like the Ninja, but when it comes to leads, the Dartling Gunner has the silliest upgrades imaginable, because for some reason, actual laser beams cannot melt lead, but poison darts can? Okay, if it works, it works. My plan for now is to keep getting more 2-1 Dartlings, which are already extremely powerful, especially for their price. and once I can afford it, I'll be getting the Ray of Doom over the Bloon Aerial Denial system, because when I was trying to beat BTD5 with a single tower, I found that both of them do about the same damage per second to individual targets. However, the Ray of Doom has enough pierce to shoot across the entire map, which the Bloon Aerial Denial system definitely cannot do. So the Ray of Doom is probably going to be better during free play. Additionally, it also nearly instantly destroys anything ceramic and below, so with that tower, there shouldn't really be a chance of leaking any regular balloons, which has caused us to lose several times with other towers. As for now though, the army of 2-1 Dartlings has been able to easily handle the first Moab on round 46, along with the first BFB on round 60. And while they can't handle ceramics like the mortar did, those did not prove to be an issue either. Pretty soon, it was time to face round 85 with the first ZOMG, and now that free play is beginning, I am going to get up my first Ray of Doom, which you will quickly get to see the true effectiveness of. Or maybe I'll just have to eat my words, because at first it did seem to be quite powerful, but somehow the Ray of Dooms actually began allowing ceramics to pass by, and they had already lost on round 129. So I'm going to have to try the Bloon Aerial Denial system after all. And, well, I can admit when I was wrong, because these are actually doing way better than the Rod, despite having the limitation of lower pierce. Although the Dartling Gunner still looks less impressive overall than what I had expected, I can't lie. And as I began pressing the 1 key for the tower's special ability, I realized this was getting ridiculous. So I installed Auto Hotkey, but I got frustrated when I couldn't find a script within 5 minutes, so like a caveman, I'm continuing to sit here, pressing the same key over and over. But honestly, while the bads did make it further, they still ended up failing by around 159, which is really confusing to me, because when I announced this video, someone in my comments said the Dartling was basically infinite and had gotten all the way up to around 445. So I looked to see if they had said anything else in the replies, and as it turns out, they actually used the map called Maze to pull this off and had a mix of Ray of Dooms and Bloon Aerial Denial systems. But this is insane. Apparently they weren't even playing easy mode, it was impoppable. So I'm guessing they took advantage of the straight paths on this map and probably used the lock in place feature that the Dartling Gunner gets from its special disc building. So that's what I'll be doing now for potentially the next 12 hours, because 445 rounds would take at least that long just to get through, and I'll be back with you guys when something interesting happens. Something I noticed after playing for a while is that the 4th tier Dartlings aren't really getting that many more pops than the simple 2-1s, so I think I should focus on filling up the map with them first before getting the rods and bads. Also, I don't think locking them in place actually makes any sense after all, so yeah, I haven't been doing that. But I was definitely right about getting the weaker Dartlings first, as this was really helping, so I continued filling the map with 2-1s, and then began upgrading them to laser cannons and Hydra rocket pods, which eventually I'll be upgrading into those 4th tiers. This allowed them to quickly get past where they had failed on express shipping, and eventually I had to slow down the game so I could aim the Dartling Gunners, but this part is really tough for me because I still failed on round 187, and I know after what you've seen in that comment, this is incredibly disappointing. I feel the same way. I don't want to deliver such a subpar result, and clearly I'm the one who's playing poorly and allowing the Dartling Gunner to lose, because it's up to me to control it. So I tried again, and I was able to beat the round, but I also think I should get the bads first, since they're about half the price and seem to be really powerful, and then if I can afford it, I'll worry about getting the rods again. The gameplay was pretty miserable at this point, because it was going by so slowly, and I stopped recording to reduce the lag, but eventually, after a few hours, I managed to get to around 270, which involved me failing quite a few times along the way, so I just do not understand what Hunter must have done, but hopefully he sees this video and can let me know, because I'm definitely not very good with the Dartling quite clearly. But now, we're on to the Spike Factory, and I know you're thinking I shouldn't have placed it so far up on the track, but I just don't want every round to take forever in the beginning, so that's why I didn't put it further down, and I promise you this tower will still hold up in the early game regardless. And you might have noticed how the 0-0 Spike Factory was already generating some full spike piles, and that's because each pile of spikes can actually pop 50% more balloons thanks to the Spike Factory special disc building. And then on top of that, they also have a 40% chance of gaining double their normal popping power, which is thanks to the way that the damage upgrade works that comes from your monkey lab. This should go without saying, but the Spike Factory doesn't need an upgrade to pop camo balloons, and it has a cheap way to deal with leads as well. So I upgraded it to a 3-2, which has spiked balls that do extra damage to ceramics and overall handle regular balloons extremely well. Now my plan is to fill this bottom area with Spike Factories next, because balloons have to wrap around this part of the track twice, and it's far enough down to give them a good amount of time to actually cover the track before the balloons reach it. I'm going to start off by getting 3-2s and upgrading them into 4-2 spiked mines, which will be really powerful for a long time, but eventually I do think it will be worth getting some 2-4s as well, since they come with Moab Shredder spikes and an ability that can cover the entire track with them, and those spikes are extremely powerful, well, against Moabs, I mean it's in the name. Now, you all know the next line, the Dome G went down without any issues, and now that we're entering free play, I'm gonna start getting some 2-4s. At first, I tried placing them in the center of the map so the ability could cover the whole map evenly, but then I realized that's kinda dumb on my part, so I filled the left corner with them. That way they can cover the area where the balloons spend the most time, and all the ceramics that don't get caught up here can just be dealt with by all the spiked mine factories at the bottom of the track. At first I wasn't really sure about this plan, but it did start becoming more effective as I was able to build up my defenses further, but as always, the lag was getting pretty bad, so I stopped recording for a while. Eventually, I actually sold the 2-4 so I could fill nearly the entire map with 2-3s, because that is a more reliable form of defense when you have so much lag, as opposed to special abilities that sometimes won't even activate. And just to show you how bad things have gotten, it took the game like 20 or 30 seconds to finally register that I had clicked on an upgrade, and another minute to realize I had clicked off the tower. The game is so bad now, I can't even activate special abilities while fast forward mode is turned off, and apparently it's using about 25% of my CPU by itself, whereas everything else on my laptop combined is using about 5%. If I understand correctly, this game is coded in a way where it can't take full advantage of your system, so I mean, I'm really sorry. I literally have 8GB of RAM still free and 70% of my CPU not being used, but the actual game itself is starting to hold me back. The spike factories ended up failing on round 151, so I'm going to try selling the spiked mines I have now and replacing them with Moab shredders. And even though this seems kind of futile, I'm going to spend the rest of my money upgrading a bunch of the 2-3s back into 2-4s near the entrance, even though I only get to use the abilities once at the beginning of the game. Oh, I just realized I actually missed a spot and didn't upgrade one of my spike factories, and now it's too late to even use the special abilities that first time, so I restarted the game, fixed the towers, and used all my special abilities for the first and only time this round. Literally, I can spam the one key as much as I want, and nothing happens at all. I guess the game is having trouble accounting for every single pile of spikes that is on the ground at once, but this change did get me through the round, and it's funny how all the abilities finally activate right when the next round begins, as the game can finally process things normally for a brief moment. I developed sort of a strategy in all this chaos, where I would crush the first wave of balloons with all the abilities, allowing the rest of the spike factories more time to cover the track, and then I'd wait for moments where I noticed the lag has gone down a bit because a bunch of the spikes got used up, and try to activate all the abilities in those moments as well. Although having OBS running while playing definitely makes those moments a lot more rare, so I only recorded this footage to have something to show for what I was explaining. Ultimately, they ended up getting to round 180, which was definitely helped by the fact that I could actually activate abilities when I was getting close to losing because most of the spikes were being used up for once. Just like with the Super Monkey, the helicopter required me to play on fast track mode in order to start with it, and I have a feeling that this is going to be another laggy tower as well. But after dealing with the spike factory, I should be prepared for just about anything. Thankfully, the Razor Rotor upgrade allows the tower to pop lead balloons for a relatively affordable price, and what I'm going to do now is actually lock the helicopter in place on a spot where the balloons pass by several times, because the Pursuit AI is actually really terrible at using the rotors to pop anything. But once I can start affording to get 4-2 Apache dart ships, I'll definitely switch those over to Pursuit. However, it's important to note that, just like with the Sniper Monkey, the helicopter actually has its own supply crate from the support Chinook upgrade on the right path, so I'm gonna have to save up for that one first. And here's the thing about that. It doesn't just give you cash, but also gives extra lives. Now thankfully for us, the first crate it gives is always going to be cash, which means you can helicopter farm by selling and rebuying the tower, then using the ability the same way that you can with the Sniper Monkey. A couple rounds before the first Moab came out, I was able to afford my first support Chinook, which I would then use to afford my second, then my third, and eventually I had the entire map filled. So now, my plan is to go as far as possible with a map full of 2-4 helicopters, so I can generate as many extra lives as possible, but whenever I'm actually about to lose any lives, I'll quit out of the game before the round can end, then come back in and sell a few of these support Chinooks for Apache dart ships, which should have a way better time handling all the balloons. Now, I thought that I was already going to have to do this on round 95, but luckily for me, all the downdraft abilities that you have to buy before getting the Chinook actually managed to blow all the ceramics back to the entrance, and they got taken care of. And it wasn't long after that, my lives officially went over the 100,000 mark. But pretty soon, I did end up having a lot of balloons escaping, so now it's time to get a few Apache dart ships. But I really just want to get the minimum amount that can successfully defend, so I can keep as many Chinooks as possible. So I'll try getting 5 and seeing how that does. Well, I guess that's going to be easier said than done because now all the helicopters are in my way, so I can't see anything. But only getting 5 definitely was the right call, as that made a huge difference to the helicopter's firing power, so yeah, I guess I'm just going to keep repeating this process until the entire map has been filled with the Apache dart ships, and they should have quite a few extra lives to keep them afloat. Eventually, I decided I would try switching all the helicopters from pursuit to follow mouse and see if I'm better at controlling them than the game's AI is. But switching them over is super annoying because you can't just use the hotkey, because patrol is between pursuit and follow mouse, which actually locks you out of using hotkeys, so I have to click every single one. And I have no idea why these two are just stuck up here in the corner. I'm certain that I've switched every single helicopter over now. But apparently, my own control is actually worse because I quickly got overwhelmed by all the ZOMGs, so I guess I'll be switching them back to pursuit then. It's a good thing anyways, because that makes it easier to focus on actually activating the special abilities, and this is actually kind of crazy, but pursuit is really doing a better job than I realized. Eventually, I got to the point where I only had 9 support Chinooks left, and by round 168, I was replacing the last of them with Apaches while sitting on 450,000 extra lives. So I'm really curious to see just how much further those are going to let the Apaches actually get. But I do want to be honest, if you are better at controlling the helicopters with follow mouse than I am, I'm sure that would allow you to get further, so I understand my skill issue is sort of a limiting factor here. And honestly, so is time. Because in theory, I could keep restarting every round until I got lucky enough to barely bleed any lives or none at all, and only then allow the game to go on to the next round, which would take several extra hours, but obviously that would allow the helicopter to get even further with all of his extra lives. So I am sorry I can't always get every little bit out of each tower. This video has just been such a massive project, and I'm already getting close to being 100 hours in if you include all the time I wasted on certain towers, like the sniper and bomb. With all that being said though, the Apaches ended up getting to round 201, which I'd say is quite a respectable milestone given the competition they're up against. Up next we have the Engineer, which also has its own way to generate extra income in the form of the Bloon Trap. You can probably tell from the name, but this upgrade also doubles as a really powerful defensive tool against all non-Moab class balloons. It's also a lot cheaper than the supply crate or support Chinook, so I was able to quickly get my first one up, although the Engineer is so powerful in the early game that the balloons aren't even reaching far enough to actually get into the trap. Regardless though, I was able to get down a few more as well, but quickly noticed how annoying it is to actually try placing Engineers when all the sentries keep spawning everywhere and getting in your way, so I quit out of the game so I could actually sell them all and get a bunch of 0-0s ready. Now, someone in my comments said that the Engineer specialist building makes the cleansing foam extremely powerful, and when I tested it out in sandbox mode, they were right. The same amount of 3-1 Engineers destroyed a 0MG more quickly than the 2-3s did. So I'll be filling the map with cleansing foam Engineers, which I can upgrade to balloon traps as I go on. Unfortunately, I already know this is going to make the game lag a lot, potentially even as badly as the Spike Factory did, so I'm definitely not looking forward to that. The Engineer is also one of those towers where you have to be absolutely pixel perfect to fit the most possible, so that's been extremely annoying to deal with as well, just like the Sniper Monkey was. But once I had them set up, I already was making so much money from the balloon traps that it was easy to begin upgrading more of the towers, well, into balloon traps, although I also started getting overclocks as well, because I think their special ability will be worth using on the Engineers themselves in order to make them attack faster. Just like I had suspected, the game did begin getting pretty laggy with all the cleansing foams as well, so I stopped recording for a little while, and I also tried to wait until it was necessary to upgrade the remaining 0-0 Engineers. And I soon began to realize that the balloon traps really make a huge difference defensively here honestly, because they can collect all the regular balloons and leave the cleansing foam to deal with all the Moab class balloons, along with just catching all the ceramics that are about to escape. In fact, I quickly realized they were the only thing keeping me alive, and I wasn't getting any use out of the overclocks after all, so I filled the entire map with 4-1 Engineers, skipping over the range upgrade because that actually makes the Engineers spawn the balloon traps too far away from the ceramic balloons that I need them to catch. And you can really start to see just how many balloons they're actually capturing just from the sheer amount of balloon traps that I'm getting every second when I click down. It's like 10 or more of them, all with $600+ worth of balloons inside. Surely this is taking care of thousands of ceramic balloons that could be trying to escape otherwise. This ultimately got the Engineer to round 135, and I believe that is about the limit for it, based on my current knowledge of the game at least. We're on our second to last tower now with the Balloon Chipper, which is known for being incredibly overpowered to the point where it wasn't even included in BTD5. but one thing this tower can't do is actually pop camo balloons without the help of a radar scanner village. But something else that is nice is that just like the mortar monkey, the balloon chipper does gain the ability to daze balloons thanks to its specialist building, and this makes them move a lot slower upon being released from it. Now, I'm just gonna put my theory out there, and if I'm wrong, so be it. The balloon chipper is incredibly powerful against Moab class balloons, with a 4-2 literally one-tapping Moabs, but I don't know if this tower is going to be so good at handling all the ceramics you have to deal with, especially during free play. So in addition to getting the 4-2 Moab funnels, I'll also have to get some 2-4s with the super vac ability that can suck in a ton of balloons at once. Of course, the first Moab balloon on round 46 was no issue, but then something kind of funny happened. A few rainbow regrows on round 49 turned into an entire regrow farm, so I sold my Moab funnel to get another triple barrel chipper, and I also sold the super vac since it literally did nothing to help when I activated on the rainbows last time, but the chipper still created a huge regrow farm, so feel free to lecture me in the comments, but I don't really know how to even get past round 49 with this tower. And finally, it's time for the last tower of our video, the monkey sub. Just like with the Buccaneer, I'm going to be playing on flooded lane again, and I really expect this tower to do quite well honestly. Air per starts is already a really cheap and powerful upgrade against the early game, and with the monkey sub specialist building, they now split into 4 instead of just 3. Additionally, the submerged sub can now shock regrow balloons into normal ones in addition to removing camo. This tower also has an upgrade that I always thought was kind of overpowered, which is the advanced intel, because this allows the sub to fire at balloons that are not just within its own range, but the range of any tower on the map. So in other words, every submarine is going to have global range. So it's a good thing that the specialist building also makes their projectiles move 25% faster. As if all of this wasn't enough, the 4th tier upgrade on the right path gives you the first strike ability, which is capable of one-shotting ZOMGs at least before free play. Also, can we just appreciate how many things in this game are named after real weapons of war? I mean, like Ground Zero, Apache Dart Ship, first strike capability. I mean, seriously, this all went right over my head as a young kid. But in any case, my plan is to fill the map with 2-3 subs, which should have the best overall firepower for their price, and then I'll start upgrading them into first strike abilities. After round 82, I actually sold my 4-2 sub since there won't be any more camo balloons, and pretty soon, the round 85 ZOMG was taken down, so now it's time to see how far we can actually go. Only, there was just one issue. The subs are actually struggling to catch all the ceramics, and they've already lost just a couple rounds into free play. So I'm gonna try selling all the 2-3s and getting 2-2s, because maybe the ballistic missile isn't actually worth getting yet. And yeah, it turns out the army of 2-2 subs is actually enough to keep going further. So pretty soon, I filled the entire map with them, and now of course, I'm gonna start getting more ballistic missiles again to add extra firepower, since there isn't any more room for new submarines anymore. With all these projectiles on screen though, the game is getting nice and laggy, just like I've become used to. I was kind of surprised by this, but they actually ended up failing on just round 129, I guess because at this point, the free play rounds will send you several big waves of ZOMGs, so now it's time to upgrade a bunch of these subs into first strike abilities, which I guess I should also target the strong, so they can take out the ZOMGs more quickly. You can really see just how miserable the gameplay becomes whenever the towers are dealing with ceramics, and keep in mind this is without fast forward mode being enabled, but then when the Moabs come out, it's actually completely fine. Now, I really just want to say, if you're still here with the video, thank you so much. We must be getting pretty close to the 1 hour mark at this point, and if you fell asleep to the video, well hey, that still helps it reach more people, so just know you're appreciated either way. Now, I quickly realized I'd gotten the first strikes in a bad spot, because it's easy for weaker balloons to get in the way of them hitting ZOMGs, so I sold the ones up here and put them near the entrance instead, which is also near the exit on this map, so the explosion should also be able to help catch escaping ceramics. Ultimately, the monkey sub ended up reaching round 139, which concludes our testing of every tower's limit in BTD5. And I know this wasn't a perfect test, but I was literally the first person to ever do it, so I'm really hoping that this video could spark some new discourse around the game and allow everyone to share their own personal best with each tower in the comments below. Now, let's take a quick look at our leaderboard. In first place, we have the Dartling Gunner, which made it all the way to around 270, although apparently it can get even much further than that as well, so Hunter, if you're watching, please let me know. In second place, we have the Monkey Ace at round 227, and taking the bronze in third, the Super Monkey with round 210. I also want to give the helicopter a shout out for being the only other tower to hit round 200, and I'm not going to list off every single one, but it's on screen if you've only been listening to the video and you want to see every single ranking. And I also will say, there were only 2 towers, other than the village and farm of course, that couldn't even make it past round 85, with those being the glue gunner, which of course fails to round 46, and then the balloon chipper, which for me kept creating a regrow farm on round 49. Now if you enjoyed this video, I bet you'd also like to know which towers can beat BTD5 on Mastery and Probable mode as well, and it's on your screen. In this video, we're going to find out just how far each tower can get in BTD5's Deflation mode, which means we'll be limited to just 50,000 cash, so of course, we're going to be using every tower's specialist building, which will give us a 5% discount at level 1, along with 3 more unique perks, and I also have my Monkey Knowledge Laboratory maxed out as well, which gives us some pretty big buffs across the board. Starting off with the Dart Monkey, I'm expecting some pretty good things. This tower is quite cheap and actually pretty powerful for its price as well. Now, if you aren't looking at your screen, I've put up a description of each perk that the Dart Monkey is getting from its specialist building, which is what I'll be doing for every tower that we're testing. One of these perks includes a free Dart Monkey to start off with, and every 10 rounds, we'll get another free one as well, which is actually kinda nice when our cash is so limited. My first basic plan was to get 8 Dart Monkeys upgraded to 2-2, because I'll also be getting 2 Super Monkey Fan Clubs, which is an activated ability that turns 10 Dart Monkeys into Super Monkeys for a short time. And the reason that you want to upgrade the Dart Monkeys that you're going to be converting is because the extra Pierce and range upgrades actually carry over when they're functioning as Super Monkeys, making them much stronger than a normal 0-0 Super Monkey would be. Now, with 2 Fan Club abilities, combined with the 30% ability cooldown reduction from my Monkey Lab, we should be able to get around 95% uptime on our 10 Super Monkeys, which you'll get to see shortly. The rest of the money, I'm spending on 2-3 triple darts, which I have to position lower than the 2-2 Dart Monkeys, because in this game, the Fan Club ability always converts the Dart Monkeys that are closest to the top of the map first. So, with everything in place, let's see just what the Dart Monkeys can do. The reason I put them all in the upper left area of the track is because this is where the balloons have to spend the most overall time, first traveling around this single crate, then around these 4, and then they also have to come back to this area for a 3rd time as well. But if I can do anything to improve the placements, please do let me know in the comments below. Now, we're not actually going to need the Super Monkey Fan Club for a little bit, but I do want to show you what I was talking about with that 95% uptime thing. As you can see, it's only a split second before one ability ends that I'm able to activate the next. And that point about not needing the Fan Club for a while is definitely evident with just how easily the Moabs are going down a bit past round 50. Which continued being true as we got past the first BFB on round 60. Surprisingly, the densely packed ceramics on round 63 also didn't pose any threat, probably due to the explosive darts that we get from our specialist building. And with that out of the way, the Dart Monkey kept on easily cruising forward, taking out Moabs and BFBs with no real issue, along with the big wave of regrow ceramics on round 76, and the 2 largest ceramic rushes in the entire game that come on round 78. At this point, only a few rounds separate us from the final boss of BTD5, the first ZOMG on round 85. Although I would argue that the round before it is even harder, with you having to face 50 Moabs and 10 BFBs. And as the Dart Monkeys took the last of them out without even needing a fan club, I knew that the ZOMG shouldn't be an issue. Now, once you beat round 85, you enter the true free play mode of BTD5, where every round has a random RBE. Although it tends to gradually increase over time, and the reason this RBE is random is because you're now facing a random assortment of ceramic balloons, Moabs, BFBs, and ZOMGs. Thus, free play mode gets difficult really quickly, especially because all balloons gain extra speed, and all the Moab class balloons also gain extra health every single round as well. So, I pretty much immediately started needing to use the Fan Club ability, and even with it, I felt like the Dart Monkeys were still getting overwhelmed rather quickly. Thus, I was a little disappointed when they only got to round 89. Although to be fair, it was really only ceramic balloons that were actually escaping, and the Dart Monkey does have an upgrade that's designed to deal with those, that being the 4-2 Juggernaut. Of course, every time I sell towers on Deflation mode, I'm losing a bit of money, which thankfully is only 1% of what I spend, another perk I get from my Monkey Knowledge Lab, but this could definitely add up quickly. So if I need to sell off towers several times, I will restart the run. With that said, I had to find some good spots for the Juggernauts to be able to fire down a straight path so they can hit a ton of ceramic balloons at once. And once I found a few, I tried this out, but the Dart Monkeys still failed pretty much the same way, and it's hard for me to tell if the juggernauts were actually making a difference because of the fact that the rounds are random, but I'm pretty sure that unless you get better RNG, this is about the limit for the dart monkey on deflation mode. Up next we have the tack shooter, which is the first of several towers that doesn't have any way to pop camo balloons on its own. So, in order to make things interesting, I'll be using a radar scanner village to give the tack shooters camera detection, but I made sure to build the tack shooters before actually getting the village in order to make sure they wouldn't get a 10% discount from it. Unfortunately, we did have to buy the monkey fort upgrade before we could actually get the radar scanner, which does give the tack shooters extra pierce, but you'll notice my setup mainly consists of 2-4 blade maelstroms, which have an activated ability that have nearly infinite pierce, and thus I'm pretty certain the monkey fort should barely have any effect. I also have one ring of fire for lead balloons, which I'll eventually replace because we're not going to actually need it once we get past round 80 or so. My thinking is that even though spamming the 3-2 tack sprayers can be very effective against Moab class balloons, they're not going to have a very good way to clear out the ceramics, and beyond that, the blade maelstrom shoots across the entire map and actually does a good amount of damage to everything in its range as well, so I think with 9 of the abilities, we have a pretty good chance of getting further. And I have to say, I was pretty surprised when we actually took down the first Moab on round 46 without even using the abilities. In fact, it was quite easy as well. And even the first BFB went down pretty well also, with the insides of it not even making it past the first loop. However, I wasn't surprised when they struggled more to round 63, but still, this didn't even require a single ability either. And the tack shooters continued cruising past the round 70 mark, with both round 76 and 78 somehow still not requiring any abilities, and I really thought the blade shooters were going to be bad without them. Now on round 84, I finally used my first maelstrom, and you can see it wipes out the balloons pretty well. So, as you'd imagine, the ZOMG also was no issue, although I must admit, the abilities quickly started falling off as we got into free play mode. Although I will say, with their ability to shoot across the whole map, it really is helping us deal with ceramics. And we did manage to beat round 89, but the thing is, it had a lower RBE than what the dart monkeys had to deal with here, which is where the RNG factor of this game really starts to become a bit of an annoyance. The tack shooter then continued getting lucky when they didn't even have to face a single ZOMG for the next 2 rounds, but finally, on round 92, we did have a higher RBE and tougher set of balloons, which the tack shooter actually survived. So, I think we can officially say that they're doing better than the dart monkey now. We even survived on round 94 when the game threw out an RBE of just under 700,000, which is by far the highest that we've gotten so far. We did leak a tiny bit here, and then a decent bit more on round 95, so I could tell the end was near, but I have to say, the tack shooter put up a really solid fight on round 96, all things considered. However, it just barely couldn't hold on. I definitely think the maelstrom ability really did help this tower get further than it would have otherwise though, especially because this map doesn't offer a ton of great spots to place your tack shooter beyond the top left corner. Now when it comes to the sniper monkey, I'm not exactly sure what the best option would be. You see, the 4-2 cripple Moab is quite powerful, as the name would suggest, because it can stun Moab class balloons in place. However, this tower costs $19,000, which is quite high on deflation mode, given our budget. So instead, I'm going to be spamming down 2-3 semi-auto rifles, as they should have a damage per second that's a bit higher than the 3-2 deadly precision, along with the fact that they're several $100s cheaper. And to be honest, I wasn't sure how this was actually going to perform, given that the sniper generally tends to struggle against large groups of balloons. However, I did expect that they'd fare quite well against the first Moab, because this is a single target that all the snipers can focus on at once, and sure enough, they took it down quite easily, which was also true for the first BFB as well. Round 63 definitely could have been worse as well, all things considered, but it does go to show what I'm talking about with the grouped balloons being an issue. And sure enough, round 76 definitely made some significant progress around the track, although it was still taken down with some time to spare. Round 78 definitely got me nervous, but here too, the snipers did prevail. However, on round 83, the snipers actually got overwhelmed by all of the Moabs, and this isn't even a free play round, meaning it will be the same every time we try it, which definitely makes it easier for me to test out a different strategy at least. So first, I tried switching all the snipers to strong, but this just led to them destroying all of the Moabs while the ceramics escaped. So then, I reset the run in order to try again with 3-2 snipers, which I know I just said were worse, but they do have the ability to one-shot ceramics, since they do so much damage per shot, so I'm hoping this might just give us a chance. However, just the opposite happened, as the snipers were able to survive for a decent amount of rounds, but they actually failed quite terribly to the rush of regrow ceramics on round 76 this time, proving once again that the 2-3 sniper is actually superior. Now, just like with the tack shooter, our boomerang monkey is going to need a radar scanner village in order to pop the camo balloons. And I'm pretty sure, as far as the strategy goes, the best thing we can do is simply spam down the 2-4 turbocharge, which is a relatively cheap tower, and it gives out a high amount of damage per second with its activated ability. I'm honestly expecting this to be a solid tower here, but it all depends on how they fare once we start dealing with the free play rounds. Now I will say, the first Moab and first BFB both went down pretty easily, but at this point, that's to be expected, especially considering that even the round 63 ceramics haven't really posed any threat to the towers that we've tried yet, and the boomerang was no exception to this rule. Now thankfully, this tower is better at handling group balloons than the sniper was as well, so the ceramics on round 76 and 78 also got absolutely crushed. And soon after that, the boomerang was able to surpass where the sniper monkey had failed without even needing its turbocharge abilities. I will say, round 84 looked pretty tough without them, but still the boomerang survived here, and after that, they took down the round 85 ZOMG quite easily. Then, they got really lucky with an RBE below 50,000 on round 86, which is crazy because that's actually lower than the RBE we faced before entering free play back on round 84. But then on round 87, things were looking much more normal, with it including a few ZOMGs, so I started using the abilities here, which was enough to survive. And this did get us through a couple more rounds as well, like literally a couple, because when the RBA got a bit tougher at 353,000 on round 90, the boomerangs simply couldn't keep up. But I did want to try one more thing, so I restarted the game, and this time filled the map with 2-3 boomerangs. Oh wait, I kind of forgot about the village. So I restarted it again, and this time did things properly, and the thing is, the bionic boomers still fire very quickly on their own, and they're also much cheaper. So this allowed me to get 17 boomerangs as opposed to just 8 of the turbocharges before. However, despite what I had been hoping for, this did not allow us to get any further, as they ended up failing one round earlier this time, but to be fair, the RBE was very similar to when they lost around 90 with their last run, once again showing that RNG plays its own role. Now it's time to see what the Ninja Monkey can do, and for this tower, I had to think about what I was actually going to do for a second. So, I ended up deciding that I'm going to get 3 of the 2-4 Sabotage Supply Line Ninjas, as they have an activated ability that can slow down all the newly spawned balloons for 15 seconds by 50%. This ability normally takes 60 seconds to come back, but that's reduced to 48 seconds with the Monkey Knowledge Lab, so 3 of them should be enough to slow down the new balloons nearly 100% of the time, if I use the abilities well, that is. And the rest of the money, I'm going to spend on 4-2 Bloon Jitsus. Well, we have a bit left over, so I'll also get a 3-2 and a 2-0 with that, and this should be pretty strong all around. I'm also hoping that the flash bombs that you get from the 3rd tier before getting the Sabotage Supply Line will be able to catch a lot of ceramics as they're circling by, since the explosions from them actually stun non-Moab class balloons in place for a bit. Now, as you would probably expect, the first Moab went down quite easily, which was definitely a good sign. And this trend continued with the first BFB getting destroyed quickly as well, and the round 63 ceramics also stood no chance. This was all without using any of the slowdown abilities either, and as we got past round 70, the ninjas continued tearing through everything, including rounds 76 and 78, which really showed me that the flash bombs were definitely doing exactly what I had hoped for by catching all the ceramic balloons. So, we were able to get to round 85 without any activated abilities, just like with the Dart Monkey, and the ninjas even managed to continue surviving through the first couple rounds of free play, which got me really excited, because their activated ability literally cuts the balloon's speed in half, which means our defense should, in theory, be twice as powerful, whereas with other abilities, it's harder to know exactly just how much value you're actually getting. Well, there's just one problem with what I just said there. The ability only works for 15 seconds, but the balloons are surviving for way longer than that, so we aren't actually getting twice as much time to deal damage to the balloons. And thus, I was disappointed when the ninja actually failed to just round 89. However, I did want to try moving them a bit to potentially cover more of the track, so I tried that out, and you can see here that 1% money lost actually prevented me from upgrading my last ninja to a 2-0 this time, having to settle for a 1-0 now, but we did manage to beat round 89 this time, and I also started using the 0-0 Shadow Ninja clones that you get from their specialist building as well, but the problem was, we got lucky by not having to face any ZOMGs, and as soon as things got a little tougher on round 90, we actually lost quite badly, so I would say that this is about the limit for the ninja on Deflation. Up next we have the Bomb Tower, which is actually one of the original towers that was used to set records on Deflation mode back in the days of BTD5 Flash. However, without the help of ice towers to clear out ceramics, I don't think it will perform quite so well. Of course, this tower is also going to need a radar scanner village in order to pop the camo balloons, and I decided to try spamming down the 2-3 Moab Maulers since they can do a lot of damage to Moab class balloons, and hopefully having the shrapnel from the upgrade on the left path will help us shred through the ceramic balloons as well. Now, I was expecting them to perform well against the first Moab, and well, the Moab Maulers did not disappoint. This also extended to the first BFB, and I have to say, round 63 went down way more easily than I'd actually been anticipating. I think being densely packed in this case is actually a disadvantage for the balloons since the bomb tower has a large amount of pierce within its blast radius. And this utter dominance only continued as they surpassed the round 70 mark and kept on easily destroying literally everything the game could throw at us. So maybe I was underestimating what the bomb can do without even needing ice towers. And it wasn't long before they were tearing down the first ZOMG on round 85, and now the true test begins. Honestly, I was pretty happy with how round 86 was going, but I will say, once we got to round 87, that hope quickly began to fade, as we started getting overwhelmed pretty quickly and ended up leaking a blue and red balloon at the very end. And then I did try using the activated ability we get from our specialist building to survive round 88, which actually doubles the range of the bomb towers, but this really made no difference as their shots couldn't even escape the upper left square and there were way too many ceramics to destroy everything as it passed through. So I figured I should try putting a 4-2 balloon impact inside of the square, as this can actually stun balloons in place and ideally give us more time to destroy all the ceramics. And at first, it was hard to tell if this was helping, since round 88 only had half the RBE that it did on our last attempt, but after we easily cleared that out, round 89 brought the difficulty back up, and we actually survived here as well. And towards the end of round 90, I could see things were getting tough again, but it was still only the small stuff giving us trouble, so naturally, I got a second balloon impact in the square, and once again, this kept us going. Even once the RBE had surpassed the 500,000 mark on round 92, we were still able to survive, which tells me that the bomb tower has some real potential to rival the tack shooter. Now, we did actually end up losing on round 94, so can you guess what I did? Well, of course you can. But what you might not expect is that this didn't just get us another round or two, but rather we kept going even when the RBE surpassed 600,000 on round 97, and it wasn't until all the way on round 99 that we finally lost again. And at this point, I can tell we're starting to cross the threshold where the Moab class balloons are becoming the thing that is too strong, and this was proven when I tried replacing yet another 2 Moab Maulers with a balloon impact, as this time we lost around 99 again, and it looked worse than last time despite the RBE actually being quite similar between the two attempts. Now I'm just going to tell you right now, I think the Ice Monkey is going to perform pretty terribly here. Mainly because it doesn't have a normal way to deal any significant damage to the Moab class balloons. But still, I set up a 2-4 absolute 0, which I'll be using to slow down the first Moab on round 46, and rather than getting something like a 3-2 Arctic Wind, I instead spam down 2-0 Ice Towers with the rest of my money, as this is actually the cheapest way to deal damage to a Moab class balloon, because an Ice Shard won't actually try to attack Moab class balloons and can only deal damage to them if there happens to be regular balloons underneath. Now, I tried getting ice towers in the upper left like normal, but also, I put them in spots where the balloons have to pass by twice, so ideally, they'll get the most chances to hit the first Moab. But I have to say, I was pretty surprised when the ice towers were able to actually take it down pretty easily. So I sold some of the ice towers that were scattered around the track and got a viral frost ice in the upper left corner along with some ice shards, because now we will have most of our rounds containing a mix of Moab class balloons and regular balloons. So the idea here is to use the viral frost to hold all the regular balloons around the ice shards, which will attack them, and the thing is, their shards will also deal damage to the Moab class balloons that they hit as well. It's just that this tower won't actually try to attack a Moab on its own, like I was saying before, so you need the regular balloons underneath. At first, I wasn't sure if this was actually working out very well, because my setup is far from ideal, but you can see on round 61 just how strong the ice shards are against Moabs when they are able to hit them. And at the end of round 65, I kept using the absolute zeros in order to keep the ceramics from reaching the upper left too quickly, so that way, when the first ice shard attacked, it could also hit the Moabs. However, the weakness to Moab class balloons was shown when we ended up losing to just round 68, but I'm certain that this is not the limit. So I reset the game and set up my defense again, which now consisted of a 4-2 viral frost in the center of the upper left square, and then 5 absolute zeros spaced out to hit each corner, and ideally cover most of the Moab class balloons later on, and then I spent the rest of the money on 2-0 ice towers for the first Moab and BFB, where we don't have those other balloons to get the ice shards to attack. I do have to say though, this time around, the first Moab was a lot harder to take down, which made me a little bit worried, but once we got past it, the value of this new defense really started to show through. On round 68, it was still difficult to take out the BFB, however, we were able to get it down to ceramics before they completed the final lap this time, and after that, the Ice Monkeys continued holding up pretty well. Moabs actually became a good thing for us because they were still pretty easy to pop down into ceramics, which would then give us a way for the ice shards to attack the BFBs. And on round 79, you can really see just how strong they can actually be, as there are 7 BFBs that come out on top of 500 regrow rainbow balloons, which is actually allowing the ice shards to pop the BFBs extremely early compared to what we normally get. Now, I really wasn't sure how round 81 was going to be, since it only has 9 BFBs, but apparently, this defense was strong enough to handle them still, as we did just barely manage to pop everything in time. And yeah, round 84 was actually easier because of the 50 Moabs, which left just one obstacle between us and free play, the first ZOMG. Of course, this current setup had no chance against it, so I went and sold everything besides a single absolute zero to slow the ZOMG down, and on the rest of the map, I placed 2-0 ice towers in spots where they can hit the ZOMG multiple times and ideally, at least give us a chance against it. Honestly though, I didn't even expect to make it this far with the ice. And this time, they really put up a solid fight, managing to pop the ZOMG down into BFBs, but unfortunately, this was too little too late, with them already being pretty far down the final loop of the track. This only left us with enough time to barely pop the BFBs into Moabs, which then escaped. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible to beat the ZOMG with Ice Monkeys, but if there is a way, I'm just not sure how to do it. So please do let me know in the comments below. Now this next tower leaves no doubt as to just how bad it really is, and that's because we have the glue gunner. The thing is, there is no way for it to actually attack Moab class balloons, which I'll demonstrate by putting a 4-2 and 2-4 in the range of an MIB village. As you can see, even when I use the activated ability, the glue gunner can't even touch the first Moab class balloon on round 46, so that's where it fails. In order to test how far the Buccaneer can go, we're gonna have to pull out some portable lakes. Now, I'm pretty certain that the best value we can get is spamming down 3-1 destroyers, as they're quite cheap while dealing a relatively high damage per second as well. In total, I was able to afford 13 of them in the upper left area of the map, which should be a solid defense. And sure enough, they got through the first Moab quite easily, along with the first BFB as well. And round 63 also posed no challenge, so I think these destroyers could get us pretty far. Although to be fair, we won't really know until we actually get to see how they do against the free play rounds. Nevertheless, the destroyers were able to continue performing well, as we easily cruised past the round 70 mark with a dense wave of regrow ceramics on round 76 posing no threat. And pretty soon, it was time to face the most difficult standard rounds, and even here, on round 84, all the Buccaneers were still able to keep the balloons from getting past the first corner of the map. So, as you'd probably expect, the first ZOMG on round 85 was also no issue. However, this is also why I said we needed to reach free play mode to truly judge a tower's potential. Because as soon as we had to face something a little more difficult, that being about 149,000 RBE on round 87, the Buccaneer wasn't able to keep up. So, I'm pretty certain that the first few rounds of free play is about the limit for this tower. Now when it comes to the Monkey Ace, I think we're going to have to do something that's rather counterintuitive in order to actually get as far as possible. And I'll explain what that is in just a minute or two. But I think the best thing we can do to start off with is getting down 2 ground 0 aces, as they come with an extremely powerful activated ability that deals 350 damage to every balloon on screen at once. And with express shipping being such a long map, we should get the ability back a couple times during the later rounds. With the rest of the money, I just got 2 3 aces, and then of course the last bit got spent on a lower tier tower. Now, the thing about this setup is that I actually have to use the ground 0 ability for rounds with lead balloons, since the ace doesn't really have a good way to pop them until you get a Spectre, which is the other 4th tier upgrade. It was kind of interesting to see that the aces actually did well against the first Moabs without me even using the activated ability, which I think is in part due to the machine gunners that they get from their specialist building. In any case, they kept on going strong as we had to face the first BFB on round 60, and I was genuinely surprised when they could take out the ceramic rushes on round 63 without the ground 0 ability as well, even if I did need one for the lead balloons at the end. And I have to say, I was completely shocked by just how strong the ODS upgrade on the ace can be all by itself, because if it wasn't for the lead balloons, I wouldn't have needed this ability a single time before free play mode, which includes the 50 Moabs and 10 BFBs on round 84, along with the first ZOMG on round 85. Now, once we entered free play, I did start using the abilities, and unsurprisingly, when you combine a tower that can already reach free play as a 3rd tier, with an activated ability that can potentially deal tens of thousands of damage per shot, you get a truly insane performance. Thus, the ace started climbing past the round 90 mark, and pretty soon, it was getting towards uncharted territory, as we managed to get to round 98 with an RBE of nearly 700,000, which so far is only a number that the tax shooter has survived, and keep in mind, that was on round 94. But sure enough, the ace was able to survive here, and then round 99 was quite easy, which allowed this to become the first tower to reach round 100 in this challenge. And the crazy thing is, this round had an RBE that was above 900,000, so I thought that surely this is where we're going to lose, and yet somehow the ace continued pulling through. So now I'm really excited to see what the limit of this tower is actually going to be, considering that getting past round 100 on Deflation actually takes most people a bit of effort while playing normally. And we did manage to get through rounds 101 and 102, but then on round 103 we lost to a bunch of ceramics, which is annoying because a ground 0 ability would have taken all of them out, but it's hard to know when to time them because realistically, you should use the ability as soon as you get it back in order to deal the most overall damage. But I wanted to see if I could get further with another try, and sure enough, I was able to beat round 103 this time, which had a very similar RBE to the last attempt by actually waiting a bit to use each ability in order to make sure I would have one ready for the ceramic balloons that tried to escape. I then lost to round 104, but again, I think it could be a timing issue on my part, so I tried one last time, but to be fair, I then lost to round 104 again with a totally different timing on my abilities. Now, I'm not saying this means there couldn't be a better way to use the ground zeros, but as far as I can tell, round 104 is about the limit for the ace before we start getting funky. And here's the part I was talking about being unintuitive earlier, as I'm now going to sell the cheapest ace I have in order to begin microing the ace's ground 0 ability. You see, it's possible to sell and rebuy the 0-4 ace over and over to get its ability back immediately and deal tons of damage to the balloons. But the problem is, as you might notice, every time I do this, I have a bit less money than last time. Still though, being able to do 350 damage to every balloon on screen with each ability was definitely a big help, and I was able to get through round 104 as a result. Beyond that, while my defense had to keep on getting sold off, I was able to keep surviving, although it only took a single round before I already had to sell my other ground 0 for more micro money, which, to be fair, did get me through it. And keep in mind, round 105 had actually broke the 1 million RBE mark. Beyond that, I was also able to survive round 106 and 107 with the money I had to micro the ground 0 ability, but then I had to admit I got greedy. At the end of round 108, I could have survived if I had microed the ability a couple more times, but I really thought the cooldown could end before the Moabs reached the exit, which was extra dumb now that I think about it, because the ground 0 doesn't even one-shot Moabs. And the annoying thing is that when I tried to beat round 108 a couple more times, I simply wasn't able to do it. So I know for a fact that round 108 was possible, and I think with some really good plays, you could probably get to round 110 as well, but this is definitely close to the limit for the ace. And now, we're on to the most expensive tower in the entire game, which of course is the Super Monkey. So our options are to get a single 2/4 tech terror by itself, or a single 2/4 Sun God with a 2/2 Plasma Monkey and a 1/0 Laser Vision. And I chose the latter option, mainly because in my experience, the Technological Terror doesn't have a large enough blast radius with its activated ability to actually be worth using on such a long map, where it costs a lot more and does less overall damage with its main projectile. Now, just like you would expect, the first Moab went down without any challenge, along with the first BFB as well. And thanks to the insanely high Pierce of our Sun God, the round 63 Ceramics also stood no chance. And beyond that, the Super Monkeys continued going strong through the later standard rounds. But I will say, they definitely started to get a bit overwhelmed even on round 84. Now, we were able to take down the first ZOMG on round 85, but after that, the Super Monkeys actually failed to the first round of free play mode, which only had an RBE of 111,000. So I figured I would also try getting the 2/2 Plasma Monkeys, but I quickly realized I still could only afford 3 of them, along with another 1/1 Laser Monkey, which failed to round 82. So then I tried getting a Tech Terror along with another 0/0 Super Monkey, which also failed to round 86, but considering what I did with the ace, I had another idea. I could sell off the other Super Monkey and begin microing the Tech Terror ability. Now on my first try, I got super lucky that round 86 had a super low RBE, which we were able to beat without even using micro, but on round 87, I ended up losing because I used the ability really terribly. So I tried again and was able to get through round 87 with only a couple abilities. However, on round 88, I lost once again because of my own poor use of the abilities. So I tried once more and barely managed to survive round 88. However, this is when I also realized that it seems like the Tech Terror ability isn't working on ceramic balloons for some reason, which I'm not exactly sure why that happens. Maybe there's only so many balloons that can be damaged at once. But in any case, I still had money left to micro with, so I kept on trying, which eventually allowed me to get through both rounds 89 and 90 before I ran out of money on round 91. Up next we have the Wizard Monkey, and I know from my previous testing that the 1/3 Dragon's Breath is the best overall way to deal damage, as the 1/4 Phoenixes actually performed worse with the same amount of money spent on them in a previous video I made. So I spammed them around the upper left corner of the map, and I have to say, the Dragon's Breath actually has quite a solid damage per second, which allowed it to easily tear down the first Moab and the first BFB as well. The packed ceramics on round 63 also pose no threat, which I think is mainly thanks to the high damage per second that the Dragon's Breath upgrade has. Wait, it's almost like I already just said that. But anyways, the Wizard Monkeys continued tearing through the later rounds, although I will say round 84 looked a little tougher, but they still handled it pretty well overall. Now the first ZOMG on round 85 was actually quite easy for them to take down, with it not even escaping the first loop of the track. However, once we entered free play, I knew the Wizard Monkey was going to struggle to keep up. Round 86 only had 82,000 RBE, and they still managed to leak a black balloon along with a red, and sure enough, on round 87, the Wizard had already failed once the RBE hit 146,000. Now, I figured I should still try the Phoenix, even though I know it will do worse, and the thing is, we were only able to afford 4 of them. So, sure enough, they actually failed on round 84, although if I use the abilities poorly and you can get further, feel free to let me know in the comments. Now we're going to be testing the village, which actually doesn't have a specialist building. However, it does have one upgrade which allows it to attack balloons. That of course being the 4th tier upgrade on the left path, also known as the Energy Beacon. Now, I'm pretty certain that the best thing I can do is use one village to get a discount on a 4-1 energy beacon, and then use this village to get a discount on a second 4-2 beacon. I have to say, the village was one of the towers I was the most excited for, just because I'm genuinely curious how good the energy beacon actually is. And I wasn't disappointed when they easily took out the first Moab. But what surprised me is that they also were able to take down the first BFB with relative ease. However, this upgrade must have a lot less pierce than I thought, because the villages actually got destroyed by the densely packed ceramics on round 63. And this should go without saying, but the banana farm isn't even allowed in deflation mode, and it also doesn't have a way to attack balloons, so this tower has actually managed to earn itself a double fail. And our next actual contender is the Mortar Monkey, which should be another tower that's quite interesting and potentially counterintuitive. Now, in my experience, the big one offers the best overall damage per second when you consider its blast radius and the fact it does 5 damage per shot instead of the 3 damage that the game claims it does. So, I got 4 of the 4-2 big one mortars since you can afford them with only 200 left over, and thanks to their special disbuilding, I'm now able to have them target balloons just like a regular tower. However, I quickly realized on round 33 that they won't be able to even hit the camo balloons, so I reset the game and got a 2-4 mortar as well, which not only has camo detection, but a high rate of fire, and an activated ability that stunned balloons in place briefly as well. Now I have to say, I wasn't really sure how well the mortar could actually do against Moab class balloons, but they took down the first Moab pretty easily, and they also managed to take down the first BFB without me using any abilities. Now, the mortar is actually quite good against regular balloons, especially with the big one upgrade, so the round 63 ceramics were no issue at all. But what surprised me is that they continued holding strong as we passed the round 70 mark. Now, once we got to round 77, things did start looking a bit rough, so I began using the mortar stun ability on round 79, which allowed us to continue surviving, with a well-timed ability on round 82, actually managing to keep all the BFBs in the upper left corner as the mortars destroyed them. I really wasn't sure how round 84 was going to be, with 50 Moabs and 10 BFBs, but we did get through this round, which left nothing but the first ZOMG as our last obstacle to reaching free play. Now you might notice, the mortar stun ability barely actually affects the ZOMG, but thankfully, we were able to still pop it down in time and survive round 85. And then, round 86 ended up being really close, but with all the different Moabs and BFBs, our mortar simply couldn't keep up. So, I began microing the 0-4 mortar stun ability in order to give us more time to damage the balloons, and this did get us through round 86, but on round 87, the ability simply wasn't doing anything to help with the ZOMGs, so I tried getting another 4-2 mortar again to increase our overall damage per second, hoping to wait for the ZOMGs to pop into BFBs so I could start using the stun ability again, but this didn't work out at all. So I figured I should try one last time with the ability, and this time I'll continue microing it regardless of what happens. We did get lucky this time, with round 87 and 88 not having any ZOMGs. However, once we had to face them on round 89, despite my best efforts, we didn't even get close to popping the ZOMGs before they escaped. So I'm gonna have to say that once you face ZOMGs in free play, the mortars have basically met their limit on deflation mode. Now when it comes to the Dartling Gunner, I know for a fact that spamming 2-1 towers is going to give us the best value for our money by a long shot, along with a single 2-2 Dartling Gunner in order to pop lead balloons of course. So that's exactly what I did, and unsurprisingly, they absolutely tore through the first Moab on round 46, along with the first BFB on round 60 as well. And to be honest, I had some really high hopes for the Dartling Gunner coming into this, as I know it to be one of the best value towers in all of BTD5. You might also notice that I actually put all of them in the bottom right corner, which is literally the opposite of what I've been doing, but the reason for this is that they shoot across the entire map, so naturally, having them closer to the exit is actually better to prevent the Dartling Gunners from chasing balloons as much. And sure enough, they also defeated round 63 quite easily, and all of this happened without me even touching my mouse a single time. In fact, the Dartling Gunner was able to reach free play mode without a single input from me as well, as it wasn't until round 87 that I had to take control of them, and turn off fast forward mode as well in order to survive everything that the game was throwing at us. rounds 88 and 89 were quite easy to survive as they didn't have any ZOMGs at all, but on round 90, we had to face 360,000 RBE and a big rush of ZOMGs, which the Darling Gunners were actually not able to survive. So now, it's time to see what the Spike Factory is capable of. With this tower, I'm pretty certain that placing 3-2 spiked ball factories on this part of the track is actually the best thing we can do, as they have the highest overall damage per second for their price, and additionally, the balloons have to loop around this part of the track twice, while it's also far back enough to give the spike factories a lot of time to produce spikes. Of course, this means the game is going to take a while, but in the meantime, let me just tell you that I'm actually hosting a speedrunning competition for BTD5 with $175 in cash prizes, so if you want to get in on that, make sure you join my Discord server. Now, the spike factories were able to easily obliterate the first Moab, which I was honestly expecting from them, and the first BFB also stood no chance either. And because of the spiked ball's ability to do extra damage against ceramic balloons, along with all the time the spike factories had to produce projectiles, round 63 was also no issue. In fact, the spike factories were looking quite dominant against all the standard rounds. However, once we got to free play, that got completely flipped on its head as they immediately lost to round 86. So, I figured it was time to see if a 2-4 spike factory towards the center of the map could get us any further, as the Spike Storm ability releases a bunch of spikes onto the map that should be able to deal a lot of damage to the Moab class balloons, as they're actually Moab Shredder spikes. And with the 2-4 factory, we got to round 87 and almost survived on this round as well, which tells me that this setup is at least a little bit better than the other one was. And of course, I can always begin microing the Spike Storm ability, so that's exactly what I started doing. This allowed me to begin surviving through several more rounds, but of course, I was also having to sell off my defense slowly in order to do so. And thus, once I got to round 93, the spike factories were no longer able to keep up with everything that the game was throwing at us. Now when it comes to the helicopter, our strategy is going to require a couple steps. First, we want to get as far as possible with the 2-4 support Chinook helicopters, which can be strengthened by some additional 2-0 helis. But as soon as I started the round, I realized that I had no way to pop lead balloons, so I sold the one heli that was weaker than the rest in order to afford to raise the rotors on one of the other helicopters, which solved the problem. Now, the idea here is to farm as many extra lives as we possibly can with the support Chinook's ability, which unfortunately gives us cash crates first and then crates with extra lives. And I say unfortunately because of course on deflation mode, those crates with extra cash don't actually give you any extra money. So it would be nice if on deflation mode, they just gave you extra lives every single time. Now, by round 37, I also realized that I was going to have to switch my Razor Rotor helicopter from Pursuit over to Follow Mouse in order to actually deal with all the lead balloons. Because if you didn't know, the Pursuit AI is absolutely terrible at actually using the Razor Rotors effectively. And now that I'm controlling the helicopter myself, I can actually wait to pop the lead balloons, which might seem kind of counterintuitive because it's going to make the round take longer, but keep in mind I'm trying to farm extra lives, so any extra time I have to do that is going to be pretty helpful. Now on round 59, I realized I was going to need to get camo detection on my Razor Rotor heli, so I actually sold off a different helicopter in order to upgrade it to a 3-2, which allowed us to deal with the camo lead balloons. Round 63 looked really crazy, but with the downdraft ability being able to blow back ceramic balloons, we had no issue taking everything down. On round 75, I leaked some lives, so I quit out of the game and tried again, which allowed me to continue going strong. And then, something pretty funny happened, where the pursuit mode decided to completely fail for some reason on round 83, like the helicopters basically refused to actually chase the balloons that were about to escape, so I switched them all to Follow Mouse, which was enough to get me to free play mode. However, despite my best efforts on round 86, I couldn't help leaking some lives to the ceramic balloons towards the end of the round, so I knew it was time to get a 4-2 Apache dart ship, as this does a way higher damage per second than any other helicopter. Of course, this meant I had to sacrifice one of my support Chinook helicopters, but I would say this was worthwhile, as it allowed us to continue surviving through the free play rounds. Now on round 88, I did lose a few hundred lives, but honestly, it wasn't a big deal when I had over 5,000, and that's the whole point of farming these extra lives in the first place. However, on round 89, despite my best efforts, the balloons began to overwhelm my defense, so I quit out of the game once again, and this time I sold off my other Chinook in order to get a second Apache Dart ship, and now we're gonna see if this can get us a few more rounds. Now, you can really start to see the value of using follow mouse here on round 90, as I'm able to switch between focusing on the ZOMGs at the beginning of the track, and then all the balloons that are getting further down it. Beyond that, I can use the fact that the BFBs and especially the ZOMGs are so slow in order to give myself extra time to deal with everything. Thus, I was able to get to round 92, where I simply got overwhelmed by the sheer amount of Moab class balloons. Up next, we have got the Engineer, and I have a few ideas for this tower. First, I'm going to try spamming down 1-0 Engineers with a few 3-0 cleansing foams in the upper left corner to pop camo balloons. If you didn't know, the 1-0 Engineer is actually the most valuable tower for its price in all of BTD5's early game, so naturally, this was the first idea that came to mind. And sure enough, they performed well against the early game, although this isn't much of an accomplishment, all things considered. And with all these sentries on the track, it's hard to see what's actually going on, but the first Moab was destroyed with no issue, which was also true of the first BFB. Round 63 also gave them no trouble, and I think the cleansing foam may have actually been helping here, because it actually acts like a pile of road spikes when you have the Engineer Special Disc building enabled for whatever reason. And I wasn't surprised when this tower continued cruising past the round 70 mark, taking down the classic Regrow Ceramic Rush on round 76 with total ease, along with the ceramics on round 78 as well. On round 84, I was actually a bit surprised by how well they handled the 50 Moabs and 10 BFBs, and with the first ZOMG also being a breeze, I was now pretty excited for what the Engineer might actually pull off during free play. And at first, they were continuing to handle things pretty well, taking down the first couple rounds, well, pretty well. But as soon as things got tougher on round 88, you can see them starting to get overwhelmed, and then with 2 waves of ZOMGs on round 89, I thought it was going to be the end of them, but they did actually somehow survive here. And even more surprisingly, it was actually a bunch of BFBs on round 90 that took them down, which was really interesting to see because that's almost never the case. But in any case, my next idea is to try making all of the Engineers 3-0, since I was just saying how the cleansing foam can actually act like a pile of road spikes. And just like before, this did well against the early game, and based on how easily we took down round 63, I do think I was right about the cleansing foam actually being good against ceramic balloons. However, once we got into free play, things really weren't all that different than before, and we actually lost around 89 this time. Although to be fair, it was harder than what round 90 had been by a pretty decent bit. Now, the Bloon Chipper is going to be really hard to use, mainly because it's really bad against regrow balloons, and I'm especially not looking forward to the dense rush of regrow ceramics on round 76. But in any case, my plan was to get a few 4-2 chippers, since they're actually capable of repeatedly sucking in any Moab class balloon until they're destroyed, and they're actually the only way for the Bloon Chipper to even attack Moab class balloons at all. And then with the rest of the money, I got down 3-2 chippers, since they deal 2 damage per shot to regular balloons and ideally should help us avoid creating a regrow farm later on. Now you might be thinking, what about camo detection? And well, you'd be right. Somehow I completely forgot. So I got that fixed, and our super wide funnel was able to one-shot the first Moab, which is not something that any other tower has been able to say during this entire challenge. And as you could imagine, the first BFB on round 60 also stood no chance with it also being one shot. However, I was pretty worried about the ceramics on round 63, and this was for good reason, as each wave contained more ceramics than what all of the chippers could hold, and thus, a few ended up escaping, which was enough to take out all of our lives. So then, I tried using a 2-4 chipper for its activated ability that can pull in a ton of regular balloons at once and hold them in place for a bit. This seemed to be helping, but it's only active for a relatively short time, so I sold the chipper and rebought it a couple of times to keep using the ability. However, this actually ended up performing worse, so I really only have one idea left. With that being, to try spamming down all 3-2 chippers in order to ideally be able to catch all the ceramics at once and finally survive round 63. And sure enough, this was actually able to work. However, I was immediately reminded on the next round that we're going to need a super wide funnel again in order to deal with Moab class balloons. So I kept going forward with just one of them for now, which was also capable of taking down all the regrow ceramics on round 76, as the chippers had enough time to destroy the majority of them, while the remaining few circled back around and got caught on their next loop. In fact, they even handled everything on round 78, and it wasn't until all the Moabs and BFBs on round 81 that the chipper actually got taken down. So, naturally, I got a couple more wide funnel chippers. However, this time, instead of Moabs escaping, it was a bunch of ceramic balloons, so I'm not saying it's impossible to beat round 81, but I simply don't know how to get any further with the balloon chipper. And finally, we have the monkey sub, which of course, just like the Buccaneer, it's gonna need some portable lakes. Now for some reason, even though the game says that you cannot stack ability cooldown reductions that you get from a submerged sub, this actually isn't true, and beyond that, I believe there's actually a glitch where if you first submerge a 4-0 sub within the range of a 2-4, and then you actually upgrade that 4-0 to a 4-2, you get additional ability cooldowns from that single submarine. So what ends up happening is that with just 5 4-2 submerged subs around a 2-4, I can now get the first strike ability back extremely fast. And if you didn't know, this ability is incredibly powerful against all balloons and especially Moab class, so I believe this is actually the best setup for the sub overall. And I want to give a quick shout out to Albi, who actually did this in a deflation run with double cash and initially showed just how powerful that it can actually be. Now I have to say, I was kind of surprised when on round 46, the first Moab actually went down without any abilities, which was also true on round 50. However, it only took a few more rounds for us to actually lose without the first strike ability, so at this point, I began using it, which allowed us to easily get through the following rounds, as the first strike deals up to 6,000 damage spread across all the targets that it hits, and thus, the BFB was taken down in one shot, which is even crazier than the balloon chipper since there weren't any remains left over this time either. And on round 63, I just used one ability for each wave, and then we kept on going forward pretty easily, although I am a bit worried about the smaller balloons beginning to escape as we get into the later game. And this fear was given some merit by just how poorly the subs were actually doing against the space ceramics on round 74. Still though, round 76 went down with just 2 abilities, and it didn't take long before we had to face the hefty wave of Moabs and BFBs on round 84, which went down without any fight. And the round 85 ZOMG was actually taken down in seemingly one shot, which is absolutely insane. And after that, we were able to keep surviving for a little while as well, which included some rounds where the RB got a bit higher and we had to face some ZOMGs. However, it was nothing all that insane, and on round 94, we ended up losing to ceramic balloons, which is what I'd been worried about. But still, I do believe that this is about as far as the sub can get, unless you get even luckier than I already did with the RNG that you can get. So now, it's time to check out our leaderboard. And if you've just been listening to the video, every single tower is ranked in order on your screen. However, I'm just going to list off some of the notable ones. Out of everything we tested, the Monkey Ace was our only tower to break the round 100 mark, managing to get all the way up to round 108, where again, I probably could have gotten even a bit further. The Bomb Tower failed just one round shy of 100, and then the Tack Shooter, Monkey Sub, Spike Factory, Helicopter, and Super Monkey all made it past round 90 as well. There was also a big tie at the round 90 mark, and of course, the only tower that can't even be played on deflation mode is the Banana Farm. And don't forget to check out the speedrunning tournament that I'm hosting as well. Today we're going to find out which towers can beat the Crucible challenge here in BTD5 while only using these 2 altars of power. And if you didn't know, they act the same way as the thrones on the map Overthrown by giving your tower a bit of extra range, along with much more importantly, 5 times higher attack speed. You might also be inclined to think that a small tower like the Dirt Monkey could actually fit multiple in one altar, but nope, as soon as you have a single tower placed on it, the altar actually disables the entire thing for anything else to fit. But still, this should be quite easy for basically every tower, right? Well, check this out. Starting out on round 1, our Dirt Monkeys are already facing Rainbow Balloons, which alternate with Ceramics on round 2. But to be fair, the altar has turned our Triple Dart into basically a machine gun, but still, I quickly had to get one down on the other altar as well, since we were actually starting to leak to the Ceramic Balloons. Of course, I'm also using the Dart Monkey Specialist building, which gives us a 5% discount, and that is actually true of every Specialist building in the game, along with the Dart Monkey's building also giving it a 10% increase to attack speed, a free Dart Monkey to start with and every 10 rounds, and finally, the legendary Explosive Darts, even though their explosions are kinda just going right past all the ceramic balloons. And after 10 rounds of switching between those and rainbows, you get to face camo regrow rainbows on round 11, which then alternate with a single Moab on round 12, and I actually got a Super Monkey fan club up for that. But you'll also notice on round 14, it's now 2 Moabs that you're facing instead, and the amount of regrow rainbows is increasing each round as well, which ultimately culminates in quite a few of them on round 19, along with 5 Moabs on round 20. But the last 5 rounds are where things get really intense, as round 21 throws a BFB your way, and the camo regrow balloons are now ceramics as well. Of course, round 23 gives you 2 BFBs, which got pretty far against our defense despite me using the fan club abilities, but thankfully, the ceramics really couldn't do anything against them, and ultimately, we were also able to take out the 3 final BFBs on round 25, which means that the Dart Monkey is our first successful tower so far. But unfortunately, the tack shooter doesn't have any way to pop camo balloons without the help of a village, of course, even with its specialist building being enabled, and that's a real shame because this hyperspeed tack sprayer looks absolutely awesome, and it's also quite powerful as well, along with the Ring of Fire really being insane. So yeah, it's a shame that the tack shooter has to lose to the first camos on round 11, except that no it doesn't, because as it turns out, the altars of power themselves give any tower placed on them camo detection as well. So instead of losing right here, they kept on pushing forward, with 2 rings of fire being just enough to destroy the Moabs in time before anything could leak. Like honestly, I couldn't believe how perfect this was. But I also knew that meant that they would have no chance against the first BFB, and sure enough, we were leaking entire Moabs now. So I tried the run again, and this time, when I got to the first BFB, I sold one of my Rings of Fire in order to get up a Blade Maelstrom, which has an activated ability that shoots a ton of attacks across the whole screen, and thus, I could buy and sell this tower over and over to deal enough damage to the BFB for it to then get popped down in time for a Ring of Fire on the right altar to clean everything up. And going forward, that's what I did for rounds 23 and 25 as well, which ultimately allowed the tack shooter to prevail here. But there is a little problem with this challenge, which is that you can only complete it once every 4 hours, and if every tower is getting camo detection, we're gonna have a lot of winners. So from now on, what I'll have to do is quit out of the game right when we're about to win at the end of round 25 to make sure that the event doesn't end before I can test every tower out. And as far as the Sniper Monkey goes, I started with the 1-1, and my plan was to upgrade this into a 2-1 sniper as soon as possible, but quickly realized that it couldn't keep up with round 1 on its own, so I had to get another Sniper Monkey on the other altar first. And this was working a lot better for us, which allowed me to focus on upgrading my first sniper into a 2-1 to bring its damage up to a total of 8 per shot, which includes the 1 extra that the sniper is getting from its specialist building being enabled, along with setting the sniper's targeting to strong before getting the deadly precision upgrade to bring that total up to 19 damage and make sure that the ceramics are easy for us to handle. After that, I focused on getting the other sniper upgraded as well, and this was also working really well against the Moabs, which was really great because just before round 20, I was also able to afford the Cripple Moab upgrade, which was then able to stun the first BFB in place and make it quite easy for us to clean up. However, on round 23, some of the balloons ended up getting quite far, and I was a little worried, but I did have enough money to now upgrade my other sniper into a 4-1 tower, and I also switched the targeting to first on the left sniper, which was more than enough to make sure that nothing could escape, allowing the sniper to also beat the Crucible. And you gotta be kidding, I freaking let the game finish again. There's only 23 hours left in this event, and now I gotta wait another 3 before I can play it again. Okay, now it's the next day, and I really can't afford to keep messing up like that. But we've got the Boomerang Monkey going next, so I started off with a 2-2 on the left altar, and got it upgraded into a 2-3 a Bionic Boomer ASAP. And with the perks it's getting from its specialist building, not to mention the 5x attack speed from the altar of course, this was allowing our Boomerang Monkey to do quite well against the rainbows and ceramics, and with the tower being so cheap, I was already able to get a second 2-3 Boomerang on the other altar as well. And shortly after that, I had them both upgraded into turbocharges, which gives the Bionic Boomerang an activated ability that will let it shoot even faster. And while we really didn't need to use this against the Moabs, it did start coming in handy once we had to start facing BFBs. And it's also really nice how I never had to waste money on getting a 4-2 Glaive Lord for camo detection either. And sure enough, the 2 Boomerangs were able to get through the Crucible challenge, and dude, I can't believe I just did it again. Well, at least this time I've only got to wait like 15 minutes, because the way this event works is that it resets every 4 hours, regardless of what time you beat it at. Alright, I really gotta remember to pause at the end of round 25 this time, but now we've got the Ninja Monkey, which I fully believe should dominate this challenge. I mean, look at how powerful it already becomes once it gets the double shot upgrade. We basically have a shuriken machine gun. And not to mention how effective the distraction upgrade is at holding the balloons back as well. And of course, I got the balloon jitsu upgrade as soon as I could, and this was extremely effective, not just against the alternating rainbow and ceramic balloon rounds between 1 and 10, but also, it was good enough to keep our other balloon jitsu from even having to do anything to help defend against the Moabs as well. In fact, it barely even had to do any cleanup against the first BFB, which is honestly even more powerful than I was expecting this tower to be. Honestly, I had considered selling our balloon jitsu on the right altar to get a balloon sabotage in order to use its activated ability to slow down each set of BFBs, but clearly that wasn't necessary at all. And you can see here, I was careful to make sure that we truly can say we had won the round before I actually restarted, which means I can immediately test the bomb tower now. But honestly, I was a bit worried when it seemed to already be struggling against the round 1 rainbows, so I focused on getting up the cluster bomb upgrade once I had a 2-2 bomb tower on my other altar, only for this to end up happening with the zebra balloons passing it right by, which was a reminder I needed that I had forgot to enable the bomb tower specialist building, as this comes with a perk that actually allows it to pop both black and zebra balloons with its regular explosive projectile. And now that I had it turned on, you can see that the cluster bomb is incredibly more effective and now shreds through every layer of balloons just like the rings of fire were before. And I also upgraded the cluster bomb into a balloon impact, which stuns regular balloons in place, and this is absolutely overpowered with the 5 times attack speed. But I also realized that with the first Moab about to hit, I should realistically sell this bomb tower and replace it with a Moab Mauler and then get the balloon impact on our other altar. That way, of course, the Mauler can first destroy Moabs and soon BFBs, while the balloon impact cleans everything up afterwards. And this worked out perfectly, with me not even having to buy and sell the Moab Assassin to micro its ability against the BFBs. And I also managed to pause this round in time again as well. And I also remembered to switch over to the Ice Monkey Specialist building, although I have to admit, I'm pretty confident this will actually be our first tower to fail. But of course, that won't be to the regular balloons, as the Ice Monkey can now pop white and zebra balloons with its specialist building being enabled, and of course, you can see how effective the 5 times attack speed is at stalling the ceramics, along with the Ice Shard being a legendary attack against regular balloons as well. But even with both Ice Monkeys being positioned as far into the corner of their altars as they can in order to cover the most track possible, this tower simply doesn't have a powerful attack to use against Moab class balloons, so despite me using the absolute zero ability to slow the first one down, it simply couldn't be popped in time before escaping. And of course, we all know the glue gunner won't be getting past that first Moab either, but I did want to see how it does against the regular balloons because I knew this part would be interesting. You can see the corrosive glue is just barely fast enough to pop the round 1 rainbows in time, and it cannot even pop the first layer of the ceramics before those escape. But then we got just enough money on round 3 to actually get the Balloon Dissolver upgrade, which deals damage fast enough to actually destroy the ceramics quite fast, allowing this tower to join the Ice Monkey in failing to the first Moab specifically. But of course the Monkey Buccaneer can't even be placed on the altar at all. However, I was quite surprised to learn that the Monkey Ace does fit on here, which I guess I should have known given that it actually does have a corresponding symbol on this stone in the center of the map. But I upgraded the Ace to a 2-1 because honestly I really wanted to see the 5 times attack speed pineapples, and let me just say, they absolutely did not disappoint. You can literally see them drawing the exact path that the Ace follows now, which I find really cool. But also, I got the never miss targeting option as soon as I could, which basically ensured that no balloons were going to be making it very far. And I also built a second ace on the other altar of power, also getting that one upgraded to a 3-1, and these together had no problem getting past all of the Moab and regrow rainbow rounds, and in fact, they even handled the first BFB quite well. I did make sure to upgrade my first Monkey Ace into a Spectre, and this was more than enough to obliterate everything. And I really am glad that the Ace surprised me, because otherwise we would have had quite a disappointing run of towers, as even with the 5% discount the Super Monkey is getting from its specialist building, we still simply cannot afford to get one at all before losing to ceramics on round 2. But the Wizard Monkey should have a pretty strong chance here. I started off with a 2-1 Lightning Wizard, and with its specialist building enabled, this tower is now firing 4 different projectiles at the balloons. But none of these projectiles are particularly strong, which is why it was still sort of struggling to the ceramic balloons, and thus, I upgraded our wizard to a Dragon's Breath as soon as I could, which completely turned the tide of the battle in our favor. In fact, this single 2-3 Wizard Monkey was doing quite well against the Moabs as well, allowing our other Dragon's Breath to get by without having to do very much work at all. But before we had to face the first BFB, I did want to upgrade both of them to Phoenixes, which gives them the activated ability to, well, spawn a Phoenix, and I was really surprised to see that it also gets 5x attack speed from the Altar of Power as well. And thus, it shouldn't be any surprise that this was more than enough to ensure we could get through round 25. Now, the Monkey Village could attack Bloons if we could afford the Energy Beacon, but of course that isn't happening in a world where we couldn't even afford a 0-0 Super Monkey, and this really should go without saying, but the Banana Farm is useless for a challenge like this, and beyond that, it's actually the only tower that cannot fit onto the Altar of Power at all. So now we've got the Mortar Monkey, which looks to be incredibly powerful with its 5x attack speed buff, and that makes sense because its specialist building is allowing the mortar to target the balloons and also stun them as well. And let me just say, the monkey loading this thing has got to be the hardest worker this battlefield has ever seen. And yeah, needless to say, the alternating ceramics and rainbows didn't stand a chance whatsoever. But I did make sure to upgrade the mortar into a big one before the first Moab came out, which was definitely a good idea, given that the first Moab actually made some real progress down the track. So of course, I made sure to get another mortar on the other altar, and saved up until I could afford to also have this one be a 4-2 big one, and these two mortars together were enough to get us through the challenge. Now, I knew that Dartling Gunner was going to be an absolute beast, with it already being such a strong tower in the early game, and sure enough, giving it a 5 times higher attack speed turns this thing into a true Gatling gun. This was easily able to tear through the rainbow and ceramic balloons like nothing, especially as a 2-1 Dartling Gunner with even higher attack speed and extra pierce to boot. And I quickly got up a second one on the other altar, allowing me to simply point the two Dartling Gunners at the entrance of the map to destroy these early rounds. Now, against the first Moab, I did actually have to do something and take a little control of them again, but it wasn't like the balloons had any real chance of escaping still, and honestly, I didn't even need to do this, but I upgraded both of them into Hydra rocket pods just for the fun of it, and yeah, together, they made absolute light work of the first BFB, which I knew wouldn't be any different with 2 or 3 of them, so that's another tower that has prevailed in the Crucible. And I just gotta say, the Spike Factory is an absolute beast, even more so than the Dartling Gunner, while sitting on the Altar of Power itself. No longer do you need to worry about placing it at the back of the track, as this thing is producing spikes so quickly that the balloons are barely even getting a chance to get through the first of 2 piles being created by our Spike Factory on the left altar. And getting an upgrade into a Spiked Ball Factory only made things even more broken, with the first Moab being slow enough to have no chance of even making a real dent through all the spiked balls on the track. And I mean, obviously, I knew this tower wasn't going to have any real chance of losing, but I still upgraded it into a Spiked Mine Factory just for the fun of it, and the first BFB is so slow that just like with the first Moab, it wasn't going to be making much more than a small dent through everything. And so, as you'd probably be able to guess, getting through round 25 was absolutely no problem for them either. And next up we have the helicopter, which you can really see becomes insanely powerful with 5 times attack speed on its quad dart upgrade. I did also get Pursuit, not because I think it would be better than my own control, but honestly, I just wasn't worried about the balloons really getting past this thing. And then I got the Razor Rotors upgrade, which might have been a waste of money, but it seemed like the helicopter was spending a lot of time directly on top of the balloons, and then of course, I got another 3-1 helicopter on the other altar, and just let them do their thing. The Moabs would make a little bit of progress against them, but it was far from anything worth being concerned about. And I wasn't as sure how they would actually be able to fare against the BFBs, but it just so happened that right before round 21, I was able to afford the Apache Dartship upgrade on my left helicopter, turning it into a super powered weapon of war that was more than capable of getting us through the challenge. And this time I let it complete, only because I knew the event was about to reset in a few minutes anyways. And I'm just gonna get this out of the way now, but of course, just like with the Buccaneer, the Monkey Submarine cannot be placed on an altar at all, bringing us to the Engineer Monkey. And with this tower, I was conflicted because its sentry upgrade is going to place these turrets outside of the altar itself, so I'm going to see if it's possible to beat the Crucible without that upgrade first, which means I'm restricted to right path upgrades only, and these do give the main engineer a pierce of 9, along with huge range and a higher attack speed as well, but without its sentry turrets, this tower definitely gets nerfed quite a lot. And even with a 0-3 engineer on each altar of power, it was already getting pretty tough just to catch the ceramics during the early rounds. And while they were able to take out the first Moab, we actually leaked quite a few lives to the second 2 on round 14, so I got the overclock upgrade as soon as I could afford it and used it on round 16, but this simply wasn't enough. So from what I can tell, the Monkey Engineers cannot beat this alone. But how about with their sentries? you'll notice a pretty big difference already in how well the ceramics are being handled early on, and especially with the Moabs where nothing was getting to escape even on round 20. And the first BFB also went down quite easily, and in fact, it was actually the regrow camo ceramics on round 22 really giving us an issue for once, and that's because our turrets are not getting the same benefit of camo detection that the main engineers are. So what I had to do is start using the overclock abilities I'd gotten on each engineer here, which are able to cool down before even running out thanks to the 30% cooldown reduction I had from my monkey lab, allowing me to stack them multiple times, and this ended up being enough to survive. And oh crap, I just let myself complete the event again, and now there's literally no more chances left. At first I was pretty mad at myself because literally all I had left was the balloon chipper, until I tried reverting my local save to the cloud save I created 5 days ago, which actually reset the event data and allowed me to continue forward. And I'm honestly not very confident in the balloon chipper, because as you can see, the attack speed doesn't really seem to actually get affected much since it's not firing a projectile, and the altar isn't allowing them to shred balloons 5 times more quickly or anything like that. And thus, a 3-0 was already leaking to round 1, so I reset the game and tried getting a balloon chipper on each of the altars, getting them both upgraded as much as I could, which only allowed me to reach round 3. So then I tried focusing on getting the left balloon chipper upgraded to a 3-1 before getting the second balloon chipper, which did allow me to barely survive round 3 this time, and then round 4 brought me down to just 15 lives, but I was able to afford the faster shred upgrade on both of my balloon chippers here, which just barely kept me from leaking anything on round 5. Now, some balloons did escape on round 6, but I saw how effective the faster shred upgrade had been, so I tried upgrading the first balloon chipper into a 3-2 this time before doing anything else, which allowed me to get through round 3 without losing any lives at all now. And that was definitely a good sign, but there's just one problem, which is that the amount of balloons keeps on increasing round after round, and the only upgrade left was the super wide funnel, which simply allows the chippers to attack Moab class balloons. So I sold one of the chippers I had in order to get a 2-3 triple barrel, but unfortunately, this still wasn't enough to deal with all the balloons that came at us on round 10. And I really hope that you enjoyed this video, and if you did, here's another you might like as well.